everybody, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick Hotfix. This is our Speedruns of 2022 celebration, and we're back with day 2, and I guess Happy New Year, everybody. Before we get into the games today, just a few quick reminders. AGDQ 2023 Online is coming up. That's next week, January 8th to 15th. For more information on that, you can go to gamesdonequick.com. As well, unapologetically black and fast submissions are open from now until January 3rd, so use exclamation UBAF in chat for more information on that. With all that said, we've got 5 amazing games for you today, and we'll kick it up right away with Pokémon Scarlet, and I'll hand it over to the runner and commentary, and they can take it up from there.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is ChrisLBC, and I'll be doing an any % speedrun of Pokémon Scarlet today. I've got a couple people on commentary if they want to introduce themselves.
Yeah, I guess I'll go first. Hi, I'm Etiquette. I run Pokemon. I've been on here plenty of times, so hopefully you know who I am.
Hello, I'm Shenanigans with the exact same qualifications.
All right, so I'll give you a countdown and then we'll get started. 3, 2, 1, go.
And you also may be wondering why we are starting past the opening cutscene. We kind of just decided on that as a community because it's about a 3.5 minute long movie that is kind of boring to watch over and over. So it's kind of nice to just start from the desk and can immediately get started on playing.
Yeah, this run is the second longest main series Pokemon game. Only game that's longer than it is Ultra Moon. And so, you know, cutting out 3 minutes may not seem like a lot. It's actually almost 4 minutes. Cutting out like 4 minutes may not seem like a lot, but it is pretty considerable with some of the resets. So,
yeah, definitely. Especially with kind of how long this intro section is.
Definitely.
I will say, though, even though the intro is kind of long, there's a lot of the cool tech that you still get to do in it. So, definitely get to see some of that. I still think... Oh, good.
Well, I was just going to say, like, what we call the intro is basically about 50 minutes, a little bit under 50 minutes.
Yeah.
If you've played the game casually, once you get to the school and get access to the ride Pokemon, that's sort of like when the intro is done. And it's very long compared to some of the other games in the series, but it's still, like Shen said, there's still stuff to do. There's still things that you can do to speed it up. Some interesting moments that we'll definitely be sure to touch on.
Yeah, like the walk over to like picking the starters, I think is the hardest part of the whole run. I don't know how to do it like fast. You have to like take this like perfect angle, and it's like, come on.
And it's always like readjusting your angle too.
Yeah, because the camera like turns on you the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah. I had a run the other day where I was just holding up. I lined myself up, I was holding up, I started looking at something else. I turned back around and I was like facing a cliff. I'm like, wait, what happened?
Oh yeah, I feel like the camera fights you a lot in this game.
It does.
Oh yeah, it does. But yeah, not a whole lot to talk about here in the first parts of the run. Right here, we're gonna get introduced to the 3 starters for the game. Common question is always asked, does starter choice matter? Because, spoiler, we're not going to be using the starter for the whole run. And you really could do the run with any of the 3 starters, but we're going to be picking Fuecoco for a couple of reasons.
I'm so happy we get to pick Fuecoco. I've never had to pick another starter. Oh yeah, the disappointment. Yeah, it ends up working out for a couple reasons. So, in the early game, like, there's not much difference between the starters, but what's kind of interesting is we pick Fuecoco even though it has the move with the most annoying secondary effect. Like, the other 2 starters, like, nothing would happen if you use Water Gun or Leafage, but Ember can burn, and every time you burn, it's really bad. You lose, like, 10 to 15 seconds. So that's like one of the main things to look out for is how many burns you get in the beginning. Because I think there's 7 chances typically that you get a burn. And every one of those loses quite a bit of time. Alright, here's the walk. Let's see it.
See? Yeah, it just keeps readjusting you, so you kind of gotta watch out.
Yeah, and then the path has like if you ever step on those stones, it just completely randomizes your camera angle.
Yeah, so then you're just walking in a different direction.
Oh, this is clean. Oh, no stone bounce.
Yep.
Oh, I've
So
never seen.
here's where you really got to adjust, or else you just start moving somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for some reason they decided to make us walk for the first half of this movement, and then you can randomly run, and you never. Well, there's a couple of places you still have to walk in the game, but luckily you don't have to run at that speed the whole game. That would be awful.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
When I started playing this casually, I was so worried for like the first 10 minutes. I was like, oh my god, is this it? The whole time.
Like right when the game came out and people were playing, Josh DM'd me, the 4th gen gamer DM'd me. It was like, you have to walk at the beginning. I'm like, no. Because they haven't made you walk at the beginning of a Pokemon game. I mean, BDSP you do for like 4 seconds, but you haven't really had to walk at the beginning of a Pokemon game since like Generation 3 almost.
Yeah, I think that's pretty correct. It's funny as well because like they have those like some walking scenes in like Legends Arceus and stuff, but you at least get to know that you have the ability to run faster.
Yeah. Yeah, so here's Fuecoco. In addition to Fuecoco having the move with the worst secondary effect, being burning, which wastes a lot of time, Fuecoco is also the slowest of the 3 starters when it comes to like the speed stat. Which means we actually, of the few fights that we're going to do with it, all of the other 2 starters would both have a chance to be faster than Fuecoco, just because you could save like a half a turn at the end of every battle. But Fuecoco is very necessary for a couple of reasons later on.
It also, the reason Fuecoco is like not super outclassed in the beginning is because it's so powerful. It's like a lot stronger than the other 2. So it typically gets 2 or 3 shots instead of 3 or 4 shots.
Yeah, like this fight here, Pokemon keeps with the trend that it started in Generation 6 of your main rival having the starter that is worse against you. So because you pick Fuecoco, Nimona here, who's our rival, is going to have Sprigatito, which is the grass type. And this fight, unless you have like really bad stats, this fight should be a 2-shot every time. Where Quaxley and Sprigatito might have a 3-shot.
Yeah, damage ranges in Pokemon are very weird. This is one of those fights that has weird damage ranges.
It's like if you're minus special, it'll be a 3-turn.
Yeah, exactly. If you're neutral special attack, you'll roll 12 as like every roll. But if you're minus special attack, you roll 8 for every roll. So you do like 4 less damage despite having like 1 less special attack.
Yes.
Alright, nice.
Okay,
That's
so
good.
yeah. We're good.
Yeah, as long as you do it over half, you're fine. That means you're not minus special attack. And no burn. Nice.
Yeah.
Burn
And
so
you'll see that the trend from Generation 8 of the rival telling you that you use a super effective move continues in this. Critical hits also will do that, so you can definitely lose time like that. Luckily, there's only a couple of places where that actually comes into play for reasons that we don't want to reveal yet.
Yeah.
But that fight basically went as perfect as possible. So
just the tail whip, slightly slower animation. That's like
yeah.
it.
Oh, that's something worth mentioning. You can't turn off
bring it up.
animations in this game, unlike previous Pokemon installments. So there's actually a lot of effort that has gone into choosing the move that takes the least amount of time. Obviously, we can't tell the AI what to do, so Tail Whip is slower than Leafage or Scratch, but we will be doing some like weird move choices where it's like, oh, that move is obviously stronger. Why are you using this one? It's like, well, it's because this one's faster.
Yeah. It's interesting, like, there's almost no, like, PowerPoint conservation in this game. It's almost all about just whatever has the fastest animation that also KOs. So it makes a lot of the fights interesting because you're always juggling, okay, I could go for acrobatics and take a free one-hit KO here, or I could use low kick and it's a 14 out of 16 range, but it would save, a second. It's like, what's the correct play for this fight? You always want to be juggling that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the only part of the game where the move count could matter, it just like by coincidence, we use mainly one move for the first half of the Elite Four and one move for the second half. So you never have to actually worry about it.
With our mystery Pokemon that we'll be using later and not talking about yet.
The best Pokemon.
Yeah.
Best Pokemon in the game.
I love how the routes of this game developed. Like it was really fun seeing everyone do like different stuff and then slowly settle on kind of like what's the best.
Yeah, I think it was pointed out that the first run that got sub 6 used a different main. The first run that got sub 610 used a different route than sub 6, which used a different route than sub 550, which used a different route than sub 540.
Yeah.
It was a really, really fun progression. There was a ton of people working on the route. There's a ton of people still running the game.
Yeah, definitely.
Even now, a month and a half later, but it was really cool to see.
Yeah, this is I feel like a really good speed game to get into for Pokemon runs. And if you are intimidated by how long any percent is, there's so many categories you can run. All Titans or Path of Legends, whatever it's called. It's like an hour long. It's super easy to get into. It's very fun. I've seen a lot of people running that, and they love it. Catching tutorial time. Will it finally break out for the first time on anyone's stream?
Do you think it's possible?
No, there's no way, but I mean, maybe.
No way.
We have a joke in my community because one time I tackled turn 1 by accident. I was like, oh, the Lechonk broke out. It's fine.
That's pretty funny. I've definitely done that, though.
I killed it the other day. I was just mashing A, and then I turned back around. I was like, oh, wait, whoops.
That's really funny. If you're wondering, and also if you watched yesterday, this is another of the Pokemon games that we allow Turbo for. So a lot of runners will just sometimes hold the A button through fights and forget about things. I've done it as well, definitely.
The amount of times I've low-kicked Miss Magius.
Oh, no.
That one's tough because we also used to low kick Miss Magius. Yeah. So it's like doubly annoying. Yeah, we've changed the order that we do things in so many times. Like the routes change like so drastically. It's like, yeah, this will save 12 seconds. We're gonna do like this here, this here, this here, this here. It's like all totally different. It's like at the end of the day, it's like, oh, we get to skip picking up this item. Speaking of picking up an item, there was a little bit of a theme there, grabbing that rare candy. This game is very open world. You'll definitely see that more later once we get access to like the whole map. But picking up rare candies is kind of how we're gonna set up our main Pokemon for the run. You can just grab a bunch of rare candies all around the map and then use them, and now your Pokemon's very high level and can do a lot of the fights.
Yeah. Another thing you'll notice that actually didn't quite work the way Chris wanted to there. There's a new feature in this game. It's kind of like there was a similar feature in Legends Arceus. But you can basically send your Pokemon out on its own and have it pick up items for you or fight wild Pokemon without you having to actually do a battle. The mechanic is called Let's Go. So you'll hear us saying like, oh, you can Let's Go that. And what we're trying to do here is we're trying to do the Let's Go mechanic to get to level 7 before the next fight, if we can. It's not super important, but it is generally nicer to hit level 7 before the next fight. And then you want about level 8.25 before the fight after that. And so you're kind of, trying to use these Let's Go's to do that. The experience you get from Let's Go is a little bit less than you do from a normal battle, so you're probably going to have to fight like 3 or 4 things. What happened there, and the reason why Fuecoco didn't actually attack anything, is because of another mechanic that we sort of found fairly recently. that are being called stop and goes, where normally the Let's Go mechanic has this whole animation associated to it. And you can sort of cancel that animation by stopping at the same time. And by doing that, the timing for when the Pokemon comes out is a little bit different than normal, and the angle the Pokemon comes out can be a little bit different. So unfortunately, the Fuecoco just didn't see the Pokemon that it was supposed to kill. Not a huge deal. There's some Pokemon that we can fight here in the cave, but just a small thing. And we primarily only use this Let's Go mechanic in this first 30 minutes of the game. I get asked all the time, like, oh, why don't you use it later on? Like, once you're overpowered, it's like, it's just not worth it.
Yeah. It's also kind of awkward. You need to make up, it's 59 experience if you're level 6 for Arven, and it's 64 if you're level 7 for Arven. So you need, like, 2 different amounts of experience based off what level you go into the Arven fight.
And you don't see the experience every time, so you kind of have to guess.
I literally have a ruler. I've used it for years when I'm doing speedruns, but I have a ruler to quickly check if I got enough.
That's awesome.
You use it for like, oh, did I deal like 60 damage or 58?
Yeah, it was mostly for Calo to judge if I got like 100 from sending out in a battle or like 150 on the purification bar, but I use it for this game sometimes too when I'm a little bit close on XP. Because it makes such a big difference to be level 9 for the Young Goose fight. Also, clean movement there. This section, like, it may seem like you can't lose time here. This section actually has a lot of time save if you do very clean movement. So when you get really close to Miraidon or Koraidon, you'll notice that you start walking really slow. So that is why Chris is staying back far enough to not get that forced slow walk. Because once you trigger the slow walk, you're forced to walk slowly for like 3 seconds or so. And you're trying to hit these certain like loading zones and triggers and stuff. So you want to wait until Koraidon is just past the trigger, and then you sprint up right behind and hit the trigger quickly. Also some free Let's Go in here. Take out a couple Pokemon to get, I think it's 8 XP total you grab here.
You can even grab this guy too.
Oh, that's kind of tough. Dang.
Except for
what?
Fuecoco didn't want to come out.
Yeah, sometimes that happens.
So, yeah. It's not worth going for it if you're going to be late to the cutscene.
Yeah, it was kind of a trade-off though, because if that experience was able to be gotten there, that would have hit level 7, and it helps the range a little bit on the next fight. It's not that important, but it can be nice. So it was a little bit slow getting to the cutscene trigger.
Yeah, later on you'll hear us talking about like basically 1 or 2 shot ranges, because that's, you know, typically once you're high level, that's the kind of range that you're looking at. Some of these early fights are like this Arven fight without any critical hits could either be a 4-turn or a 2-turn. Like there's such a wide range of time that this can take. And so you basically try to hit level 7 early just to give yourself a little bit of a stat boost. To turn a 4-turn into a 3-turn or a 3-turn into a 2-turn. The 2-turn is pretty unlikely, but very nice when it happens.
This is probably a good time to talk about like damage ranges and Pokemon, because that's like kind of why the 2-turn can happen. So typically there's 16 different values of damage that you deal whenever you use an attack. So when you use like Ember on Arven, for example, with an average Fuecoco, you'll either do 7, 7, 9, 9, 9, 9, 10, 10, 10, 10, or 12 damage. And you can see that's like a huge range. You can do anywhere from 7 to 12. And it has 22 HP. So if you roll 7 3 times, it's going to live on 1 HP, and you'll get a 3 or a 4 shot. If you ever roll 9, you're guaranteed to KO it in 3 turns. And if you roll 12 and then a 10, you can actually KO it in 2. So it's like there's this huge different numbers of damage that you can do, and you can save up to like 30 seconds on this fight if you just roll high 2 times. And then obviously the better Fuecoco you have, the more likely it is to roll those higher damages. But typically the 12 is what we call the 1 in 16 roll, where there's just a 1 in 16 chance to roll the literal highest value, which is typically like 1 or 2 damage more than all the other values. So always looking out for that one, especially on like turn 1 when you just do like way over half and you're like, oh my god, I got it. You have the chance to get the 2 shot. It's always exciting.
Yeah. And it's not super relevant in this game just because of the nature of the route. There's not a whole lot of these damage ranges that we have to worry about. But a lot of times you'll hear like, oh, this is an 11 and 16 range. That just means that 11 of the 16 damage rolls will result in a KO. Yep. And so, you know, typically, not always, but typically we try to make these damage ranges about 11 and 16 or better. 11 and 16 is a 69%. Coincidence that's why we like to go for those or better. But, you know, sometimes we'll go for things like a 5 and 16 range if there's just no better option. And usually those cases are things that aren't dangerous if you miss it. You know, going for a 12 and 16 range when missing it means the run is over is a very, very stressful moment and doesn't happen that often, but it will.
Yeah.
But again, not too much in this game.
Just a Halucha with a 90% damage range with high jump kick on like 12 fights.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Every time, 90% damage range.
Yeah, and then so while we're heading up to this Arvin fight, one more thing about damage that's just kind of something that gets explained all the time in these marathon runs, and I figure now's the best time. So as part of the damage formula, your level also comes into play, but the way that it comes into play is it's divided by 4, meaning that because of the way the rounding works, if you're level 5, 6, or 7 with the same attack stat, you're always going to have the same results. But once you hit level 8, the damage that you do goes up a little bit. And so the numbers that you're looking for are levels that end in 0, 3, 5, or 8. Those will all get you a little bit of a boost over the previous level as part of this damage roll. So that's why like hitting level 7 here isn't super important, but hitting level 8 for the next fights is like very important.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of times when we candy, it's to try and hit one of those thresholds at a certain point. So later on, we'll do something like candy to level 55. I don't know, something random like that. And that'll be because if we only candy to 54, we're going to be doing a little bit less damage.
Yeah, it's actually kind of interesting for this route, or this run, I should say, is even if you lose like 20 seconds getting level 8 before this fight by doing Let's Go for like a really long time, this becomes a guaranteed 2-shot. So it's like not even that much slower to like sit around and like farm level 8 because you'd save 15 seconds back on this fight. It's like kind of weird that like that's an option. Yeah, there's a 9 roll, so this is guaranteed now to be a 3-shot, so no fear, and also no crit or burn. So yeah, solid fight.
Yeah. I'll take
always
it.
looking for a fight like that, basically.
Honestly, getting through those first 2 fights with no burns is like, that's fine.
Yeah.
Good enough.
It's a 10% chance to burn with Ember, but you get so many chances on these fights.
Yeah, and there's only one fight where it's like, it's not any faster to burn, but it can like save your run if you burn.
Yeah.
Just depending on how things go. But hopefully we don't run into that situation.
Yeah, I've had some fun fights against that young goose.
The hardest fight in the game is the 4th fight.
Yeah.
Like,
it really is like the hardest fight in the game. Hey, there's next defend we could be grabbing. That's all I'm going to say, you know? Could grab it.
What if he just outspeeds you and does bite over and over and you just get flinched to death?
I had
It
one
can happen.
run. I did not damage the young goose. I got quad bite flinch. I died.
Oh, no.
I was like, this seems unfair.
Broken game.
Yeah, honestly, I can't believe they throw that thing at you so early.
That is one of the fights that if you have a Pokemon that's faster than Fuecoco, you're fine on.
Definitely.
Yeah, the other side of it that's kind of funny, though, is we didn't touch on it, but Pokemon have abilities, and the starters all get their signature Blaze, Torrent, and Overgrow, which is just when they're at a 3rd or below HP, you get a 1.5 boost to your, like, stab typing, so Fire for Fuecoco, as an example. So if you get, like, double crit sometimes you just two-shot because you get to blaze and then you get the huge damage range. There's like a lot of like really interesting ways that these fights can go. Like sometimes getting flinched is faster because it's faster to go like Ember, get flinched, Ember, then go 3 Embers. So like there's some very funny ways that these fights can like save time with a bit of bad luck. The fly strat. Slightly faster. And nice little stop and go there. Perfect.
Yeah, that time it worked out. You want to like send them out like pretty early. Like earlier than you would think.
Yeah, I noticed with stop and go the way it works is it doesn't like the Pokemon picks the direction that they're going to run after you send them out like a lot later. So you need to be like running in the direction that you want it to go for a lot longer when you do stop and go. It makes it a little complicated. And that should be plenty of XP. I don't have my ruler with me, but definitely looked like enough there.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if I had enough. So.
Yeah, that looked like totally fine.
One of the good things is there's that Fido that we just ran past that's always there. And it gives you either 24 or 27 experience depending on which level, like what level you're at. So usually that can be a pretty big EXP bump if you need it.
Yeah, it's like literally half of all the XP you'd ever need.
Yeah.
All right, will we see the marathon safety strats of purchasing here? We will not. I love the confidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you can choose to buy Pokédolls there, which can make the travel later a little bit safer, but it's slower, so definitely fine to skip it.
There's a couple you can pick up on the ground. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, we are heading over to the Nemona fight. So one of the reasons why we're like very awkwardly trying to get like this exact amount of XP at level 8, obviously it's faster to like aim for less XP because getting more XP is slower, but the main thing is we really want our Lechonk to be level 4 because it is the superstar of this run. We're going to actually start maining it here. We're done with Fuecoco. And Lechonk is going to come out and fight Nemona, our rival. And let's just see how this fight goes.
Yep.
I got faith. Lechonk's got this in the bag.
Yeah, so tackle against the Sprigatito, which is the lead here. It's a range between, I believe it's a 7-shot and a 9-shot, depending on how good your Fuecoco is. We're looking out for... Tail Whip can be annoying because it lowers your defense, and then sometimes you can die in one hit. Leafage and Bite both do a bit over half. They're pretty scary, and Scratch does almost exactly half. So this fight's a bit scary. You're typically KO'd in 2 turns, but hopefully we can pull it off.
Yeah, the other thing that can happen is Bite can flinch you.
Yeah, true.
Which is something when it happens.
And crit. If it crits, you just go down, which is terrifying.
Yeah. And if you crit back, then you end up with this extra cutscene that takes too long. So, okay.
All right, good start, but good chip on the Sprigatito. Oh, that might kill.
Oh, no.
Oh, we're dead.
It's
okay.
Over. Oh, no.
It's over. Lechonk, no.
no, Lechonk.
Every time. We have to do it every time.
Yeah. Wait, well, it like makes the luck better. We got the 11 in
we got the good
chance
luck
there.
Yeah.
Literally the only way that fight can go better is if you get Bite flinch turn 1. Like
or crit KO.
Or crit KO, yeah.
Yeah, crit KO would also do it. That's true. But yeah, Nemona you don't have to win against. Pretty much every time. So.
Yeah, you only have to win the literal last Nemona fight. Like, literally the last one. Every other one you're allowed to lose.
Yeah, so we strategically use our Lechonk there. And it's funny enough, I said that jokingly, but it actually is kind of strategic. You don't want to get too much experience, because if you get too much experience earlier, then your Lechonk hits level 5. Yep. Which makes that 2-shot a little bit harder, so... it was a joke, but it actually is something we strategically don't get too high level.
Yeah, if you're level 5, you cannot die to Scratch. So that's another combination of moves. And you can also survive Tail Whip Bite or Tail Whip Leafage. So it turns into a literal coin flip to get KO'd in 2 turns compared to the 11 out of 16 if you don't have the level 5, which is nice. Always good to have that like 11 out of 16 or better setup.
Yeah. And one of the hardest parts of the run is actually coming up right here. We have to remember to deposit the Lechonk and bring back out the Fuecoco.
I was going to mention that too.
Because after like 30 seconds of running here, we're going to go into another battle that we actually have to win. So
yeah,
you have to remember in this little stretch, which can be tough to remember because you have this whole cutscene right before it. So it's really easy to forget what you're doing.
Yep. To pop back in the box and grab Fuecoco. Something else that we could mention here is, like, normally it would be totally fine to have, like, both Pokemon with us, and it wouldn't matter at all. But in this game, there's also no option for Shift or Set, which have been, like, staples in Pokemon games since even Red and Blue. So you're forced to watch a little, like, animation after every KO where it says, oh, you just KO'd that Pokemon. They're about to send out this. Do you want to switch? And then if you don't have any other Pokemon with you, it won't ask you that because you obviously can't switch. Which makes it really important for the run that we only ever have one Pokemon with us, because you would lose 4 seconds every single time you get the KO, which adds up like so much throughout the course of the run.
It really surprises me that they took out animations and that setting for Shift and Set. Just doesn't make sense to me.
I get the animations, but Shift Set really surprised me. Alright, so here are these 2 fun fights.
Yeah, the first one here is not too bad. The Strudel will always outspeed you. It's surprisingly, like, looking at this thing, you wouldn't expect it, but it's actually very fast. And so usually a 3-shot, so we can get through this. The biggest thing here is you want to see as many scratches as possible, just because Scratch is a faster animation than Leer.
Yep.
Crit. Nah.
The most fun way that this fight can go is you get double crit by Scratch, put into Blaze, and get the 2-shot. Like my favorite fight ever. It's like 1 in 500. And yeah, barely hits level 9, which is what you want, because being level 9 for this next fight gives us quite a few benefits. The first is you have a chance to 2-shot. It's really rare, but possible. You're also guaranteed to 3-shot, unless you have, like, terrible special attack, which is pretty unlikely. And then also you have a chance to outspeed, and one of the reasons this fight is really annoying is because the Yungoos has Bite, which can flinch, but as long as you have 12 or higher IV speed, you will outspeed. So it could probably touch on like what IVs do, because we'll bring that up quite a bit, I feel like.
Yeah, so IVs are basically every stat you have 6 stats, HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. And each of those stats has a number between 0 and 31 assigned to it to tell you how good that stat is. So 0 IV attack is really bad, 31 IV attack is really good. In addition to your IVs, you also have the nature, and the nature is going to, there are 25 different natures, 5 of them are neutral, which means they do absolutely nothing. And the other 20 will take 1 stat and make it 10% better, and 1 stat and make it 10% worse. So if you hear us say something like, oh, we have plus attack, or we have minus defense, or something like that, that's what that means. Okay.
Okay, we're fine.
Sorry. All right.
Okay.
We're fine.
Okay,
We're fine.
Okay. I was getting a bit sketchy.
30% to flinch.
Yeah, we do have potions, so it could always heal. It's just slower.
Yeah.
That was a scary.
I was just scared of the crit there. Yeah. Getting crit twice can be really sketchy on that fight.
Leer, bite. That's just a mean fight.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Especially
scary.
with the crit. It was also one of those things where, like, if the crit did more damage, it would have been Blaze. We would just two-shot, but
That would have been sick.
yeah, it was like almost an amazing fight, but instead it was terrifying because they didn't do enough damage to us. Like, come on, do more.
Yeah. And the other thing worth mentioning, just because I saw it in chat, that's the fight where we get taught about terastallization. So terastallizing is this generation's mechanic, kind of like Dynamax in Generation 8. You will never see us terastallize. You'll see Terra on every gym leader and Elite Four member, but you won't see it happen, and a couple other story fights, but you won't see it happen from us at all. The animation just takes too long, and the side effect, while it's really good for like competitive play, it's not super great for speedrunning. Basically what happens is when you terastallize, your type defensively turns into that type. So if you're a fire Pokemon and you have Terra Water for some reason, for all defensive purposes, you become a water type Pokemon. So you're now weak to grass and you resist water. Offensively, what it does is if your Terra type is not a type that you are, so in that case, water, Terra to fire or vice versa, you gain your same type attack bonus for that type. So if I'm a water type using Ember, when I'm Terra Fire, I would gain 50% more power to my fire moves. If you are that type, then it becomes your same type attack bonus, instead of being 50% better, is 100% better. So if I'm fire type, Terra into a fire type, my fire moves are now double power instead of 50% stronger. Unfortunately, with the way X items work, getting that little extra boost is actually worse than just spending one turn to use like an X attack, which is actually a better boost. So you won't ever see us do it. There's like a couple of fights where it could potentially be worthwhile, but it's just barely not worth it. And those fights are the ones where like you have extra cutscenes during the fight for whatever reason. Like if you get hit by your opponent, there's a little cutscene that happens. But it ends up almost breaking even or not quite being worth it. So
yeah, it's one of those things where like if the animation wasn't as slow, we'd probably use it here and there. Like it's definitely useful. Like if we had, for example, Terra flying later for like Larry and the Elite Four could maybe be useful, but there's like a few spots where we'd probably consider it. The other fight that we didn't mention that has Terra on every fight is our rival, and that is part of the reason why Lechonk is the savior of the speedrun, because we didn't have to watch the rival Terra, and we're not going to have to watch 5 of those throughout the whole run. And each terastallization is like, what, 25 seconds, I think?
Yeah.
So, yeah,
and there's an extra
so much
like,
time.
When the Pokemon terastallizes and then uses a move that gets boosted by terastallization, there's an extra animation on top of that too.
It's only like a second or two, but it's like even more time. It just all adds up.
Yeah. Loki, if we had to win the Nemona fights, the second one would actually, like the one that we just lost, would actually be really brutal, because
It'd be really hard.
She leads her starter and then will terastallize a Pawmi. Pawmi is like the Pikachu of this generation. And it only has one move, which is Thunder Shock, which is boosted by terastallization. So if you picked Quaxley, you're just dead. And even if like Sprigatito can get through the fight just because it resists, but Fuecoco would have to heal probably a couple times during the fight.
Yeah, I was winning that fight like on super release, so like, you know, day 2 speedruns. And the strat was to let's go to level, I think it was 8 or 9 before Nemona, and then you would guaranteed get Blaze for the 2-shot on the Pawmi. And then I realized you could just lose all the rivals and save like 3 minutes.
Yeah. You might be wondering why we're not talking about what we're doing in the game. It's because it's really boring. This is the...
You didn't have to say it.
This stretch of the game drags on and on. It's like 10 minutes of basically getting introduced to the story of the game. So here we're talking to Arvin. Arvin wants us to make sandwiches with him. Just to be quite honest.
Penny wants us to go to the car shows.
Yeah. So the way that this game works is there are 3 different storylines. There's the Victory Road storyline, which is the one that we just got introduced to by Nimona. And that is the gyms, the Elite Four becoming champion. That's your typical Pokemon game. This storyline here is the Path of Legends, which are the Titans, if you remember like the early trailers, if you haven't played the game. And these are going to be like these 5 boss Pokemon that are really, really big. Think of like totem Pokemon from Sun and Moon. And by defeating those Pokemon, you'll gain new abilities for your ride Pokemon. So you'll gain the ability to dash, you'll gain the ability to surf, stuff like that through these Titan Pokemon. And the final storyline, which you're kind of getting introduced to now, but not like formally until a little bit later, is the Starfall Street story, which is sort of like the evil team. So the evil team is Team Star, and there are going to be these 5 Starfall bases that you have to do this little mini game to take over. And once you do all 3 of these storylines, it unlocks a 4th storyline, and that 4th storyline is sort of like the end of the run. Once you finish that one, then the run, you get credits, the run concludes, everyone's happy. But that's why this run is so long. If you just had to beat the Elite Four, like you do in all the other Pokemon games, this would be like a 3-hour run.
Yeah, actually way less, honestly. Well, depending on where you start.
Yeah.
I mentioned earlier that there's like the Path of Legends speedruns. We have category extensions for this game. They're very competitive. And they all start just after this whole school section. They start like as soon as you get access to the ride and access to like the whole overworld and whatnot. But we have one for like each of the main storylines. So if your interest in this game is like just doing E4, you can do just that. You can start at the ride and then just do the E4 section. If you want to do like Path of Legends, then you can just do Path of Legends and so on and so forth. There's a lot of like cool categories you can do with this game.
Yeah, and I think the majority of the work routing wise has gone into any percent in Path of Legends. But the other 2 categories, the Starfall Street and Victory Road, are sort of ramping up in routing. And I think all 3 of them, Path of Legends is under an hour at the top end. Mm-hmm. Starfall Street's about an hour and a half, and Victory Road is about 2 hours and like 20 to 25 minutes. So it's all very, very approachable runs. And honestly, just because of the way that this route works, once we have routes that are like well documented and written down, which is honestly hard to do for this game just because of you'll see why.
Yeah.
Once we have routes really nailed down and they're not changing every day, this is going to be my go-to choice when somebody asks like, what Pokemon game should I pick up as a beginner? This game is going to be absolutely, I think, the best beginner run. The only problem with it, I think, is the length, at which those single story runs sort of aim to fix. Is this the latest that we meet a professor in a Pokemon game?
We met him right at the start, right? Or no, never mind, I'm thinking of Clavel. He's not a professor.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do not meet the professor until pretty late in this game.
It's usually the professor that gives you the Pokemon.
Yeah, I guess this is one of the first games that it's not the professor. I always like to be very critical of my early games. I always check the bedtime when you like go to bed here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I think this run's been pretty good. 0 burn.
Yeah, no burns. The only
Pretty
thing was
solid.
the bite section was a bit sketchy.
Yeah.
But it was fast, you know. To answer another question from chat, do we use the control stick multiple controllers to watch faster thing? So what that's referring to is there was something that was found posted on Reddit pretty quickly after the game came out where you could use like the joystick on your Joy-Con that's attached to the Switch and like a second one, and you could run twice as fast. We're not doing that for 2 main reasons. The first is that was a handheld only thing. So you'd have to play in handheld mode to make that work. And the second reason is it's been patched out. So we unfortunately switch games when they get patched. There's no safe way to down patch. And so if something gets patched out, you either have to not update or you have to sort of agree as a community to just sort of forget about it. And so for this game, that's just not really something that it was used like a little bit by 1 or 2 runners early on. But once the patch came out, it's been sort of dead since then.
Yeah, the other side of it is playing in handheld, even with the boosted running speed, is slower overall than just playing docked because of the loading times. So you would have to do like a hybrid route where like during the walking sections, you take your Switch out of the dock and then play with the handheld mode. And it's like, I have to walk here. And then you would unplug it, play on handheld. It's like, okay, I'm going through a load. You would put it back on docked, and then it would just be a big nightmare to like constantly be changing everything. But that would be the optimal way to play the game.
It's actually funny because like the game performs better in handheld, but like the loads are longer, I think. So it's this weird dichotomy of like, do you want to play the whole time handheld and have slower loads, but the game plays better? Because we haven't talked about it much, but the game doesn't perform the best. We're going to be doing things like even something as simple as Chris just sort of aimed the camera down. That does help a little bit with the lag in the game. So
probably.
Probably. Yeah.
None of us know, but we all look down everywhere just in case.
I can't wait till like we get an actual performance patch and everyone is still looking at the ground even though it literally doesn't matter.
And it never did. Like it might not matter at all if we look down. We just all think it does. We're unbelievably superstitious about this game, to the point that Violet would be the faster game to play on for like the battles and whatnot. But we all play on Scarlet because we are all sure that Violet lags more. Like everyone who's run on Violet just like loses like 2 seconds on this split, 4 seconds on this split. It's like, where am I losing time? And then, like, the only explanation is Violet. And then you switch to Scarlet and you save the time on those splits. And you're like, nothing makes sense. So,
well, that and everyone was posting their PBs. So, like, there was a time where it was, like, a lot of people were on Violet. There were a couple people still on Scarlet. And I would post a PB and it would be like, oh, this is a 5:37 with, like, a 5:25 in-game time. And then Saiyan would post a 5:36 with, like, a 5:20 in-game time. And it's like, what is happening with this game? That the in-game times are so different between the two versions. And we think it's lag.
Yeah, we literally just think Violet lags more. And if you're wondering if it's the mount, no. I've consistently been saving 15 seconds through school on Violet. It has nothing to do with the mount.
I thought it was the mount.
No, it's not. I cannot explain why Violet lags, but every single run through the intro, I'm like, oh, I'm 15 seconds ahead. Nice.
To be fair, we do know that there are non-ride differences between the games. We won't spoil what it is, but there is a loading zone that exists in Violet that doesn't exist in Scarlet. So there could be other random overworld things that are different between the two.
Yeah. It's like just wild how like these games are identical until the final area, except they're so different for some unknown reason. Alright, we are coming up on the big section where we get full control, and this becomes an incredibly open world game where there are 18 bosses that we can do in any order that we would like. And how the heck are we gonna optimize this?
Yeah.
So let's see what the decision making here is. Oh, it's so close. This is so exciting.
This is the best part of the run.
The RNG jump, here we go. Right on the not jump, saving like half a second. Let's go. Cool little trick here. Flying when you're already in a town has a faster load, so just flying there to, 1, travel faster, and 2, because you're already in town, the load is faster.
Yep, and then we jump out of the city there, because if you go through the door, there's like an extra cutscene that plays. And so we can sort of void out of the city and do it that way. And then immediately going to fly to Los Platos, which is where we were earlier, because now that we have the ride Pokemon, there's this cool movement tech that we can do. just taken from your favorite Mario game.
Yep. So you could do this movement with a different glitch that some people might know about, where you can throw a Pokemon at another Pokemon to start a battle and get teleported. But it ends up being a little bit slower, so it's better to just wait till you have the ride, because you have to do a lot of movement here to get to where we want to go. And just backwards long jumps up the cliff.
Yeah, for some reason, your ride Pokemon on slopes that you'll slide down. So not a slope that you can like run face first into and then stop, but a slope that you can slide down. For some reason, your Pokemon will slide backwards down it, but it won't slide forwards down it. So you can sort of turn around and then backwards jump up there. We do that a couple times during the run. It was honestly more exciting to find than it was to like actually apply in the run, especially with the way the route is now. There were actually other routes that used it way more, but
yeah, we don't use it all that often, I feel like, but there's a lot of movement tech in this game, which is really cool. That's definitely like one of the movement techs, is being able to climb up these areas that you shouldn't. Shout out to the acrobatics TM that we'll see in a little bit. It's funny that the most acrobatic section of the run is to get the TM for it.
Yep. And this movement actually is possible to do with 0 backward jumps by going a different way.
Yeah.
But by going the other way, you don't get the quick ball that Chris picked up.
Yeah,
and
very
you can
important.
absolutely, yeah, you can do this catch without the quick ball. But it's guaranteed with the quick ball, and especially for a marathon, you don't want to rely on like a 60% chance or whatever it is with an Ultra Ball.
Yeah, I would highly suggest getting the quick ball if you like doing this route. If you ever do runs of this game, it's so much more consistent.
I'm pretty
and
sure
hey, it's the main.
Yeah, this is the new main. I'm pretty sure the world record gets the quick ball for what it's worth.
Every run has started getting the quick ball that I'm aware of, at least.
It's just way too risky with the Ultra.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so this is our new main. This is Flamigo. Flamigo is a fighting flying type Pokemon. Much like Hawlucha, if you know who Hawlucha is. But the main difference between this and Hawlucha is the attack and speed stats are basically swapped. So Hawlucha is primarily fast with a decent attack stat. Flamigo is the other way around. Flamigo has a really good attack stat. It's 115 with only 90 speed. But because of the nature of the way this run's going to work, your speed is not going to matter as much.
And immediately using that large candy on Flamigo to hit level 25.
Tangled Feet. Okay.
Tangled Feet, that is amazing attack. The speed's
Great attack, yeah.
okay. That's literally perfect, I believe. 70 is the highest you can get. So that's really good. Attack is the most important stat for the run. Speed should also be about average. I think it's 6 to 10. But I'm not positive with minus speeds. But yeah, that's a really good Flamigo. Speed's like kind of important later, but we'll mitigate that with the vitamins we'll be picking up later. So
yeah, the other thing is, so a lot of these early game routes are really, really tough to navigate because a lot of the Pokemon are really, really small.
Yeah.
Another thing to mention about the stats, well, 2 things. So the first one is, even though we're minus speed, that doesn't matter. We're going to be picking up these items called mints. They were introduced in Generation 8, and they basically give you a free way to change your nature. So even though we are, I think it was plus special attack minus speed, so we're quiet nature, we're going to be able to change that to something that is a lot more beneficial to us. The second thing is that, not related to stats, but related to the ability. So Flamigo has 2 primary abilities, Scrappy and Tangled Feet. Tangled Feet does absolutely nothing for us. I think it like prevents us from being confused or something. I don't know. It's weird.
You boost your evasion when confused.
That's what it does.
It's such a weird ability. It's never used in the run.
Yeah. And then the other ability it can have is Scrappy. Scrappy is an ability that allows normal and fighting moves to hit ghost-type Pokemon, which you might think is why we want it, but we actually want it because of the secondary effect that was added in Generation 8, which is that it blocks Intimidate. So Intimidate is an ability that will lower your opponent's attack when you get switched in. There's only a couple of instances of Intimidate, and only like even less of them that matter. But it allows us to do things in a little bit of a more optimal way if we get Scrappy. It's not a big deal. It's definitely not worth resetting in any percent. But you will see some of the like single story runs that use Flamigo resetting because they don't have a scrappy ability.
Yeah, I think I timed it, and it saves about 25 seconds to get scrappy for the any percent run, which is like, you know, significant, but I mean, if you just hit 1 extra damage range in the run, then you've already saved back all the time that scrappy would have, so.
Yeah, and this is the first Titan. This is Cloth. Titans have, well, most of the Titans have 2 phases to them. First phase is sort of like a standard Pokemon. So like if you encountered a level 16 Cloth, it's going to be the same. The second phase is going to have boosted stats. We don't know precisely what the boosted stats are. We have a lot of like anecdotal evidence that suggests it's like 2.5 times the HP or some boost to defense or something.
I don't know. Off, it's only like 1.6 times the XP. It's so confusing. But you might notice that Wing Attack comes out turn 1. That's not a misclick. Cloth has an ability called Anger Claw, where when it drops below half, it will get a Shell Smash boost. And it's a 13-second long animation, so it's faster to just go. That nice being slower than Cloth because of minus speed and Rock Tomb, but
I forgot that was a thing.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. A little slow, but that fight was fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, you want to just chip it a little bit because you can't quite one-shot that with low kick, so you need that little bit of chip with Wing Attack, and then the Shelter will either go for Leer or Water Gun and chip it enough to where you always KO with low kick, unless you have a really bad attack, Flamigo, but yeah, it works out perfectly there.
What was my attack animation?
It was 70. You have perfect.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, this Flamigo is very good. This is gonna be great.
Yeah, and 12 to 15 speed. So yeah, good.
Yeah, typically, so because we just sort of change our nature at will, you really only care about what your IVs are for your stats because you're gonna make it plus attack later anyways. And so you kind of want like your combined attack and speed IVs to be about like 20 to 30 or better. Just because we're going to be doing some other things to boost our stats later, and you can, I guess I'll spoil it just because it's easier to explain. So we're going to be using a lot of vitamins, and we're going to buy those vitamins. We only have like 200,000 money to buy vitamins with, and so you have to put some of that into carbos, which will boost your speed, and some into proteins, which will boost your attack. And so it doesn't really matter too much like, oh, I've got 65 attack, so that's kind of bad. It's like, well, if your attack is bad, but your speed is really good, then it doesn't matter. And so in this case, we have great attack and decent speed. Like the speed was about mid-range. So this is actually a great Flamigo. Definitely one you want to see.
Yeah, the other side of it is attack matters a lot more for the run, so you really prefer having the good attack because speed, like, literally doesn't matter until the, like, literal last 2 fights of the game. There's, like, a couple other spots where it can matter, but it barely matters there. But it's really just the last 2 fights. So because you don't need speed for a really long time, having the good attack lets you do a lot in the early to mid to even late game. So having this really good attack stats could be super nice. Could maybe see some 1-shots on things that would normally be 2 shots.
Yeah, and then just for reference, because this always gets asked too, you pretty much never have to reset because of a bad Flamigo. So you don't have to worry about like, oh, I want to pick up this game, but I really don't want to reset for bad stats 50 minutes in. That's not a thing. My current PB had 0 attack, 3 speed. So it's totally runnable. Any Flamigo you get, it's just some are going to be a little bit better than others.
My PB has a modest Flamigo with 0 attack IV.
I think mine was neutral, but yeah, it was like 64 attack. I think that was the minimum. Whatever minimum attack was. 64 attack and 50 speed. I saw those two. I was like, oh no, Tangled Feet 2. What's happening?
That's hilarious. Yeah, that's what's nice about this run is we put a lot of work into making it so it's very consistent. You can always complete runs, but then obviously if you're going for record, maybe then you can start deciding to reset certain stats. There's all kinds of like theories for this run where, oh, if you get perfect attack and good enough speed, maybe we can skip teaching close combat later and like that sort of stuff. That was smart to walk over there to despawn. Pokemon have like a radius, and if you exit that radius, they will despawn, and the Pokemon on that cliff would have been very annoying to get around, so walked a bit out of the way to get them despawned.
You can get absolutely comboed there.
Yeah.
Also,
it was not looking good.
yeah, we didn't mention it, but beating Cloth gives us the ability to dash, and so that's what we are doing now. That's why we're moving faster. Common misconception about this game: it is not the it's not the first Titan you do that gives you dash. It is specifically Cloth.
Yep.
All of the Titans have a specific ability they give you. It's not just the number that you do. We happen to do them in roughly the order you're supposed to. I think you're supposed to do the bird before the worm, but
yeah, bird before worm.
Either way. And yeah, this picture you have right here, Chris just doing movement, this is what you're going to see for the next like 10-ish minutes.
Yeah.
We're going to be unlocking a bunch of fly points, picking up a ton of items we're going to be using. We're going into some like pretty late game areas right away here. And so that's why those Pokédolls would have been nice to buy, and something that you should do as a beginner in this game. Just because you're level 25 and these Pokemon in this area are like level 30s, and then later on they're going to be level 40s.
Yeah.
So running into one of them can be pretty bad. But
Chris is a master and only needs one Pokédoll for this section, and may pick up another one. That
is
family.
a really bad spot.
That's
for
a
those
despawn. You can just run over the road and they'll all despawn. As you can see, they're gone now. Yeah, this is the acrobatics section, and it's also an acrobatic section. There at the top of this, there's 2 XP candy sets. So there's the 3 mediums, there's a large, and then acrobatics at the top of this little hill. So you'll be seeing a little bit of climbing here to grab the TM, and this is the best move in the game.
Oh my god,
that
I'm
is
running
so
away.
Okay, got it. Let's go.
All right, that was pretty clutch getting out of there. Holy moly!
Yeah, that was tough, but survived it pretty easily.
Yeah, so EXP candies are another item that was introduced in Generation 8. There are 5 sizes for EXP candies: extra smalls, mediums, larges, and extra larges. We won't see any extra larges, which is really sad. But large EXP candies give you 10,000 total experience, and each medium candy gives you 3,000. So those are what we're going to be picking up here. We're going to be getting a lot of these. You get almost 10 larges over the course of the run. Or you get about 10 larges over the course of the run, about 25 mediums. Like, there's a ton of experience you're using. And these experience candies are super useful on low-level Pokemon. You don't start... Like, a rare candy gives you 1 full level. But EXP candies just give you raw experience. And so we saw earlier, we picked up a large candy and used it immediately and got our Flamigo from 17 to level 25. With all these experience candies we're going to be picking up, we're going to get from like level 25, after all is said and done, up to like almost level 60. And then use the rest of it with the rare, or do the rest of our leveling with the rare candies. Because that's about the time that a level is worse than a large candy.
Yeah, there's kind of 2 experience routes that you can do. So we mentioned the natures earlier between Scrappy and Tangled Feet. I'm assuming Chris is going to be doing the Tangled Feet route, where you actually grab a couple extra candies early, so you can hit level 55 before the, spoiler alert, first gym that we're going to be doing. So grabbing that large, going to grab these mediums, and instead of heading over to the fly point over by the fighting area, might actually head over to the ghost town to grab the very, very large amount of large candies that are just over there for some reason.
Yeah, I'm going to be heading over there first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this movement ends up being a little bit slower. There's a really cool movement tech that you can do if you have the high jump ability, which you get for beating the Worm Titan, or the Steel Titan, where you can just jump onto the roof of the gym and then jump over back onto the mountainside, because you want to jump onto the roof of the gym to get the fly point for later, and then you want to head basically straight north, and as you can see, like, north of the gym is where you'd be going. We don't have high jump, so we can't do that. So you just jump into town, and then now that you're in town, you can head up the mountain again. Grab this medium candies behind the gym really quick as well.
Yeah. Also, just to sort of prove how open world this really is, the town we were just in is the 6th gym, and the sort of ski area that we were at is the 8th gym, and that is very unfair.
Yeah, this game sometimes the Pokemon, I don't understand why it works, but they just jump out at you like nobody's business. Like that was not where you were. Like that should not have hit you, but sometimes you get these like extended hitboxes. And that has to be a little bit safe because no more Pokédoll. There's always a Delibird here.
Pokédolls.
Oh, you had 3. Okay, I didn't know which ones you grabbed.
I grabbed like the extra one because I went out of the way near acrobatics. So we're okay.
Maneuvering this mountain is really tough because there's a lot of Pokemon that'll randomly spawn in on you. And there's also really uneven ground that's just, it looks like you should be able to run through something and then you'll start sliding.
Yeah.
And so it can be really awkward, but that was a pretty solid set there. And then we're going to go ahead and enter this gym here. So every gym has a gym test associated to it. And so you have to enter a gym, you get a little cutscene, you start the gym test, and you leave to go do the gym test, whatever it is. The reason we grabbed this one early is because when we fly back here, the gym test is actually up at the Pokemon Center where we will fly to. So it makes more sense to grab this now and continue down the mountain, as opposed to sort of saving it for later. You can absolutely start a test and then just abandon the area for like 3 hours. The game doesn't care.
Yeah, it's very funny how many how many gyms do we enter before we do any? It used to be 3 or 4 gyms you would enter before we do a gym. I think now it's only 1 or 2.
Now it's only 1, but there is one that will do the test and then not actually go back to the gym to do the fight for 30 or 45 minutes.
But yeah, we'll be right back.
So another bit of movement optimization that you'll see through a lot of these areas is we have to do a lot of like jumping down cliffs. And if you fall from too high of a height, you'll get this sort of like stopping animation where your Koraidon, the ride Pokemon, will just sort of stop in place. And then you can start running again. Yeah. And so if you happen to hit a slope that you would slide down, kind of like the BLJ stuff, a slope that you'll slide down, then you can sort of stop that animation from happening and continue moving a lot faster. So we're going to try to do it in a bunch of places. This is one of them where if you can get lucky, you can do. So that little slide there basically prevented the animation from happening. That worked out perfectly.
Yeah, so many Pokemon just spawning in the road. So heading down here, there's 2 more candies, or actually 3 more sets of candies, and that center right there is a really crucial fly point for later. We might see a Pokemon pop up that was previously used in speedruns. It is now used in speedruns again. Also might not be. So we're gonna grab this fly point and then head over to this last set of candies, and then if we don't see it, it's not that big a deal, can always get it later. Okay, didn't see it, so we're gonna leave. Again, there's a lot of different like variants to this run. It's kind of like an adaptive run in a way, but if you see a Pokemon early, because we mentioned earlier that we're going to be doing the team star bases, and you need 3 Pokemon for that. And you can catch one of them a little bit early. It's a little hard to catch because it's a really high level Pokemon, but it ends up being worth catching because the experience early is really good. But not too big of a deal to skip it, so just have to get it later. And there's multiple Pokemon you can use as well, so it's not that important to get like a specific one. You're typically looking for Hawlucha, Scyther, Flamigo, and a couple others are usable but not as good.
Yeah, and so there we just dumped all the experience candies into Flamigo, and we jumped from level 25 to level 54. Yep. That is the reason we didn't use the rare candies as well is because we're actually going to be, after doing this movement, we're going to do a Titan, a couple more gyms, and then we're going to do a bunch more movement to pick up even more candies. And so as you use, like if you use an experience candy, you'll see that we were like just shy of level 55. But if we were to use a rare candy, we'd only gain like 600 experience or something. So we delay all of our rare candies until later when we've used every experience candy that we're going to, at least for the early game. And then we'll just sort of supplement the rest of it with whatever rare candies we have.
Also, I'm sure some people are probably wondering if Flamingo is still going to obey us if it's level 55.
Yeah.
But it will, because we caught it when it was level 17. The way that the obedience checks work in this game is it only looks at the level that you caught the Pokemon at. So regardless of its level, because we caught the Flamigo at level 17, it just will always obey us. Same with the starter, just because we caught it when it was level 5, so they will always obey. That's part of the kind of struggle with this route in a way. Doing the Team Star stuff early could be nice, but the problem with doing it early is we would need to have 3 high-level Pokemon, and we just can't do that early on because there's not enough XP candies. But yeah, here comes the Steel Titan fight. This used to be a giant pain, but now it's completely free because Low Kick is a very, very good move. And it will just simply one-shot both phases of the fight with no RNG anymore.
Yeah, this is the most recent change. We used to do this right away. But now we are delaying it until we've done more candies, which is very nice, because it wasn't a fight you died to very often, but there were definitely situations where you'd be like, I am dead if he attacks me right now.
Yeah, double Iron Tail was a death sentence, and it's like a 1 in 64 or something, but if it happens, you just can't do anything about it if they both hit. But yeah, normally what we would do is we would go the worm first, and we would have high jump for that whole big movement section. It made a lot of stuff faster and easier.
Specifically the acrobatics thing.
Yeah, funny enough, the acrobatics TM was completely free with high jump, and it's really difficult without it. But because we skip high jump for later, we save about 40 seconds on these 2 fights. So it's better to just, skill check yourself, not have high jump, and do these difficult movement sections without it, and then get high jump right after. But yeah, this used to be a really annoying fight because it would be a 2 or a 3 shot, almost always a 3 shot. Unless the Toad Scroll that Arvin has went for Screech, which it never did. It was always supersonic, and it's slow and annoying, but now the fight's over and it doesn't matter.
Supersonic, just so annoying.
The best part is when it would use supersonic and it would miss because it's 45% to miss.
Yeah.
And then it would decide to use it turn 2 as well.
That's funny.
Please just Grass Knot end the fight. I'm 5 HP right now. Also, let's go! Fuecoco's evolving! Let's go!
Yeah, this is another thing. So you might be wondering why we have the Fuecoco in our party still, because we said earlier, it's slower to have 2 Pokemon because you'll get asked every time if you want to switch. These Titans don't ever ask you because there's only 1 Pokemon in each battle. And this passive experience on the Fuecoco is really nice because we do want to use the Fuecoco for 2 things still. The first is we're actually going to beat one of the gyms with the Fuecoco. Which is actually the primary reason why Fuecoco is used over Quaxley or Sprigatito. There are other reasons too, but that's the main one. And then we also need a 3rd Pokemon for those Starfall bases. So we're going to catch something high level to use as our main partner. But we do need a 3rd Pokemon, even if it is a little bit useless because it's kind of low level. And so this passive experience is nice. The old strat would use 2 experience candy mediums on it. Here we can just get passive experience and then use 1 candy on it instead.
Yeah, routing this experience section took a lot of time because we just barely get enough. So it was kind of a interesting math problem that we ran into, was getting enough XP on the Fuecoco. And it turns out you get enough just from the 2 Titans to hit level 20 after 1 med candy. That solved everything.
I feel like my entire experience with this game has been math.
It really has, yeah. I can tell you exactly how much XP we have after like any amount of candies at this point.
Yep.
It's 15,224 that we have after co-op.
I've gotten weirdly acquainted with the medium slow experience curve.
Yeah. Well, for me, it was medium.
It was medium fast.
It was medium fast for a pretty long time. Which is interesting because with the amount of XP candies we used, they were one level apart. Which is like just kind of silly that it ended up that way. It was like, oh, we're basically the same Pokemon.
Yeah, so all these titans are accompanied by some pretty long cutscenes here. So always gets asked as well is, and I'm pretty sure I saw the question earlier in chat. We do have the skip cutscenes option turned on. There are cutscenes that are skipped. These are not those. It is pretty brutal. Luckily, because of Turbo, it is a lot more bearable. But it is like, especially this one, you beat the Orthworm at like an hour 11, and it's like an hour 14 and ticking right now.
Yeah, I think this is a 4.5 minute cutscene.
It's super long.
Yeah. I love.
There are some load screens that are long too, but get to that.
By the way, love the story in this game. It's just for speedrunning. I would like to skip the cutscenes just because it would save a lot of time. But yeah, this game definitely had one of the best stories of all the Pokemon games. I love this, especially the Arven story. I'm trying to see if we got the Pokeball in the middle of the room. It's one of my favorite features of this game. I think I saw it when we went in, but I wasn't paying enough attention.
Oh my god. My 530, I think, had the Hawlucha spawn in like the cutscenes at the end of Starfall Street. Like in the schoolyard.
Oh, that's
and it
so
was
sick.
just like randomly there when Penny was talking, and it's like, oh my god. It's so funny. There are these weird things that can happen.
I had Scyther in one of my old PBs during the interview at the Elite Four, and it was just standing right behind me the whole time. It was so funny.
That's funny.
That's so good.
That was probably my favorite one of those. Alright, so filing through here and gain access to movement. This is a pretty sick movement section here. But it is now time to put Crocklore away for now.
Goodbye, Croc. Yeah, this is one of the main benefits of doing this sort of backward movement to Orthworm. Because normally what we would do is we'd actually go through the gym, or through the city that has the grass gym. And then...
The slide.
Come on.
Oh.
We're good.
We'd go through the gym that has, or the town that has the grass gym, and then do all this movement through a giant field that has no benefit to us because there's no like rare candies or anything. And then make our way to this town, which is the electric gym town. And then we'd fly to the north side where we just went backward. And then go all the way around that mountain that you just saw Chris go all the way over. And so because you don't have to go around that mountain, that saves time sort of getting to this city. And also you're not going through that field with no candies to pick up. You're, doing that extra movement to go over to Zapapico, which was by like acrobatics and stuff, where it actually has useful items for us to pick up. So you kind of trade like two movement sections, but one has useful things, and then you can cut through a mountain instead of going all the way around it.
Yeah, like a huge majority of routing this game is just like figuring out the order to kind of get the movement in. And it just turns out that the way that we did it here is quite a bit faster than the old movement. It's also funny you mentioned that big open field has no candies in it. It has 3 of them. They're just
way
slow. Out of the way. So it's better to go the other way and get those candies instead. I think it's a minute and a half for 3 candies. So they're like 30 seconds each, but that's not fast enough.
Yeah, timing those candies was funny because like if you get one of them, it's really bad. It's like 50 seconds. But if you get 2 of them, because you're already over in that area, it's like 30 seconds per candy or something like that. So it ends up being like this weird thing where it's like, well, if I'm going to get one, I may as well get both.
Yeah, a lot of like again this game is a math problem, but a lot of the math problem is like figuring out which candies are optimal to get and which ones aren't. So it's like you have to assign like a value to all the candies and be like, okay, if we're a candy short, this is the best one to get. If we need 2 candies, we'll get these 2. And it's like you always want to have these like backups kind of unlock. Like what's optimal to go for if I just need to get like that 1 extra level for something. Because
you don't even know.
I was gonna say you take any Flamigo that you get. So sometimes like you need an extra level because you just don't have a good Flamigo, or sometimes you can skip a candy because you have a really good one.
Yeah, and because this game was brand new, like there wasn't a lot of resources out there like that were accurate with like this is where every single rare candy is, and so you don't know how many times people would have like their day ruined or like their run ruined because somebody would come in and be like, hey, I found a new rare candy. It's like 2 seconds out of the way. And you're like, really? Why did we not know about this one? And then you'd have to redo your whole experience route with a new candy that got added.
Dude, the 3 larges north of Montenevra, I cannot believe that was a thing. There's just 30,000 XP up there.
Sheep told me about that in my chat. I was in the middle of doing a run, and I'm like, all right, this run sucks. Show me where it is. And I was so mad because he was right. That it was there.
Yeah, like, well, I found it in one of my I was just doing a casual playthrough and I found it, and it was like, what the heck? Like, because I think what it was I was doing something, and I know that you had found a large candy up there. So I was like, oh, I'll go get the large candy that Etiquette found. And I found 3 larges, and I was like, that's not what was supposed to be here. And then there was also the large, and there's also another large. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. Because early on, what it was like crowdsourcing. It was like, everybody go pick up random items. If you ever find an EXP candy XL, let me know. Because an XL candy, the larges are 10,000 experience and XL is 30,000, which is like one of those can probably save a minute of movement. And then it randomly got found like 2 weeks after the game came out. We randomly found that there was a set of 3 larges all in one pack,
which is an XL,
which is basically the same as an XL.
Oh, also, it's raining now. Let's go.
Yeah. Weather is random in this game. Weather lasts for about 5 minutes before it changes. For the most part, we don't care about weather, but weather does. Oh no.
The 15%.
Weather does add lag to the game. And Levincia, this city that we're in, is one of the 2 worst offenders of lag in the game. So getting rain here is a bit unfortunate just for like passive time loss.
Yeah. You basically just never want weather. Like if there was a toggle to turn it off, we would, but luckily it's not that bad because we're pretty much done and it might stop by the time we get to the fight. Yeah, there's the first example of a gym challenge. There'll be one for every gym. It's always different.
Some of them are pretty cool. Like I really like this one. It still has one of the complaints I had about Sword and Shield, like especially at the gym battles or the gyms at the end of the game. They're very much turned into like just battle these 3 trainers and then we'll call it good. This game has like 1 gym like that, but the rest of them, even if they have battles like this one, they're still like integrated in a different mini game, so it's kind of fun.
Yeah.
Although there is one mini game that is not so fun.
My favorite. It's my favorite.
I love it.
Why?
Yeah. Even it's hard, but it's fun to optimize. I agree.
I like it.
We all know what you're talking about.
Fun to optimize.
It can be. Also, shout out to Electro King.
Yeah.
For those of you that haven't read the text here before, once the camera pans over to us right before the fight starts, look about in the top left-ish of the screen, and you'll see Electro King donate 5K. So shout outs to Electro King.
So this gym here is the main reason why Tangled Feet and Scrappy have different experience routes early on. The third Pokemon on this gym leader, this is the electric gym, for what it's worth. The third Pokemon is a Luxio, which has Intimidate. So if you get intimidated, then you have to be a higher level in order to KO the final Pokemon. So that those little bit of extra experience candies we grabbed that we were going to grab anyways. It's worth mentioning that movement just kind of got moved from one section to another. You can do it in a more optimal way later because we'll have the high jump. But it's not like that was like a minute 30 of random movement that we're just going to lose because of Tangled Feet. It just sort of got moved from one section of the game to another.
Yeah, there's really just 2 time saves if you do the other set of movement. The first is what we mentioned with like jumping onto the gym that saves like 10 or 15 seconds. The other one is you can do the first of the rival fights in the snow town instead of doing it in the normal town. And if you have Scrappy. And by doing the rival fight there, you save 11 seconds on just the loading screen. So it's just much more optimal to do the rival in the snow town than in the normal town. Also, shoutouts to being able to acrobatics because a very good attack set here. This is another spot where attack matters. You'd have to double kick this if you don't have really good attack. And even that can be a range on like really, really bad attack stats. To the point where you might actually just delay doing this gym entirely. Yeah. 30 attack, IV or higher. This is a guaranteed one shot with Acro, and this Mismatch will go down. So
this is one of the coolest uses of terrestrialization, I think, in the game.
Yeah.
Mismagius has Levitate as its ability, so she turns a ghost type into a Pokemon with 0 weaknesses, which is really cool.
Yeah, I like how all of the like terrestrialized Pokemon and all the gyms make sense. Like they're either like really cool like competitively or they're really cool like thematically. Like I really like how they pick the Pokemon for the gyms that they terrestrialize. And one of them is used for a pun coming up, which hurts.
100% the reason why they did it. They didn't do it for any other reason.
That will be on the next gym that we'll be doing.
Although actually, 2 of Grass's weaknesses are fire and flying, which
I guess that's fair.
Does get countered a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, it's interesting as well, like how they pick the terrestrialized Pokemon in this. So like all of the gyms will pick a Pokemon that doesn't benefit from same type attack bonus. So like, you know, fire type gets the boost from fire. But like Mismagius is not an electric type, and it terrestrialized to electric. The next one I'm not going to spoil, but it's a rock type that's going to terrestrialize to grass, so on and so forth. But then when you get to the Elite Four, they pick Pokemon that have that stab boost. So they're like, for example, a ground type becomes a ground type. It gets that like double boost. So it's like they do a lot more damage with their ground moves if you're a ground type that terrestrializes to ground. Which makes the Elite Four ones more threatening.
Yeah, there is one gym leader that does terrestrialize to the type of their Pokemon, but it's a bit of foreshadowing.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's interesting.
Yeah.
You are correct, though, yeah.
All right, so another rare candy to pick up, then we're going to fly back all the way here to... This is almost exactly where we were when we fought Cloth, but now we have a much higher level Flamigo. And so we're going to continue sort of our movement from here, pick up another couple rare candies, one of which is possible to get without high jump, but was a very dangerous jump to miss.
Yeah, it was like literally a run
right
killer.
Here.
If you miss this jump without high jump, you lose like 40 seconds. It's terrible.
Yeah.
It was pretty difficult as well. I've lost like 1 or 2 runs to it.
I missed that jump the other day with high jump, and I felt really bad.
No, like high jump, you don't get like much more distance. You just get more height. So it's like it happens for sure that you missed that.
Yep, and then we're gonna head over here, and then so this is gonna be the second gym we're doing. This is the grass gym, and pretty fun mini game actually, all things considered. I think this is one of my more favorite mini games. Both for speedrunning and just casually. It was fun. This is the Sunflora Hide and Seek.
I love this. It was really fun routing this because like everyone had different routes at first, and then we all just stole each other's like best parts, and then now we all do the same thing because it's like this is optimal though.
I think the current route for at least the current route I'm doing for Sunfloras was finalized because I was showing Josh my movement for different areas, and I was like, here's how I do the Sunfloras. And I get to the very end of it, and he's like, oh, you don't pick up this one here? I'm like, I didn't know there was one here. The one that's right behind the gym. I didn't know about
like
that
in
one.
the flower pot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that was like the last change that I've made to my route. Was that it's literally just everyone would be in each other's streams and be like, wait, there's one there too?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's like 30 or something Sunfloras throughout the town, and like 5 of them battle you. So the ones that battle you, no chance we get those. It's way too slow. So if the remaining like 25, we can pick up like any of them, and it was all about finding out like the best order. And luckily they just kind of give you 3 of them, so you're only really looking for 7 Sunfloras because they put 3 of them like right behind you for some reason. But yeah, it's all about finding the other like 7, and I think our path is really good now.
Yeah.
I'm curious to see if Chris goes for the YOLO jump or not. Well, I call it the YOLO jump because I'm bad, but...
Not sure.
Oh, they're also sleeping now because it's nighttime. I love how we get here at night now, so they're all asleep.
I tell myself that they're less laggy at night, so this is optimal.
And no YOLO jump. So you can jump over the top of this thing in the middle. It saves like a second, but the jump is really hard.
Is the hardest part of the game?
Vending machine?
Nice.
Perfect. Yeah, there's another
that one right
Sunflora.
there was the one that I didn't know about.
Yeah, the one behind the gym. Some people grab a different one that's over by the maze. It's like a second slower, but you don't have to accidentally buy lemonade.
It's so easy to do by accident.
Yeah, for some reason, that Sunflower that's like right in front of the vending machines, the hitbox overlaps with the vending machine, so sometimes you're like clearly talking to the Sunflora, and it's like, would you like to buy some lemonade? Alright, and now for one of the really cool reasons for this whole reroute. We used to do this gym immediately. We also, on a lot of the routes, used to do this gym with Fuecoco, but now we get to use our Flamigo for it, which has a move that's kind of incredible for this section. And this is actually one of the parts of the run where having this incredible attack stat is a bad thing. We'll touch on that here in a little bit, but that might actually lose us some time here.
I
or at least not
the
plus
other day.
nature, so hopefully we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, luckily it's only a little bit of time loss. It's not like a lose the fight kind of issue. By the way, this is what would happen if you jumped off of a large cliff with Koraidon. You would do that superhero landing and lose like 2 seconds. So thank you, Bracius, for demonstrating what would happen if we jump off a large cliff with the Koraidon.
Yeah. Another thing actually worth mentioning is there is no level scaling in this game. So even though we are a super high level, all of the gyms are sort of at their base levels. Mm-hmm. So this gym is meant to be the second gym that you do. We're doing it second. But it's meant to be like level 17, 18. And so you're going to see our opponent is quite literally level 16. But yeah, that makes things nicer for routing purposes, but obviously a lot of people, it's a little unfortunate that things aren't scaling up to what level you are or the amount of badges you have or anything like that. Like this fight will always be level 16, 17.
Yep. Alright, so here comes the Terrestrialized Pokemon on this fight. And this is also one of the main reasons why Flamigo is really nice. You might notice we have the move Double Kick. We are going to keep that move for the entire duration of the run, and we are going to use it 2 times. This is one of the 2 times that you'll see Double Kick in this entire run. And the reason for that is the Sturdy ability. There's certain Pokemon have the ability Sturdy, where if you would have one-hit KO'd them, they'll live on 1 HP. There'll be an animation that says, like, they endured the hit due to Sturdy, and then they'll attack you, and then you'll have to hit them again. But with Double Kick, We hit them once. We don't proc sturdy. Nice. That would have lost time to the animation. And then the second hit takes him out, and a perfect fight.
Yeah, if you let the Sudowoodo live, this is one of those fights. A lot of fights in these games, their ace Pokemon, their final Pokemon, in this case the Sudowoodo, they have extra cutscene that'll play when they use a specific move or when they hit you for the first time. And so typically, if you don't KO the Sudowoodo in one turn, Brassius will use this move called Trail Blaze, which is itself a slow move because it has a stat animation to it. But it also has this whole cutscene that'll play saying, I'm going to use this avant-garde move or something like that. I don't know. He's a weird one.
Yeah.
And so we can just sort of skip all that by doing this late.
Yeah, previously we had just two-shot it and watch the animation and lose 15 seconds.
Or randomly save 20 seconds because he decided to use Rock Throw.
Yeah.
Like, I think the current route is slower than just getting lucky and getting Rock Throw, but it's so unlikely to
Not
happen.
overall slower. It's definitely faster because of the movement. It just so happens that we also get the benefit of getting double kick here guaranteed.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was a time where we considered just entirely skipping the grass gym and doing like the same old route that we were doing, and then flying back like later and doing double kick. On average, I think it saved 6 seconds, but if you got Rock Throw, you would save a lot more. So it was kind of just a trade-off of if you took the risk or not. But now we don't even have to think about that.
I was doing that route before.
Yeah, I remember seeing you do that and thinking it was interesting.
All right, so now that we've done those 2 gyms, we're back to our regularly scheduled movement, picking up some more candies, more fly points.
Yep.
And yeah, now that we have high jump, it really helps for like 1 candy here, having high jump, but it's going to be a lot more useful for the movement that we do after we reach our destination.
Yeah. It's actually not that crucial for that the ending movement, but it makes it just a lot easier. I think it only saves like 2 seconds total.
Yeah.
I did not
So
see
many
that.
slides.
Oh, that was
I
a
know.
tough houndstone.
I saw your face. I was like, oh, what is going on?
Yeah, that slide can be really painful sometimes. Yeah, this section is always hard because there's so many like really small Pokemon, and there's like the snow, and then out of nowhere there'll be like a houndstone in the ground. It's like, I thought that was a snowflake. It's like it was like impossible.
We tagged that Pokemon Center. So all Pokemon Centers that are just sort of like in the wild, you have to hit the gray pad on the bottom. Almost all towns, you just have to get the town text, and then that is considered good enough. Specifically, the town with the Psychic Gym, you have to hit the Pokemon Center, and the area by the Ice Gym is not technically a town, it's just a gym with a Pokemon Center, so you have to hit the pad there too.
Yeah, it's actually kind of awkward having to hit the ice town, because you kind of like go up, hit the center, drop down to the gym, go back up to the center. Like very awkward.
Yeah, so this movement ends right in front of the normal gym. So it wasn't like a whole lot of candies we grabbed there, but those candies are very, very useful. And very important that we menu here before we enter the gym.
Lechonk is back, baby.
Lechonk is back. Every time you enter a gym for the first time with a new number of badges, you get a cutscene. And once you have 2 badges, the cutscene you get when you enter the gym involves Nimona taking you outside and fighting you. So you can't accidentally enter the gym without bringing out Lechonk, because as we learned earlier, we need to die to this fight. And we would get forced into the fight with our Flamigo instead. And that would not be nice.
Yeah, this is actually like one of the more interesting parts of routing this game was like these rival fights, because it's so much more complicated than you would think. Like, look how long this loading screen is. Different towns have different lengths on that load screen. The ice town is by far the best. It's 9 seconds. It's like 7 to 9 seconds. Then 5 of the towns have a 17 to 19 second load. That's all the towns except for water and electric. They all share the like 19 second load. And then water and electric have like a 24 second load. If we did all 3 of these rival fights in the ice town, we would literally save almost a full minute compared to doing the fights all in the electric town. So there's like this complicated routing where we need to do the fights in these like specific areas because we're gonna do 3 of these rival fights. And then the other complication is we need to have like certain badges when we like get these rival fights to spawn in order to have the rival fights be there. And then the other complication is the 5 badge rival fight. She fights you after you do the gym. And that ends up being a huge problem because you have to beat the gym and then immediately do the rival. You can't like change your party or anything. So we'll figure out how we deal with that issue in a little bit. But right here, gonna finally finish candying up the Flamigo. Not using all the med candies, an interesting strategy, but also a correct one. We touched on that a bit earlier. We need 1 med candy for our starter to beef it up a little bit more, so keeping the 1. And then using all those rare candies finally to hit level 71. Scrappy can optimize a little bit here. Again, a bit of a, not nature, an ability difference, but once again, there's an Intimidate Mon on this fight, so you can actually skip using the rare candies if you're Scrappy, because you won't be -1 attack for the last Pokemon on the Larry fight. Just a little bit of a time save, but again, Scrappy always saving time, and Tangled Feet being useless. And off to the gym we go. By the way, this is one of the coolest like gym puzzles to like actually solve. This is a really fun one. You just look on the strategy guide and pick the right 4 answers. Hit the screenshot. This is also a turbo moment here every time. Very carefully entering in the correct combo.
Yeah.
This in the interview at the E4, just every run. It's time for Larry. With bad attack, this fight's actually kind of a pain, but it's like totally reasonable with good attack.
You should be able to acrobatics everything.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, this is another fight that has Intimidate, so with Tangled Feet, you always want to basically use your rare candies now. Experience-wise, it's going to be identical later on.
Yeah.
It's just slightly better menuing to delay your rare candies until you pick up 2 more, because then you're basically done with your rare candies for a while.
This also has one of the longest cutscenes in the game. We mentioned like animation lengths earlier. A dumb strat you can do is wing attacking the Komala. It's a range on very high attack. Just going for acrobatics here, not going for the 0.6 second time save. But yeah, that's one of the decisions that you can make in this game to try and optimize a little bit. Is some Pokemon will go down to slightly faster moves than others, and acrobatics is a 3.2 second animation, and wing attack is a 2.6 second animation. So you can decide what you're going for based off of that. All of Flamigo's moves are very fast. Low kick and wing attack are the same. They're both 2.6 seconds, and then acrobatics being 3.2. And double kick is about, what is it, 6.5 minutes? Something like that. That is why we click it twice.
What's funny is the double kick animation itself is actually really fast, but then even if you one-shot something, it'll always say it hit the Pokemon 1 time, which takes like 2 or 3 seconds. So I actually had routed, before I realized that, I had routed in using a bunch of double kicks just to do that super fast animation, and then I did it in a run. I was like, oh no, what did I do?
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Yeah, it's funny in like most other, like Gen 2, you want to use moves like double kick because it doesn't give you the text and it ends up being faster. But then for whatever reason in this game, it's the opposite. Oh, this cutscene is just so long. It's like literally a minute where you're just waiting to one-shot this thing with Acro. And then sometimes it's a damage range. You're like, come on, I need to know if I hit the range. I want to reset if I missed it. Just let me use the attack, please.
Luckily with this route that we have, you're almost always using the same move between the Dunsparce and the Staraptor. But I'm waiting for like an alt main where I click the wrong move and I have to wait the full minute before
before you feel the punishment of it.
Yeah.
Alright, so there is the Lariat fight. So far our pathing for the game, we got the 2 fast movement options. We got the high jump and we got the speed up, and then we did a couple of gyms. Now we are going to complete our bicycle. Basically, we're gonna get all the components for it now because we're definitely set up for it at this point. Our kind of like main goal was getting all the travel points. That's kind of what we like wanted to focus on here. And now that all the travel points have been unlocked, we can kind of just pick and choose what we want to do based off of what's optimal. So getting all of the ride level ups and whatnot is probably the best thing to do. So that's kind of what we've been sticking with. But it does have one more town to get to here. And then obviously a couple later, but this is the last of the main ones for now.
Yeah. One of my favorite things is all this movement we've done, all these items we picked up. We still haven't entered the town with the first gym. We have 3 gym badges. We've defeated 2 Titans. We've picked up all these rare candies, and we haven't actually gone to the first gym yet.
Yeah, what's extra funny as well is, like, if we went to the first gym first, spoiler alert, the Adamant Mint, or the Adamant, is on the way over there. And the reason why that matters is, like, having Adamant Nature early would be a really big deal. Also, shouts to this rare candy that we didn't find for, like, 3 weeks. This game just every time is very funny.
We would do this movement and just not go over there.
Yeah, we just didn't know.
All this movement was identical.
Yeah. Yeah, that was like literally the fastest rare candy in the run, and we didn't find it for like, a month or 2.
Shoutouts to the laggiest section of the game.
Yeah.
The city is so bad. And the worst part about this city is there is a chance
Don't say it! Why'd you say it? You were starting to say it.
Yep. There's a chance of this sandstorm happening, which also adds lag. Luckily, we're only here for like.
Start saying it.
What was that shooting star across the sky there? Did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Oh my god!
There's no sandstorm anymore. Sandstorm's gone.
The sandstorm's gone already. Oh my god.
Good. Never mind. Maybe talking about it was worth it.
That's funny.
Did you
luckily
wish
we're
upon
only
the
in this
shooting
town.
star to end the sandstorm?
We're only in this town for this one cutscene. We will be back, but not for a bit. This gym test is weird. You basically get given a wallet that you have to go give to the gym leader in a different town. And it's just faster to go to that town later.
Have you looked at the wallet, by the way? It's adorable. It's a Venonat.
Oh, I didn't. I've actually not looked at it.
No.
Yeah, shouts to the Kofu wallet.
Alright, so now we're all the way back at school. Once again, we're gonna pick up a rare candy here and then do that void out again instead of going through the door. That cutscene, there's basically a cutscene if you leave the left side of the town, or the west side and the east side.
No, there's no cutscene here. You can walk through the door.
No, there is.
It's just slower. No, there's definitely no cutscene.
I'm pretty sure I've gotten it by accident.
Okay, it goes away once you do either a Titan or you have a badge.
Oh, that's what it is.
But now we have badges when we're walking here. It's just faster to go out the void than going through the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, if you have no badges, Nimona will call and be like, "Oh, you decided to head west. That's awesome. That means you're picking my path." But if you go east, nice, by the way, Starly out of nowhere.
I did not see that.
Yeah, that was pretty impossible to see. But yeah, if you got the east side early, they'll yell at you like, "Oh, you picked my path. That's where the Rock Titan is." They like get excited that you're going like their way. All right, here is one of the best items in the game, the Adamant.
Oh, absolutely.
Now we are plus attack nature on the Flamigo once we use it. You also may have noticed we picked up a Hasty Mint earlier. That will also be useful, just not for a little bit.
It's useful for like literally 2 fights.
Literally 2, but very useful.
It's absolutely worth doing.
Yeah.
All right, so this is supposed to be the first gym. This is the bug gym. We're gonna go ahead and enter and do the gym test, but we're not actually gonna fight the gym yet.
Yeah, we could do this gym now, but it's actually kind of crucial that we do this gym 5th. And yeah, no spoilers, because we'll have to make the joke that we make during every Pokemon speedrun later. Yeah, this is also by far the most interesting. How to explain this? This gym test exists.
The best.
If I didn't speedrun this game, this would be my favorite gym test.
It's like, it's so interesting and like cool to optimize and horrible. it's like indescribable.
When it goes wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When it goes wrong,
but I'm not gonna
it
say it yet.
goes wrong. But when it goes well, you think you're like so sick. It's like, oh my god, that was so cool. I'm so good at this game. Yeah, this is the olive roll, and it is a mini game that they've decided to put in the game. You need to push an olive. It's Rocket League. I don't need to explain it. We're playing Rocket League.
It's Rocket League.
But very scuffed. It's super scuffed Rocket League. And yeah, you don't have you have a car. It has boost. It's all the same mechanics.
Picture Rocket League, but it's a rugby ball instead. Like it's
lag.
a football, American football. You know, it's not a circle.
Also lag.
Also, I can now say it. Sometimes this minigame doesn't load.
Thank God.
Sometimes there's just an infinite load.
Thankfully, it loaded this time.
Oh, that was clean. Okay, hold on.
Getting that first hit in
Oh.
is the most important thing.
You've never seen gameplay better than this. I've literally never seen better gameplay. Oh wait.
No.
Just
Come on.
tap it in. Just tap it in.
Just get it in.
Get in, please. Yes.
There it
Okay.
is. All right, that was. You know what? That's better than I usually do.
Yeah, we'll take it. We'll take it.
We'll take it.
Yeah, it's just sometimes the olive just goes to the sky. Luckily, it did not there, but that was pretty solid.
And luckily,
really
the
good.
game loaded, so I'm happy about that.
Also true. Sometimes you just have to reset here because the game doesn't load.
Oh my god, I love the instant replay on the stream.
That start was incredible. That was like the fastest
really
first
was.
bounce I've ever seen.
Gotta watch out for Nimbles here.
Yeah. Also, shout out to just immediately ditching town. Like, oh, you passed the gym trial. Go fight Katie. Later.
Yeah, we literally do that because the gym test, the place you do the gym test, is closer to where we want to go after this town than it is to the gym. Or like, it's like on the way out of town. So we just leave town and then fly back and go right to the gym later.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have to go back with the climb ability when we do that gym anyway. So we may as well just leave and just do it later. So yeah, just gonna exit and head up to the Bird Titan. This movement's always like so sketch because there's so many small Pokemon here. Like every Pokemon here is microscopic.
Yeah, there's Capsicudes, the Nimbles.
Nimbles
And that
don't
cutscene will
exist.
trigger every time I
Nimbles
think
don't
I hit a wild Pokemon.
There's also a fun mechanic that we never talked about that hopefully doesn't happen. If a Pokemon spawns in a tree, which is the thing,
Yeah.
their hitbox gets multiplied by like 25, and they just hit you from 2 miles away. It makes no sense.
Yeah,
I think
when that
they're
happens.
supposed to be like sleeping in the tree or something, and you scare them, but it's
Yeah, but
it's not very generous.
yeah, but if a Pokemon just happens to like be touching a tree, they're like, oh yeah, that means it's sleeping in the tree. Let's give it the huge hitbox. Alright, so here is the Flying Titan, or as I like to call it, the bathroom break. You basically will just spam the A button here and destroy this thing in 2 turns, because our Flamigo is much more powerful than this bird. This is also the only of the Titans where you can't do anything between both of the fights. It's really weird. Like all the other Titans, you do like this first stage and then you walk up to it and then do the second stage. This one just puts you right in. Second round, fight. And yeah, this will be best. Also,
Yeah,
shouts
this is
out
like the
Arvin.
same level as like Cloth, right? Or even lower.
I think it's level 20-ish. It's pretty. It's somewhere in the 20s or like low 30s. It's a pretty low level. I love Arvin just showing up to kind of take credit right at the end.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I was here too. Alright, and that is the ability to swim. So slowly gaining more and more abilities on the bike. And then immediately after this, we'll be getting another ability that actually, very recently, has caused us to have a glitched and a glitchless category of this game. Glitched only saving a couple minutes, but there is a glitch now, which is cool. Yeah, I love the little sandwich hunt. Finally got our third one. I do like how there's kind of like a fan theory for the first sandwich that your mom makes. She probably had Herba Mystica in it because it gave Crydon the walk ability.
Oh yeah.
It was like laying down on the beach before. Maybe your mom has the secret sauce.
I believe it.
Pick no, don't give it swim. That would be a very funny way to soft lock if you could.
Just not getting swim.
Yeah, just like declining giving it the sandwich and losing out on the ability.
Oh.
Like, no, my sandwich. Cousins are always so cute. Alright, now it is time to head over to the desert, grabbing one rare candy that's right here along the way.
Yeah, so up here in the desert, this is one of the only differences outside the last hour between Scarlet and Violet. So here we're going to see a Pokemon that is new to Generation 9 as our Titan Pokemon. You can kind of see it there in the background. And in this game, it's a Pokemon called Great Tusk, which is a ground fighting type. And in Violet, you get Iron Treads, which is a ground steel type.
Yeah. Ground steel.
And so if you the main difference is we're going to be spamming acrobatics in this game, and you would spam low kick in the other game. Low kick does a bit more to Iron Treads than acrobatics does to Great Tusk, and so you're just typically a little bit better off there. The other main difference is Iron Treads is actually like rolling around, and so you can get it to like hit you closer to where you come into the desert instead of the Iron Treads or the Great Tusk here that's just sort of standing in one spot.
Yeah. It's actually interesting. Violet overall saves about 20 seconds just on this section. I think it's a little bit more actually, just because the low kick is favorable to one-shot the second one, unlike really good attack stats, of course.
Yeah.
But even at like level 75, Flamigo just can't get it with Acro because of the 10 less power. But, with a critical hit, you could save some time here.
I've also never seen the Scovillain in this fight use anything other than Scary Face.
I've seen it like once.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Arven has like an AI that's kind of like like the gym leaders, how they almost always use like Trailblaze, for example.
Yeah.
I think Arven has the same AI, but it's with like the worst move he could pick in every fight. You never get Leer from the Shelter, you never get Screech from the Toad Scroll, you never get Razor Leaf here. It's like, how'd they pick the wrong move every time? Oh, that
so
was good
close.
range.
Come on, just do it.
Razor Leaf,
come on.
Razor Leaf.
It would save like 10 seconds.
No, he did it again.
Now, the good thing about Scary Face, at least, is you don't get outsped, because Tusk would outspeed you sometimes at +1. So you don't have to deal with that, which is nice. Yeah, Tusk goes down, and we get our 4th ability on the bike. This is Glide, which I will say is useless for this run. We'll use it, like, barely ever. But it's pretty useful in the glitched category. Recently it came out. Someone mentioned earlier about the 2 controllers thing, where if you hold like a double angle on 2 controllers, you can get like a huge boost of speed when you're walking. There's kind of like a similar mechanic with the Glide, where if you like glide, you stop gliding, and then you hold like a perpendicular angle and then glide again, you'll get a huge speed boost, and you can keep doing it over and over and like multiplying your speed. And by the end of it, you'll have like a massive amount of speed while you're gliding. But it turns out it's not that useful for the run. One, because we can't really beat Great Tusk until we're pretty high level. So by that point, we've already traveled a lot of the map to pick up the candies to get high enough level to beat Tusk. But then the other issue is you don't get fly points when you're gliding, because like we mentioned, you have to kind of hit the gray part of the center. You can't be above it. So because of that, we don't get a lot of benefit out of the super big fly speed, because you'd have to like fly to a center, land, and then like fly back to a high point, and then do the glitch to get like the huge speed boost again. So at least for the glitch category, right now it's only a couple minutes faster, so it's not that big a deal to... or it's like not that different between the 2 categories, so this is pretty much what a glitch run would look like, minus the... I think they do like 3 or 4 glitched flies in the run. But instead, we will glide nice and slow about 3 times for the entire run. Also, I want everyone to watch Arvin take out the sandwich from the back pocket during these cutscenes. He just kind of puts the sandwich in his back pocket. It's very funny.
There's a lot of tiny Pokemon in this desert.
Yeah. And some that like hide in the ground. Like Sandiles like are in the ground and hard to see. Yeah, a bit of a glide there. Grab the large candy and then this rare candy right here. That movement's impossible. That was faster than anything I've ever done. Like literally an impossible challenge. Also trying to be helpful, and then this guy just being a total jerk for no reason.
Alright, let's see how lucky we get.
Yeah. This fight's actually like one of the fights you can lose the most time on in the run. It's really silly. Both Pokemon here have Aqua Jet, and if they use it, you lose time. But even funnier, if it's raining when you get here, the Floatzel has Swift Swim and it outspeeds you. So if you get like random rain, you just always lose the 5 seconds because you get outsped. All right, only 1 jet. It's reasonable.
Yeah.
I kind of expect one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shout out to the random weather once again having an effect on the run. Alright, time for the auction. Thank God this isn't like one of the, it's not like an actual auction, because those can just drag on for so long sometimes.
Yeah, this one is pretty scripted the way that we can get through it. There's a couple of different ways you can get through it. And there's a couple of different amounts of money it can take. So you get given 50,000 Poké Dollars to sort of do the auction with. And you can get through here with spending as little as 35K, which is what we aim to do. That money is going to be really useful for us later. And it just so happens that's also the fastest way through.
Yeah.
Oh no, he didn't load. He's like 5 FPS.
I had one of the whole third person didn't load one time for me. Like they still did their like bidding, but they just didn't load.
That's really silly. Unable to take a screenshot. Oh no.
Bummer, I really wanted to get a picture of that black screen.
Alright, so that's that gym challenge, and once again we're gonna just ignore the gym for a little bit, kind of stacking up all these gym challenges that we've done. And it's time for probably, this is the scariest section of the run. It feels like it is a lot of the time.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, this section
especially
is pretty
if you have
rough.
Yeah, like with bad special defense, it would be really scary.
Yeah, if you can get 2-shot by a Dragon Pulse. So this is the Dragon Titan, which is the last of the dragons. Quickly gonna go over here first and pick up an Acrobatics TM. We didn't really explain why acrobatics is as good as it is. It's a 55 power flying move, which, doesn't seem that strong. But when you don't have an item equipped, it's actually a 110 power move. It gets a double power. And we also get same type attack bonus on it. So it's like it's like 165, I think, power overall. It's just an incredibly strong move, especially for how early we get it. So we pick up another one of those because, like we mentioned earlier, we need a third Pokemon for the Team Star sections. But we also need a partner Pokemon for the Double Battle Gym, which is the Ghost Gym. And getting a Pokemon that can learn acrobatics will be very helpful for that because, again, very strong move. Yeah, this is the Dragon Titan. A little bit of a jump scare there. These fights are pretty annoying. If you get Aqua Tail, you usually have to heal between the two fights. If you get Body Slam, you need to dodge Paralysis. I shouldn't have said it, I'm sorry. Okay, good.
We're good.
If you get Water Pulse, you might get confused, which is really annoying. And I've never seen the fourth move, so I can't even tell you what it is. I think it's Order Up, and it can't use it on the first part because I don't
think it uses it on the first one, no.
Yeah, because it hasn't eaten the Tatsurugi or something weird. But yeah, this Titan kind of just explains the synergy between Tatsurugi and Dondozo, which are kind of like a paired Pokemon.
If you've played any VGC this generation, you have seen these two Pokemon.
Yeah, they're one of the stronger competitive teams. It's also the reason I think Murkrow is as popular it is in competitive because as Prankster Haze.
Yep.
I do like how it calls them like the false Dragon Titan and the Dragon Titan. Very funny. Like, which one's the real one? Alright, so here you're really hoping that you either get two very good rolls with low kick. With this attack, it might be good enough to... Oh, okay. That's a nice crit.
It's a very nice crit.
And a nice Order Up. That's the fastest thing it can choose to do. Yeah, would not have gotten Tail Whip is what I was about to mention. If you get Tail Whip here, you get a two-shot, like, very frequently. With Takedown, you normally don't KO it in 2 turns, but the crit made it, so that was a 2-turn fight. But really good.
Oh, the rain.
Coming in out of nowhere.
Oh, Castleroy Lake is one of the laggiest areas, too.
Yeah.
Like, laggiest non-city area in the game, I think.
Luckily, there's a 5-minute cutscene coming up, so the rain will go away by the end of that, so...
Part of that 5-minute cutscene is like a 30-second load.
Yep. Because we have cutscene skip on, it takes 30 seconds to skip the cutscene. Alright, nice. Did over half, so this should be hopefully pretty free. I'd probably jinx it, you'll get takedown this now. Or that.
Okay.
Man, we have not been jinxing very well. Normally we jinx really good in these Pokemon runs.
Really well, yeah.
Kind of failing today, it's unfortunate. And
That
chat
was
likes to be a good troll.
an amazing Dragon Titan.
Yeah, that was incredible. 2 turns for every fight is exactly what you want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's also because those fights are like, they're not double battles, but they're like 2v1s. So turns are slower on those fights. So like, a 3-turn fight there is way worse than a 3-turn fight on like a 1v1. Just because there's an extra Pokemon you have to watch an animation for. Yeah, this is the final of the Arven cutscenes, and we'll finally get the full health doggo.
Yeah, and so now that we have all 5 Titan badges, it basically unlocks the end of the story, but the story is not done yet. So we do have one more fight to do to finish Path of Legends. But funny enough, Path of Legends, even though it's the first one that we're done with all the badges, it'll be the last one that we actually fully complete.
Yeah, like the whole story for. Yeah, that ends up saving, it's like 10 seconds or something because of a phone call that you would get if you do it in a different order.
It's so dumb.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. It was really funny routing like the ending as well, just because it was like, man, we really want to do Arvin first, but it loses 10 seconds, and we really want to do this last, but it loses 5 seconds, and we have to do it in the order that we don't want to do it in, just to save all the extra time on like the movement and whatnot.
Yeah, the end game order is super cool. We'll touch more on it when we get there, but there are basically 5 things that you have to do, and there is one specific order that minimizes a ton of movement and cutscenes and stuff. So
yeah,
it ends up being worth it to do it in the specific order that we do.
All right, time for the pocket sandwich.
There it is.
Why'd you put it in the back pocket, dude? It's so weird. Really, a full Subway sandwich back there? I was just keeping it warm for you, bud. And then this cutscene where I always think the game crashes.
Yep.
It's literally like 18 seconds, I think, is this load. And this is because we have cutscene skip on. So shoutouts to that.
Yeah, and what's funny is there's a load later in the game that's even longer, and there's no cutscene associated to it. It's just 45-second load for no reason.
It gives you time to mute the VOD before the credits.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, to the
people doing stream tech.
people doing stream tech, we will tell you to mute the VOD when we get to the credits because we don't want the GDQ channel to get a copyright strike.
My favorite thing is, so we've got, obviously, like the leaderboards and stuff are up now, and the rules are there. In the Japanese rules, there's an explicit rule, because Japanese timing is done at the end of credits, which is pretty standard for, at least for Japanese Pokemon runs. There's a rule in there that says the audio is allowed to be muted at the end of the run.
Yeah, because normally you have to have audio for like verification purpose, but we can't. Oh, the one time they put voice acting in Pokemon, sort of. It did. When I played through this game casually, it scared the crap out of me when I heard like a voice. It was like, what the heck's going on?
Yeah.
All right, so now after doing all of the Path of Legends stuff, full access to all of the movement tech in the game, and immediately going to put it to use here. So, like we mentioned earlier, we wanted to do the gyms kind of in a certain order, but even on top of that order, we wanted to have certain abilities to do the gyms. So it's faster to do the water gym once you get climb, because you're able to do this movement tech. You skip an elevator.
I love that you can climb on this wall.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
I didn't know about it until I saw somebody else doing it. I was like climbing the cliffside instead.
Yeah, same. But yeah, that movement there saves like, I don't know, 10 seconds overtaking the elevator, probably more. It's a huge time save. Also, check out the load when the battle starts here. This is why you don't want to do the rival here, just as an example, once this fight starts. But yeah, doing the movement there saves a lot of time. We also need climb to go up to the psychic gym, and we also need to have climb when we go back to the bug gym, because we need to do the bug gym before the psychic gym, and we need to do the bug gym 5th. So like there's this huge complication on like where we want to do the gyms and whatnot. And it ends up just barely working out. And yeah, was able to explain it within the load. Awesome. And Sandstorm, let's go!
And Sandstorm. So it is possible for the Sandstorm to disappear before the battle starts.
Oh my god, wait, no, I thought it went away for a second.
Yeah. The random weather in the game, whatever the weather is when the battle starts, will persist for the entire battle. So even if like visually the Sandstorm disappeared after like the first Pokemon, you'd still get hit by sand, which is super dumb. But what that means is if the Sandstorm randomly does disappear right before the battle, then you're good and you don't have to worry about it like coming back.
Got a couple more seconds or it might dissipate. And it's usually right about here where it registers. Yeah, I think it's going to be sand.
I've had rain disappear while Katie was talking to me.
That's
and
so
I was like,
annoying.
yes.
Yeah, rain at Katie is worst case scenario for weather. There's like a really silly backup you can do. There's an X special behind the town that does save time to go out of your way and grab if you have rain. Or you can just hope that the rain goes away by the time the fight begins.
I usually just hope.
Yeah, that's generally what you got to do. Yeah, unfortunately we're gonna get 2 sandstorm text boxes here. It loses about 10 seconds. There's nothing you can do about it. Just bad luck with the weather. Also, shout out to Wing Attack. Again,
Such a fast animation.
Yeah, we actually keep Wing Attack for the whole run as well. We do teach over it like incredibly late in the run because we do have one move that we need for just the final like 6 fights or whatever. But we keep Wing Attack for pretty much the whole run just because of how fast the animation is.
Yeah.
Like compared to
Flamigo. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say like for a little bit people were running Lucario and how long is Flash Cannon? It's like 6 seconds.
Flash Cannon was it was like 5 point something seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 5 seconds. So every single time you attack with Flamigo, you're saving literally 3 seconds compared to Lucario. It's wild how much that adds up throughout the run.
It's also really funny because like, so over the course of the run, Flamigo uses a total of 6 moves. We use Wing Attack, Acrobatics, Low Kick, Double Kick, and then Close Combat. Maybe it's only 5 moves.
It's
you only use 5 moves. 2 of those moves are used for a collective like 5 times. Double Kick you use twice, and Close Combat you use like 3 times. Sometimes even less because if you don't have if you have Scrappy, you can save a Close Combat.
Yeah, Close Combat's 0 to 7 times depending on situations.
So it's like you spend almost the entire run just using Low Kick and Acrobatics with Wing Attack when it helps. We used to use actually one of the more recent route changes. We used to use Swords Dance as a move instead of Wing Attack. Swords Dance would basically allow us to skip all of the X attacks in the run just by using Swords Dance instead. But the movement to get Swords Dance was just a little bit too slow for us once we got more comfortable with the route and everything.
It's not even the movement to get it, because there's a Swords Dance TM that only loses 5 seconds.
That's
it's more
true,
of the teaching it, because you have to teach it, you have to not have Wing Attack to have it. And we only need the boost attack, I think it's 4 times?
Yeah, it's only like 4 times, and the other, like, the way that we were doing it before, having Close Combat earlier is actually saves a turn, because you can have Close Combat. You basically need all 4 of your moves for the Elite Four, including Close Combat, and so you don't have to worry about X attacking on Poppy.
Yeah, I think the main problem that we ran into was, like, for Poppy specifically, you have to use 3 different moves. We have to have Close Combat and Double Kick and Low Kick. And, like, we can't get rid of Acrobatics because we need it for a late game. So we would need 5 moves to be able to save the turn on Poppy. So it just turns out that not having Swords Dance is a huge save. Despite saving like 3 seconds compared to X attacking every time we would use it. Also, shoutouts to Crocolore back on the team. Our lone Pokemon entering the Bug Gym. What the heck? Where's Flamigo? Isn't this the Flamigo % run?
This is one of the coolest innovations in the run, I think.
Yeah, I think this was, I forget what it was, but I remember me and Pulse were like trying to figure out the optimal order for this. And then we found that Fuecoco worked here, back on the Halucha route, and it just stuck ever since. It's really cool.
Yeah, right around the same time you were doing the Fuecoco on the Halucha route, I started catching a Growlithe on the Lucario route for this section. And then obviously catching something is slower than just taking your starter. But this is the main reason why or one of the main reasons why Fuecoco is the starter we choose. Fuecoco can just beat this gym at a lower level than the other two can. Sprigatito needs a lot of levels. Quaxley, like, could do it this low, but it's a really bad range unless you have, like, a really good Quaxley, and it's just not worth it.
The other side of it is you need a Pokemon that goes down in one hit to the next fight. Or, sorry, that's able to defeat the Lycanroc lead on the next rival fight we'll be doing soon. Yeah, Quaxley would have a much better matchup there, whereas, you know, Crocalor at level 20 does not have a very good matchup against an Accelerock Lycanroc. Yeah, this fight's interesting. The Teddiursa is the only damage range on this fight, and it's only damage range if you have minus special attack. What's really funny about this fight in particular that makes it possible to do this strat is every gym leader has basically the same IVs on all their Pokemon. So like every gym leader, it's 20 IVs on all stats for all of their Pokemon. And then their ace has 25 IVs and then 252 hit point EVs. That's typically the setup that you have for the gyms. I don't know why this Tarantula has the 25 IVs for this fight, and the Teddiursa has 20 IVs, which lets us get a guaranteed one shot with Incinerate. So they gave the 25 IVs to the wrong Pokemon on only the KD fight, and it makes this fight, like, actually possible with this route. It would be a kind of weird damage range for a lot of Crocalors at level 20, unless we had this exact setup. So it ends up working out. I don't know why it's the case, but here we are.
It can be a range if you have minus special attack, but usually, like when you're doing PB attempts, you can pretty early on tell if you have minus special attack because you end up 3-shotting the first rival. And then it's only 7 minutes into the game, so usually people will reset at that point.
Yeah, the other option is you can use the Haste Demon on the starter. That does two things. It gives you less defense. You're guaranteed to die to the Lycanroc, though that only matters at higher level. And then also you would not be minus special attack anymore. So that would be like one option, but obviously we don't want to do that. But luckily you're like already in the menu, so like using the Haste Demon's really fast. It's just you would prefer not because you want to use it for the Flamigo. I always love these little screenshots they do. They're just holding like 2 muffins or cupcakes. And once again, we had to delay doing this until after we had the climb ability because we want to climb a wall after this fight. I guess you do have the rival first. This is the whole reason for the strat. So right here we get ambushed. Get
zero chance. Zero chance to menu or anything. You have to go straight into the rival fight. So.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I like this kind of like cutscene they have where the champion's like, no, give them time to heal. Like you're like super ambushing. But we even talk about how you're getting kind of like forced into the fight. It'd be funny if we could like be low HP going into the fight and maybe do things a bit differently. But this free heal also became a problem.
Yep.
Because one idea that we had was doing the ice gym and like tanking a hit on purpose, getting to like super low HP so you were in kill range, but we forgot about the free heal, so it ended up not mattering.
This is really the only gym you could do it on because Brassius has a sturdy Pseudo-Wodo.
Yeah, especially now that we have the levels through the double kick route. Back in the like super old days with the Halucha route, we did Fuecoco for the grass gym just because you would always have to deal with sturdy anyway, so Fuecoco doesn't even lose turns there. But because of double kick, like You gotta do Brassius the way we're doing it now. It's just so much faster. Oh man, we lost to Nimona again.
He's too strong.
Yeah, it's our record now. It's like 1-3. Man, we're getting destroyed. It is really funny though that like her team kind of like, you know, levels up as we do. It's almost like she's just using a team just to fight us.
Yeah.
Like, you know, she has to have a much better team because she's the champion. Like, this can't be her actual team. Like, come on, fight us at full power. Like, look at our Flamingo. So strong.
Imagine if you had to win all these battles.
Oh, yeah. Man, if we had to win that one, like, the time loss would be absurd if you lost it.
Yeah.
Because you'd have to do the gym again.
No.
Probably. Yeah, I have a feeling, like, that may be part of the reason why they're losable. Because, like, if you beat the gym and then lose to the rival, like, would it be a soft lock? Like, what would happen?
Right.
It's also one of those awkward things where it's like, it doesn't tell you that you're about to do the battle. Like, if you walk into a gym and talk to the gym leader or to the gym desk, like, you're agreeing, yes, as a player, I want to do the gym battle right now. But if you just walk into the gym and get ambushed by your rival, like, that's, unless you know about it, how are you going to prepare yourself for it?
Yeah, they really do come out of nowhere. But I guess that's always, like, that's always been a thing with rivals. Like, Rival 2 and, like, Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald.
Yeah. Just randomly going down across this bridge. La 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 la. Oh, wait. Time for the hardest fight in Pokemon.
Also, shout out to Rock Climb. This saves so much time going up here.
There's like a whole cavern you can go through instead. And there's two ways through it. One of them, you can technically do both with none of the upgrades. But one of them is significantly faster if you have the high jump. But you can just bypass all of that completely and grab a free large candy and 2 rare candies. Just by going up and over.
Yeah, the cavern route will get a couple medium candies, but this is way better. You get more out of it, and it's way faster. So, ooh, nice little dismount there. It's a cool little trick you can do when you dismount. You can like kind of fling yourself off the side of Koraidon and save a bit of time.
Yeah, and it's really finicky because when you get close to doors and cutscene triggers, it doesn't always work.
Yeah, it's like if you're near a wall or like below an awning, I think you can't get the little boost when you jump off the ride. So you have to do it when you're a bit away from the door. So it's kind of awkward to time.
It's also like really jarring when you don't get the boost when you're expecting it, because like your character just stops in place and falls, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, loses a bunch of time.
I get that when I try to enter the restaurant for Larry's gym. I get like the stop animation there all the time.
Yeah, you want to do that like dismount because normally what happens when you get off Koraidon, when you like hit a wall, first you like bonk if you're like dashing into the door, and that would lose like a second because you'd have the bonk animation. But then you have to dismount anyway, so you want to try and do the fling if you can. Also, shout out to this minigame. It's so bad.
I hate this minigame.
I mean, okay, the music saves it. I will say the music is sick and it saves it, but like, who made this? Like, I need to understand the thought process.
The question is, what is this 30-second, like, it takes forever to start.
It's so laggy, too.
And then I was going to say something, but I will wait until we're out of the minigame before I say it. There's something else that can happen that'll slow it down.
Right, yeah.
But, yeah, so it was... Originally, we were always just doing this entire thing. There's 10 emotions you're supposed to do in the first round and 15 in the second. And then finally, another runner by the name of New Amber sat down and actually figured out how many you have to do. You have to do 2 in the first round in order to pass, and you have to do 5 in the second round. And so because it pauses the timer whenever you do one, that's just the minimum you do, and then you just sort of sit back and relax. Unfortunately, not quite a long enough break on either one to actually like get up and use the restroom or something, but still a nice little break for your hands.
Also, shout out to this RNG time save here. 50-50 chance the Curlia has Trace. You save like 4 seconds if it doesn't. There's like a lot of...
Oh, that's like the Intimidate on the Iona.
Yeah.
Yeah, same with the static as well. So there's only 15% to get staticked by the Flaffy. There's like a lot of... Like the non-gym leaders have random abilities on their Pokemon. And there's a lot of them that add up in the run. So there's Trace and losing a bit of time. There's like 4 seconds, I think, if you get Trace there. There's like, what, 5 or 6 points in the run where there's just a random ability that you can save like 5 to 10 seconds on.
Yeah. It's interesting, though, because like typically in Pokemon games, the trainers' Pokemon are very set. Like they're, you know, they always have the same abilities, always have the same stats. And this game, they all have the same stats, which, funny enough, every Pokemon in this game, except for like 2 or 3 that aren't even part of the speedrun, has a neutral nature. So nobody has like better speed than they're supposed to, or better attack, or anything like that. And that makes doing damage calcs really easy because you don't have to like constantly look up every Pokemon.
Yeah, the only thing that's different between like trainers and gym leaders is the IVs, but like it's nice all the big trainers have the same stats as well, like I mentioned earlier. It's 20 IVs on every Pokemon, and then their ace is 25, and then the ace has 252 HP. It's pretty easy to calculate like any trainer. Funny, the only trainer that you ever really need to calc like mid-run is the Sableye in the double battle gym.
Oh my god, yeah.
Always have to do a quick check on that. Alright, we've made it through the emotional test. I hope we're feeling a little bit more introspective. I'm always shocked that Wing Attack's able to KO this Grumpig. It's like exactly dead to 0 IV Adamant. It's very close.
Crazy.
Also, shouts to this Medicham coming up for the casual players. I think is a terrifying Pokemon on like a Nuzlocke or like a casual playthrough.
Does it have pure power?
It has pure power, high jump kick, and acupressure. So if it like acupressure speed boosts, you're gone. Yeah, my casual playthrough, it acupressured, it got +2 attack, then it got +2 speed, and then I realized it only had fighting moves, and I switched in my Skeleturge, and it KO'd itself with high jump kick.
That's actually the funny thing. So a lot of Pokemon, Pokemon that are like gym leader Pokemon or your rival and stuff, they'll have actually like hand-picked movesets. But a lot of these random trainers will just have their level up movesets.
Yep.
And so the Indeedee on that fight actually has only psychic moves. So if you have a dark type Pokemon, it literally can't damage you. There's a Pokemon later on that can be a damage range for us, but the only attacking move it has is self-destruct. So even if you miss the range, it'll just explode and kill itself.
I might use this fight to go to the bathroom real quick.
Strats. Yeah, I guess once you select acrobatics, you can just walk away.
Yeah.
That's what's kind of nice about allowing turbo for this game. We also allow breaks. You can take whatever our rule is 2 breaks in a run, totaling up to an hour. But
Yep.
If you don't want to like pause the game to take a break, you can just turbo through like one of these fights.
There's certainly enough cutscenes you can do it too.
Yeah,
well.
exactly. All of the Arvin cutscenes is usually where I go.
The joke I make is, and this is a true story. When I was routing the game when it first came out, I was doing one of the Arvin cutscenes, and I like did the fight, and then I put my controller on auto fire, and I left to go use the restroom, and I went into my bedroom, and my wife was making the bed, and so I helped her make the bed, and then I came back to my desk, and it was still like the cutscene was still going.
Yeah, some of those Arvin cutscenes are so long. Ooh, runner's gone. No one's gonna hear that we're plugging Chris's Twitch channel in chat.
Uh-oh.
Unbelievable. We'll never know. Hopefully one of the mods can do it. Oh my god, imagine sweeping the second to last gym without even being there.
It's kind of funny with all of the like out of order stuff we do. We still kind of do the gyms in the right order because like the 6th, 7th, and 8th gyms are the 6th, 7th, and 8th ones that we do. I think you're supposed to do Ghost, then Psychic, then Ice based on like the levels, but
yeah,
we still kind of do things in order. The Starfall bases we do a completely wrong order, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's like we have like little mix-ups. Like we do Grass second, which is correct. We do Electric first, which is like wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like if we didn't do Bug, like if we did Bug third, it would be like we switch up the first three, we would then switch up the middle three, and then we would switch up the last three, kind of.
Yeah, because like we do Water
shuffled.
fourth, which is when it's supposed to be done.
Yep. Yeah, we basically just like do Bug too late, and we do normal a bit early, and everything else is just like slightly out of position.
Yeah, the Titans are almost in order. It's just the Orthworm and the Bombardier.
Yeah, and then the Starfall is just kind of in whatever order we want.
I think we do the last one first.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Like, the theory now is you want to do the Ghost Gym as early as possible. Like, as soon as you can afford the vitamins is when you want to do the Ghost Gym, because then you get the levels on Fuecoco for the other sections, and you get the vitamins for the damage ranges. So it's like, the earlier you can do the Ghost Gym, the better. But then it's like, which Starfall bases can you do before that? And you want to just do as many as you can to get the money. Yeah, it's funny how like kind of freeform this game is, even though it is kind of like with how strong the Flamigo is, you would think that it's not very freeform because like you would think, oh, you can just do everything in the same order. You have like a really strong Flamigo. It's like whatever. But there's a lot of like kind of strategy to it. Oh, Lechonk! Lechonk is back! Let's go! This is the hardest menu in the run, in my opinion. Oh, nails it.
That was perfect.
Never seen it so clean in my life.
Flying to Arvin is my least favorite.
Oh, yeah. You're right. Arvin's bad, too.
Oops, a little early.
Also, some of them can be tough if you like the fly from Flamigo back to the Mezagoza entrance can be tough if you get a random raid den that spawns right there. Because it'll snap to the raid dens instead.
Yeah, I've had that happen way too many times as well. I always love this section too because it's hard to fail this if you try.
I've never failed it.
Our strategy here is literally just get down the mountain as fast as possible. That's the whole strategy, and you'll just happen to hit enough of these to pass. Even if your whole strategy is just to do the movement as fast as you can.
Burn.
Yeah, it's you have a minute 15 on the clock to get, or minute 30 on the clock to get through. And you lose 5 seconds every time you miss a gate. And so about a minute 12 is typically what we get through. And you'll notice we didn't exactly go out of our way for any of them. In fact, we probably went out of our way to miss some of them.
Yeah.
It was like, take the straightest line down, and we still finished with plenty of time. Alright, remember how I said watch the load earlier, and it was like 20 seconds long going into the rival fights and whatnot? Just watch how fast this load is compared to those when we do this rival. So this is why, like, well, one, we force doing this gym 7th is so that we can get this super fast load. But also on the scrappy route, you do the 3rd rival here, so that you also get the same load. So you do 2 rivals in the same gym. Like, it's gonna end right now. And it's like so much faster than all the other loads. It's literally an 11-second time save, just watching that loading screen compared to others. I think it's just because of how small this area is. Like, it doesn't load as like a town, it's more of just like a center. And you will never guess our strategy for this Nimona fight.
You can do it. I think we're gonna win this time.
Oh no, it's Cell Rock.
Oh, I forgot to put Flamigo in.
Oh no, darn.
I guess we'll just save 2 minutes. The horror. This is also one of the hardest sections of the run, in my opinion, is immediately remembering to swap the Flamigo back to the party right here, because you have one step that you can do it. Big time memory check there.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've like talked to the gym leader and then, or the desk, and I'm like, oh no!
Yep.
Press B!
Yeah, the mash B panic. It actually only loses like 2 seconds, I think, but I mean, 2 seconds is 2 seconds. Also, shout out to this sometimes damage range.
Yeah, I think I'm good for acro on all of these.
It's not even close. Yeah, you're way high. Yeah, at level 73 on, I think it's 5 or lower IV attack, the Altarias are range. I don't have the charts open, but...
Yeah. Yeah, this is actually one of the reasons why, like, in addition to the loading zone stuff that Shem was talking about, like, we could just do this gym 3rd.
Right,
but the problem with doing it 3rd is we're at a much, or not much lower level. I think you could be, like, level 70 if you really, really tried. But it's just, it's not worth, you know, hitting through those damage ranges. Because the Altaria on this fight, double kick does more than acrobatics does, just because of the... It's going to terrestrialize to ice, but double kick is so much slower animation.
Yeah, I think it's 8 seconds every time you double kick instead of acrobatics. It's a lot of time. Let's see if we get the small optimization here that I did not put in my notes by accident. You guys
wing attack here?
Yeah, you can wing attack this thing. I'm going to fix that now. I keep forgetting to fix it in the notes. Yeah, everyone acrobatics this because I keep forgetting to update.
I've been wing attacking the Kamala and Larry sometimes.
Yeah, that's our range, but it's definitely worth going for here and there.
You want to know another optimization that I don't see a lot of people doing? And I didn't say anything because I knew Chris wanted the bathroom break. You can low kick the Farigiraf and wing attack the Gardevoir.
Oh.
Yeah, it saves about a second.
Yeah, it's like barely worth it, but still.
Yeah, there's a lot of like little optimizations you can do in this game. The other one I see people doing is the auction. You can do it with one input if you do down A and then A. So I see a lot of people doing 2 inputs at the auction. What's funny is like a lot of the time it's because like we didn't have things super optimized and you just kind of get used to doing something. So then we have to like break the habits. I was definitely doing I have acrobatics Larry every time forever. I need to start wing attacking there for sure. Yeah, luckily this Altaria will go down to an acrobatics. Don't have to deal with the double kick range, or well, the double kick animation, I should say. I usually just risk the acro because it saves so much time. You also, like, it goes for Hurricane, which usually misses anyway, and, you know, if it hits, it doesn't always confuse, and if it does confuse, you can always hit through, and I just had to reset, my bad. Been there, like, once or twice.
All right. Let's see. If we see a Hawlucha, we're gonna catch a Hawlucha. If not, we pray.
Yeah, this section is super weird. We're going to be catching a Pokemon to use as our doubles partner. The two main choices are either Hawlucha or Scyther. Hawlucha is kind of like what you want to get because it's a much, much better catch rate. But it's a little bit lower attack power than Scyther. So you end up having to do sometimes some suboptimal strats on the double battles. But Scyther is way, way worse to actually catch. You're talking about like a 70% chance to catch the Hawlucha with no backstrikes. It's like a 75% chance to get Hawlucha in a quick ball, and it's a 39% on Scyther.
Yeah, that's correct. I think Hawlucha is guaranteed with a backstrike, or it's incredibly likely. I don't know if it's exactly guaranteed, but it's like 90% plus.
It should be. Backstrikes double the catch rate.
Okay, yeah, so it is guaranteed if you get the backstrike. The problem is getting the backstrike on the Hawlucha. And then Scyther's about 80%, I know, with backstrike.
Yep.
All right, let's see if we get lucky. Oh, okay, that was a Scope Villain. I thought it was too for a second. They can still spawn up on these mountains.
Yeah.
So maybe we get lucky on the mountain area.
Whoa, what is going on over here? Party.
That's a nice little party. Yeah, this happens like every time.
We want that
I
item,
swear.
so...
Yeah,
that's what
just send out the Flamingo there. That was smart. Oh, bit of Let's Go action. 109 XP, that's not accounted for. A free plus 109. Alright, it's time for Scyther, everyone's favorite. You will see a Scyther. It's like literally not possible to go this whole area without seeing one.
So
it is possible. I've done it like once, but okay, there's one.
There it is.
I think they're literally like a 30% spawn or something.
Look at me. He's looking at me.
Yeah, you can just have a look at you and then, yeah, just go around and wait for it. Perfect. Very clean Scyther back
that
straight.
Should be good.
Textbook.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 80-ish%. Definitely not going to fail on GDQ. Never seen an 80% fail on this stream before.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. No crit trap.
Oh, come on. All right, so now you just run and keep throwing quick balls. There is a backup quick ball you can grab. It's right up on that hill to the left if things go super poorly here, but you usually don't want to have to do that. Oh, another Scyther spawn.
New Scyther time.
Come on.
This one's going to get in.
Let's get him. No, he's turning around.
Oh, that counted. That
counted.
counted. Yeah, that counted. I saw the animation.
Okay.
That was nice, yeah. Surprised that worked.
This area is so laggy, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. The hardest part about this is like trying to do these backstrikes with the lag. Nice. Okay, there we go.
We got it. We got it.
I also had this weird one.
30, 40 maybe.
Yeah, that'll happen though. Especially
overall
after Scyther.
Not too bad. I've had it happen where, like, you know how you like wait for the Scyther to do the animation and then run behind him? Mm-hmm. I've had the Scyther turn while doing the animation. Like, there was some weird lock-on where it was, like, going to follow me no matter what. And I was really upset.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's annoying.
All right, so now it's time for our first Starfall base.
Well, first you get introduced to Clive.
Totally normal Academy student Clive.
I love Clive. I wish Clive was in post game. You didn't get to see Clive very much after that. Yeah, Clive's here to help us out and do no battling.
Just giving some advice.
Yeah, I guess the moral support or whatever.
Yeah. And yeah, I want to remember to menu before Carmen, because I like getting the extra XP for Brock.
Yeah, there's a couple strategies you can do in this section. This is actually where a lot of the kind of late game theory comes into play. So one strat is what I'm gonna assume Chris does, where you do fighting first. You will probably be X-attacking on the Lucario to have a guaranteed one shot on the Starmobile at the end of the fight. A strat you can do with good attack that's sometimes worth it is you delay doing fighting as long as you can. You pick up the rare candy in the poison section, and you protein before the gym. And with 10 proteins at level 82, you have a guaranteed one shot on this Starmobile, and you can save the X-attack turn, which is like 15 seconds. But you lose a bit of time getting the candy, but then you save some of that time back by doing these different things in the late game. There's a lot of like cool, complicated things you can do for this end game routing, but you can also make it as simple as just, you know, doing that in one order and just never caring about the little bit of time save that you could have had. Also teaching acrobatics to Scyther. This is really helpful. By the way, if you don't capture the Hawlucha early, you have to do fighting first, because this is where you have to go to get the Pokemon that you would use as your partner for the Ghost Town. And a lot of these other strategies I'm referring to require you already having the partner Pokemon.
Yep.
So there's like all kinds of like conditions you need to meet for these different strategies. Typically, you just have to do fighting first.
Yeah, there's actually there's an experience route that I've been messing with that gets 75 for the gyms and then 83 here, so you can always one shot the Starmobile.
Yeah, that's another idea that you can do. Just getting the extra 2 levels to get that.
Yeah.
Also, a save and quit. That seemed weird. Why would you save the game, quit the game, and immediately go back into the game?
I wonder if it's because this game has a lot of lag.
Yeah, we don't really know what the like reason for it is, but if you do a save and quit there, it makes these sections way less laggy, and typically that save and quit will last and keep the game like less laggy for the rest of the run. We found saving and resetting around here seems to work the best. That will save, like, it lost about 40 seconds through the save and quit. I think it saves about 4 minutes in lag.
It saves a considerable amount of time, because, like, I've done... So, we mentioned earlier the, like, single story runs, where you start at the bike and you do one story. We also have another category called Treasure Hunt, where it's basically just the any % run. You do all 3 of the stories. So you don't do the first 45 minutes of the game, and you don't do the final 45 minutes, which is like the final 4th story. Because it involves starting with a pre-made save file 45 minutes into the game, doing a save and reset is like a ton of IRL time lost, because then you have to set up another save file later on to do your next run. And so I did a run where I didn't reset at all, and every one of these splits, just 10 seconds here, 20 seconds there, and it's just losing time to lag. It's not like anything else.
That's crazy.
It's ridiculous.
It makes it unbearable, like walking through these the bases.
Mm-hmm.
It's like having the fairy base lag constantly.
Oh, when you get rain in the poison base.
My PB got.
Yeah, I lost like 40 seconds of that in one of my old runs.
Actually, all right, here's going to be...
Oh, this is a 6 section, yeah. So, here's the fighting base. Just to explain how these team star sections work, you have to KO 30 Pokemon via the Let's Go mechanic, and then afterward you fight a boss. The boss will always have like a super OP Reveroom at the end of it, as our like last Pokemon. But to touch on it first is this Let's Go section. You get to use 3 Pokemon here instead of just the 1 that you would typically be able to use with Let's Go. So we're going to see a lot of that stop and go mechanic we talked about earlier. The way you do this, if you want to like kind of do it yourself, is you hold the direction toward the thing that you want to do it, the stop and go with. You release the control stick to neutral, you press the R button, and then like a frame after you hit R, you hold the direction on the control stick again. So that's what we're seeing here. It's a very fast set of inputs. It's actually pretty difficult, but so far I've been getting it pretty consistently.
I found sort of by accident something that helps me do it, just because it's a different way of thinking about it. I found by accident that I let go of the stick and hit R and then didn't reapply, and I still got the sort of like canceled animation. So I think what's happening is the animation when the character stops moving is overwriting the animation for sending out the Pokemon. So you want to basically try to send the Pokemon out while you're stopping and then start moving again as fast as you can.
Yeah, the reason why you want to be moving as well is because if you're not moving, you're not picking the direction that the Pokemon's going to go in after it gets sent out. So that's why you got to be moving when it like comes out or whatever.
Yeah. And this base here is a super linear base. All the other bases are sort of like these open areas that you kind of can do whichever way you want. And so we have some specific paths we take to try and minimize lag and, get to Pokemon as fast as you can. This is probably the one base that stop and goes. If you don't get a lot of them, it's actually okay, because if you get through the base too fast, your Pokemon didn't KO everything, and there's this one section you have to go across this super long bridge with nothing in order to get to the next like spawned Pokemon. Which has happened to me a couple times if you get unlucky with
Crabominable.
Some of the earlier ones. Yeah.
Yeah, some of those Pokemon you can't win with Scyther or Hawlucha. Like Crabominable just wins the fights, for example. So it can be really annoying if you get like a bunch of Pokemon that you just can't beat and you have to take the bridge.
And the Pokemon that come out are like from a pool of Pokemon, but like the specific order you get is completely random. So.
So this fight's pretty interesting. There's so many different ways to do it, but we're probably gonna see the X attack strat here. There's some interesting ways that you can do this fight. Typically, you see X attack on the Lucario. It is possible to go for it on the Annihilate because Ice Punch is a faster animation than the Dragon Pulse we're gonna get. If you get frozen by Ice Punch, it's really bad. So yeah, just going for the safe strat here and X attacking on Lucario. That one singular X attack we picked up earlier, the only one that's kind of in your path. Or I think you picked up two, maybe I didn't actually look, got the second.
This is probably
I didn't get
latest.
the one at the gym.
Okay, so yeah, just the one X attack.
This is probably the latest into a Pokemon speedrun that we start using X items. 3 hours in. Anyone doesn't know what X items do, basically they will increase your stats, or your stat stage by 2. Starting in Generation 7, they boost it by 2 stages. And so we only ever use one X attack at a time. So you can effectively think of it as every time we use an X attack, we've just doubled our attack stat.
Yeah, there's an X item for every stat as well. Very, very powerful.
They should make an X HP.
That'd be really silly. That's called Dynamax.
Yeah.
You only do one stage of that though. Yeah, so here's the Rever Room. How's this thing work again? It has the same. It's like the same base stats as like 2 Charcadets in a Rever Room together or something. I forget what the math was, but they're very bulky.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we have Pokemon is a very popular series and attracts people of all sorts of professions. And so very early on, we get things like data mines for the games. So we can have like actual, like this is exactly what the stats are for Pokemon. For some reason, these Rev Rooms are just not included in the trainer data. So we kind of have to guess, or at least a lot of the early routing was guessing how these stats worked out. But we have a pretty good handle on it now.
Yeah, it's those and the Titans are the 2 things that we just don't have a ton of info on. Uh-oh. I see rain.
Oh no.
So here's
we're
a strat we're probably going to see. We are probably not going to be seeing poison next now. Normally you go the poison next, but because it's raining here, it's usually better to just go to dark and hope it's not raining there. This is on the other side of the map.
Maybe I'll do that then.
Yeah, typically if it's raining here, it's raining at poison because they're so close together. So,
I see. Let's see if it stops by the time the next cutscene starts.
yeah, that's the other thing. It might actually end in time. Yeah, you do not want to do poison or fairy when it's raining. Unless you're like a PowerPoint fan and you just want to integrate that to your video games. Yeah, I think my frame rate dropped to like 7 FPS when I've done poison in the rain before.
Oh, that's right. I pulled it up. So all these bases have an in-game timer at the top. My PB finished at 9:08 on the in-game time, which meant it took me 52 seconds of game time, and it took me 66 seconds of real time.
Yeah, because it lags
Yeah.
the in-game timer.
It just lagged so much.
Was that for fairy?
No, that was rain in the poison base.
That was rain and poison, yeah. The other thing is sometimes the loads for the fights get extended. I don't know exactly what causes it, but it's like some kind of lag based. So sometimes the load starting the fight can be like 5 seconds, and then sometimes it's like 25.
So we think, Saiyan thinks we figured out why I got that random long poison base load. It has to do with where you are physically in the base when
That's
you
interesting
finish.
too. Okay.
Yeah. So we don't know exactly where you should be, but it seems to be like if you're in the middle of the base, for poison base specifically, if you're in the middle instead of like off to the left where all the grass is, you get the shorter load.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay.
Yeah.
Something to look into, I guess. Alright, hopefully this rain ends by the time we get into the base. It's a bit unfortunate that it's still raining here, because sometimes it isn't when you travel, but it's better that it's raining for this base than the poison base. You'll lose a little bit less time here than if it was raining at poison. In theory, though, the weather check is typically right as the base loads. Because the weather's on like a 5-minute cycle, and because you do the save and quit at the fighting base, the weather cycles are kind of linear. Like you get the same checks typically in the same spots. So hopefully that's the case, and we see the rain end right during the countdown like usual.
Yeah, it stopped. All right, good.
Perfect. So dark base is supposed to be the first base you do, so it's going to be the lowest level stuff. It's also the one that Crocolore is going to have the most impact on. You'll notice in the fighting base, and pretty much every base other than this one, Crocalor dies almost instantly. It luckily is able to get a few kills in first, but not too many. So this is usually one of the faster bases because of that. The way that the Let's Go mechanic works in terms of who wins the battle is kind of weird, and we don't know entirely what it is, because it's not completely level based, but level does play an impact. It's kind of type matchup based. You can actually have Crocalor do pretty well in the fairy base, for example, because fire resists fairy, so it just takes a little bit longer to get killed. But yeah, it usually doesn't matter too much for this base. And this base is also one of those that's like really wide open. So you can kind of go from Pokemon to Pokemon, or group of Pokemon to group of Pokemon pretty quickly. There it is.
Alright. Our IVs are good, so we can just wing attack this red room.
Nice. Yeah, this is another fight where each of the star bases, the bosses have a Starmobile Revavroom. So Revavroom is a new Pokemon that was added. You'll actually see one, a standard one, in the Poison base. And they all have their own special one. It is mono-type for the type that they are. So like this Revavroom is going to be dark type with boosted stats. And they also have different abilities. And so this one has Intimidate. It's just another one of those fights that it's never actually an issue, but you can do something slightly faster if you either have Scrappy or have good stats like Chris does. Other thing that's a little bit awkward about these fights, it's the only fights in the game you have to remember that because you have more than one Pokemon in your party, you have to worry about the switch battle style. But they randomly don't ask you if you want to switch before the Starmobile come out. So you have to like remember to say no for each one until the Starmobile, and then you're fine.
Yeah, I wonder why that's the case. It's weird.
I don't know.
Doesn't treat it like a normal Pokemon.
Maybe because it's like the boss or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. So I guess now we're gonna try going back to Poison. Hopefully no rain.
I would say shout out to Giacomo giving us the good music for all the Team Star fights.
Yeah. Luckily, the bases, for the most part, don't matter what order you go in. It's honestly just more of a bigger nuisance to like manage a splits file if you constantly keep changing the order of things.
I thought about just making my splits for the section say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because there's like 7 things you can do in any order. Because the order does not really matter. One of the benefits of doing these bases before going to the Ghost Gym area is you get a bunch of LP for doing these fights, and you can still use the LP to buy items in this game. So we mentioned earlier about the vitamins. The time that we're gonna buy those is when we head to the Ghost Gym because there's a vitamin shop in Montenevra, the town. So you can just grab your vitamins then at like basically no time loss. So you want to delay the Ghost Gym until you kind of can't delay it anymore, so that you can buy as many vitamins as possible. But this Flamigo, I don't think should need that many vitamins. With 30 attack, you barely need any, and then I think the speed is also okay.
Yeah, 12 to 15 speed. Where is it?
Yeah, 12 to 15 is pretty nice. Yeah, this
I think
thing
I'll
shouldn't need
still
too
need
much.
to sell, but I
Yeah,
won't need that much.
you could always
Probably
just
sell
sell a
like the
little bit.
Terra Blasts.
Yeah. Just go through and quickly sell just a couple things. That's like another kind of awkward part about that section is you want to sell as little as possible because selling is slow. So like even if you don't need that many vitamins, you usually still have to sell a little bit.
Yeah, my PB had almost perfect attack, almost perfect speed, and I barely was able to skip selling.
Yeah. It's funny now with like if you get a near perfect Flamigo, instead of like skipping the sell, you want to pick up even more money items so you can sell and get a ton of vitamins so you can do the close combat skip. It's like very silly how there's like levels of the selling. It's like if you have terrible stats, you need to sell a ton. If you have average stats, you don't need to sell very much. And then when you have incredible stats, you need to sell a ton because it cycles back to being really broken to get a ton of vitamins. Like all kinds of different strategies you can use. And that's what makes like the end game of this really fun. It's like so many strategies to incorporate. It's also nice it's not nighttime now. If you do this gym first, it's nighttime typically. Just due to how like the day-night cycles work. They're on like a timer. They're not. It's not like tied to your time, like the time that you have plugged into the Switch. And if it's nighttime here, you get a bunch of Ghastlies and Haunters, and they're really annoying. Like your Pokemon just doesn't lock onto them very well, and because of that, you can't send out your second Pokemon until your like the Pokemon that's targeting like finds its target. So it can be like a giant pain to like send out your Flamigo at a group of like, you know, Ghastlies, and then it just kind of stands around because they vanished and they're like not appearing yet. And then it's like, come on, let me send out my second Pokemon so it can do something, and you're just waiting for the Ghastlies to disappear. That's probably the most annoying part of here.
Yeah, I never took that into consideration, but that makes sense that they would only spawn at night.
I don't think they only spawn at night, but it's way more common at nighttime to get them.
I see.
So you can still get them during the day, it's just not nearly as common.
Yeah, these instead.
Yep, which is also a benefit getting more Venonats because Fuecoco can deal with them a lot better.
Fuecoco can deal with those too, the fungus.
But yeah, this is when Fuecoco can kind of like do stuff in these lower level ones.
Perfect.
Oh, another good set. Nice. Yeah, you can't really like choose the order that you're sending out. It'd be really nice if you could like kind of swap them around. Not the case though. It's kind of unfortunate. Because like right here, it's like, what's Fuecoco forced to go up against? Oh, great. Well, goodbye, Fuecoco.
Yeah, he's dead.
That's not what you wanted to go up against. But like, if it was up against these Fungus, it would have been fine.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, that was not bad at all.
Yeah, and so earlier when I was talking about like the super long loads and stuff, because Chris ended there in the middle instead of over on like one of the sides where the grass is, the load coming up here should be a lot quicker. If our theory is correct. I have 2 runs. One has a 3-second load and one has an 18-second load. So
Yeah, I think I got the quick load there. Or is it this one?
It's
no,
that.
yeah, I
Okay.
got the quick load.
Yeah,
that was much quicker.
Yeah, I got the long load in my PB and I was like, what? And yeah, that makes sense. I went into the grass, so.
Yep. Now the worst part is, I wonder if that is applicable to like any of the other bases, and we're just all shooting ourselves in the foot for no reason.
I wonder if it matters for even more stuff too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You enter this doorway on the left side, then.
But you know, like the little cutscene that plays after you turn into Sunflora is like, I wonder if you're gonna be more on the dirt path rather than toward the sides where it's grassy. It's like, this game is impossible to make sense out of, I swear.
The thing is, I've joked about something like that before, because like in Pokemon Let's Go, at the end of Nugget Bridge, you can either talk to the rocket from the bridge and the backdrop has the bridge, or you can walk in front of him and then the backdrop is a field. And so I've always been like, oh, we should check to see if one of them loads faster. That's like actually a thing in this game now.
Yeah. That's the double rubber room.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that one's a real one, so it's a steel poison type. Which
this
is why
one's
we
pure
don't want
poison.
acrobatics or anything. And then yeah, this one's pure poison.
Luckily, it goes down to acrobatics. Oh, we talked about double inputting.
We have not.
Yeah, so there's a cool mechanic on most of the Switch games where you can input with the D-pad and with the control stick. So you can get 2 like inputs at the same time, and you can use it to make menuing faster a lot of the time. So like if you're going to use an X attack, for example, instead of hitting like down on the control stick or like down on the D-pad, you hit down with the D-pad and the control stick, and you can like instantly get 2 inputs. It's like a cool little menuing trick in these games. You get to see it quite a bit, mostly for the X attacks or when you're switching between moves.
Yeah, I haven't done any of them. I already find that this game drops my inputs like all the time, so.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
scared.
I love when I'm on bad pace, I'm at the E4 and I'm doing double inputs on like Rika. So I'm like, I hate this run. Go from like acro to low kick with the double input, and then I double kick the Clodsire and I'm out of the E4. You've not done Fire, right? Fire's the one we still have left. Okay, so Fire and Fairy. So three bosses left. We're actually almost through all the bosses of the game. As far as the 18 any order things go. I feel like we'll probably see Fire next and then Ghost.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna protein before berry.
Ah, interesting. Okay. It makes the range a lot safer for sure.
I've been doing what Saiyan does there, skipping the X attack.
Yeah. Giving the X attack's like kind of sketchy, but it's definitely
It's a little
correct.
sketch.
I lost a run recently to getting confused into double hit self into crit.
Oh no. Let's hope that nothing like that happens.
Well, you could always heal. See, the thing is,
exactly.
I did not choose to heal because surely I won't hit myself 3 times in a row. It's a bit different when you're not doing a marathon run.
I think if the Reverum Magical Torques crits twice in a row, you'd just die.
Yep. That's what happened to me. I got crit by Magical Torque and then hit myself twice.
That's brutal.
It's actually interesting,
Alright,
like how
Firebase.
sketchy these last fights are. Like all of the fights after the Ghost Gym, like, are kind of scary. There's none of the fights are really like totally safe.
Also, yeah, shoutouts to the map being like extra laggy when you get out of Poison Base.
Yeah. It's because all the Pokemon are like loading in the swamp at the same time.
Yeah. So this is another one where I think the extra XP I got on Crocolore helps tremendously with allowing him to kill things in the space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another of the benefits of doing the Ghost Gym early. You get like 4 levels on Croc for these.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This can be hard to route that sometimes.
This base, there's only like 1 or 2 Pokemon that can spawn in that the Crocolore really has trouble with. Torkoals can spawn in, which are just really bulky, and so they typically they'll go down, but they'll deal some damage back to Fuecoco or Crocolore rather. And then the Nummels, because Nummel has a ground beats fire type advantage.
Yeah, that sucks.
Pretty much
'cause
everything else you can do.
Yeah, you can't really like pick what you send out against, like we mentioned earlier, and if you
I'll
get
sometimes
Nummel at a bad
deviate
time,
and go back, but yeah.
yeah, it's like an actual strategy sometimes to just like skip over a group of Nummels that spawn, send out the Crocolore at something it can beat, and then turn around and fight the Nummels.
Mhm. It's funny being in battles and your notifications still haven't caught up, so you just get a
Yep.
bunch of random notifications.
My favorite is like when you're running through Area 0 at the end.
Yes.
It's just like Flamigo beat Torkoal, and you're like, no,
Yeah, right
That
when you're
was
about
like 30 minutes ago.
a new
yeah,
Pokemon has been registered.
right when you're about
you
to
won
slide down.
$15,000.
Yeah, the money right when you slide down is hilarious. I like to time like my Area 0 like pacing based off of the notifications. I know right when the money pops up. Like
Yeah.
where am I supposed to be? Like was my movement good? Yeah, we're on pace. just now getting the money. Alright, Numels at the start. That means we definitely want to see more. Uh-oh.
It's only one. It's only one, so we should be
Yeah,
okay.
it should be fine.
Oh.
No! Yeah, Crocodile's
send out
unfortunately
the-
is. Oh my goodness. Stop. The
Sending
dude.
out this Flamigo.
Yeah, Croc.
Oh,
Oh
this
no,
is-
Croc.
This is really bad luck. Yeah, Croc went down.
That's
They fought
unfortunate.
two
There's
of the
so
new
many of them.
ones. Yeah, this is really
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Pick a different Pokemon.
Yeah, this is like kind of the problem of using the Croc. There is a strat to catch 2 Scythers, but it like the problem with doing that strat is, you know, it might not get in the ball, and then you're losing a ton of time. But if you catch 2 Scythers quickly, it's usually like about the same amount of time as just using Croclore for the bases. But I don't know. It's just kind of like a preference kind of deal. Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it isn't.
I don't think you
Unfortunately, you
can
don't
save
know.
enough time in the bases to make catching an extra Pokemon worth it. I was like
Yeah.
trying it at one point, but it just takes so long to catch anything.
Yeah, it's more like one of those things where, like, it was more prevalent before we came up with the Hawlucha idea, but The second Scyther is almost guaranteed to catch, or just because like you get the whatever it's called, the critical capture chance as well, and you get to skip the Pokédex registry. But it's still definitely faster. Just risk it with the Crocodile almost always. It's more for the fighting base where you save time, because having 3 Pokemon there is really good. Especially if like you get the bad Abomasnow luck and one of the Scythers go down. Your Solar Flamigo. It's always wild to me that this thing doesn't go down the wing attack at the low kick. Even though level 26. They're just so bulky.
Okay, I think I need 6 Carbos and 7 proteins.
That sounds about right. I'm assuming you're hastying.
Almost. Yeah, I'm gonna haste you.
Yeah. That sounds right to me then.
I'll probably sell and get a bunch of extra proteins though. Just because I want to low kick the Bronzong.
Yeah, it's always worth getting at least a couple more. Should probably like calculate when Bronzong's guaranteed, because that would also be nice to know. I think we only have the 12 out of 16 range in the notes.
Yeah, and it's easy to just get an extra few proteins.
Yeah. I forget how many you need. I think it's like 4 extra compared to what it says to get the guaranteed KO. Yeah, if you just have the money, which you typically will, you just buy max proteins anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So with this, we are down to the final 2 bosses. The Ghost Gym's always interesting. Did you, Scyther always KOs the Sableye, right? I always forget.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think I saw 122 attack or something.
And, yeah, and you were high level too.
Yeah, 122 attack's really high anyway.
I think it at level 50 or above, it KOs at like 105, I want to say.
That sounds right to me. That's Hawlucha, I think. Scyther can't be 105.
Well, they're... Yeah, my numbers are just for both of them because they both get stabbed from Acro. So
yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, it's like 105 at level 50, and if you're level 48 or higher, because I think you can be 49, it's like 110, which might be relevant for Scyther.
Not in this case, though.
Yeah, definitely not here because the Scyther Chris caught was 50, or at least the first one was 52. I don't remember what
the
level
second one was 50, I think, but it should still be guaranteed if it had a 120 attack.
Yeah, 122, it's definitely gonna kill.
Yeah. Yeah, all of this is just to save a little bit of animation time. So one of the fights has a Sableye and a Driftblim, and if you have acrobatics, you just sweep the fight. But if you have good enough attack, you just sweep the fight. But if you don't have good attack, the problem is you wouldn't always KO the Sableye, and you don't want to take the risk because if you miss the range, you lose like 20 seconds. So you have to just do a weird fight where you basically AFK with the Scyther so that the Drifloon explodes. An excellent strat to not sell close combat. Might be some foreshadowing there. And plenty of money.
Yeah, you get so many TMs over the course of the run. And because TMs are no longer infinite, you can actually sell them.
Yeah, which actually is really nice for this run. I also, once again, as always, witness somebody pick up the Pearl String and not sell it because it's in a different tab. Like, I feel like everyone picks up the Pearl String, but none of us sell it ever. Yeah, Yeah, so buying a ton of proteins. So this will fix all of the stats on the Flamigo. The idea is we kind of go into the final with like the same stats every run, and you just buy vitamins to where you set your stats to be like a known value. So like now we always know what our speed's gonna be. We always know what our attack is gonna be. There's like a little bit of consequence to getting too high of an attack stat. The only spot where it really matters is the whatever it's called, the Magnezone. You might proc sturdy if you have too high of an attack stat, but it's usually better to have more attack than less because of some ranges.
If you have actually like super high attack, you can proc sturdy on the Dawn Fan too. Like the one shot Dawn Fan overlaps with the guaranteed one shot on Bronzong. So it's like you have to gamble one or the other.
Well, normally what you would do if you have that high of an attack is you would acrobatics the what's that thing called? The Quackle level, and then you would wing attack the Dawn Fan and you would teach close combat later.
Right. Yeah.
That's the super awkward play around you would have to do when you have like incredible attack.
Yeah, so we should have 5 extra proteins, I think. So
yeah, it should be
should
high
have a
enough
guaranteed
to,
Bronzong.
yeah, always kill Bronzong. Even if you don't kill the Bronzong, is usually fine. Yeah, I was experimenting with a really stupid strat for close combat skip. Turns out you always have the Corviknight die to Brave Bird if you have perfect attack. So you let the Corviknight die to, you do low kick non-boosted and it just dies to the recoil on Brave Bird. And it exactly works out. It's very funny.
And it always uses Brave Bird?
Yeah, always.
Nice.
It'll catch on someday. I need a run where I have like 30 attack IV or higher and also have like 20 plus speed. It's like, this is my one chance.
Yeah.
Oh, and it has to be scrappy as well, because you have to get the one shot on the dog at the end. But there's some really cool strats you can do with like really good Flamigo. This Flamigo that you have could maybe go for the Yolo on the Baxcalibur. It'd be like 40% to one-shot it with low kick. You don't die if you miss it, unless you also get poison point.
It'd probably take me more time to actually select low kick than it would to just...
Well, you would select it. Oh, I guess you might not select it normally. I do triple acro, double low kick for that fight to save animation.
I see.
Because low kick kills for the last
full
two.
thing.
Gotcha, okay. And it's another spot where you can save some time then in the future.
Oh, yeah.
Save some animation time.
Start double inputting.
It is a double input because you have to get from acro to low kick. I also think he can wing attack some of that fight too at +2.
Which fight is it?
Hassle. You can go like triple wing attack, double low kick.
That sounds right.
Yeah, a lot of the fights that we have, like, we have them routed like a totally safe way, but like if you run the calcs, you can find some like cool strats you can potentially do.
Yeah, if you don't kill that Sableye, it activates a really long cutscene.
Wow, this new guy's really good. Go, new guy, yeah! And then you get like an attack boost. And then you have to watch both your Pokemon get an attack boost. It's so bad. You'll see it once on Rhyme. Rhyme is actually routed very particularly. In theory, we could maybe find a way to like save turns on this fight, but we actually have it set up so that we only get one boost.
Yeah. Yeah, there's there's talk of it's more relevant for the Victory Road category, which is just doing the gyms and not the Titans and Starfall bases, where if you don't KO anything the first turn and nobody uses a super effective move, you can skip the first little cutscene, and then you can. So the main hiccup on the fight is there's a Mimikyu, and Mimikyu has the ability Disguise, which means it takes 2 hits to KO. So you're basically always going to have a 3-turn fight unless you have Mold Breaker or like Earthquake, and you can like break Disguise and then KO both with Earthquake. But yeah, what you could do is you can like break Disguise and then KO both on the second turn. The main problem with that is Flamigo can get hit by super effective moves from the Banette. And so you kind of have to play around that. But for any percent, we only get 1 boost anyways, so it's not really worth it.
Yeah, there's talk of like wide guard to dodge the icy wind.
Wide guard to dodge the icy wind is such a big brain strat.
Yeah, Flamigo, if you catch a high level one, comes with wide guard. Yeah, there's all kinds of like really creative ways to do these double battles. Double battles are like really fun to route like some of the strategies for, because you have to get really creative sometimes.
Gotta remember to wing attack the Banette or else I'm losing a bajillion years.
Yeah, this is like one of the spots in the game where you need to actually like pick the target in one of these double battles. I think this is the only time you have to actually actively pick which Pokemon the Flamigo is targeting.
Yeah. The only other time you would have to is if you have the bad range on the Sableye.
Right, yeah, on the earlier fight. Is it Noivern, the lead on Hassel? Noivern.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
I was curious, I'm checking.
You should definitely KO the Flapple because of type effectiveness.
Yeah, Flapple for sure. I mean, this is like literally a 6-second time save. That's why I'm curious. What comes out second? That's the problem.
Oh, the Dragalge.
That's the one that we need to kill. Right. We need to check if Dragalge dies. Okay, Noivern super dies to wing attack. At +2. It dies to wing attack with 0 IV, 0 EV at +2. So we should we should always be wing attacking that. I don't know why that's not a thing. Okay, what about Dragalge?
So wait, the Noivern's dead to wing attack?
Yeah, +2 always dies to wing attack. Not even a range on any stat line. 0 IV with no protein, it even dies. Same with Dragalge. Always at the wing attack.
What?
Literally always. Yeah, stats don't even matter. Just always dead. What about the... Well, Flapple's super dead. Now you have to check that. There's no way Baxcalibur
I'm actually blown away
dies.
that died.
I know Baxcalibur is a range to low kick at neutral, so this should live at 60 now. Okay, Baxcalibur would live. So you have to use a different move for Baxcalibur.
Wouldn't you just low kick it at +2?
Yeah, no. Yeah, you would switch to low kick. I was thinking if we could just X attack, wing attack 5 times, which I didn't think would be possible.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. You always have to use a different move for Baxcalibur.
Wait, Shen. of course these things die to +2 wing attack because they all die to +0 acrobatics.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
wait, why aren't we doing this?
Yeah. Well, we're not doing it because we don't have wing attack at that point, typically.
Right. No, I was thinking of this for the close combat route.
Yeah.
That's why I was curious.
Only we could just get rid of double kick.
I know. I hate how we
bad
have
can the
to have
Magna
it.
Zone really be?
We get
Very
fling for the Halucha route. We use fling.
I know.
Magnazone
Actually,
one
that's
shot
been routed
my
out now.
Halucha when I messed up.
Oh
that.
no.
Yeah, we I know Pulse has been still working with the Halucha route here and there. There's some other strats for that fight now. Namely called Just Tank It LOL. You just hope that you win.
Good luck.
Well, I think that fight is now high jump kick, double low kick, hope that you survive, high
my
jump
God.
kick, low kick. I think that's the fight. And just hit the 3 kicks or the run's over. But it is fast if you hit all the kicks. So that's what matters. Alright, yeah, +2 wing attack does sweep Hassel outside of the final fight. Alright, that's in the mental notes for when I roll a 60 IV Flamingo. Anyway, time for the fairy base. This is a fun one. This first fight is like such a pain. This is another reason why we need wing attack for this long. Is this prankster torment having Morgrem on this next fight? It can sometimes just prankster to outspeed you and force it so you have to use a different move every turn, and only if we didn't have wing attack still, only one of our moves can KO the Hatterem that comes out second. So this used to be like a giant pain because there'd be a 25% chance that this would be a 3-turn fight. It was really annoying. But now it's just wing attack twice, and then if you get tormented, you just switch to acrobatics for the second turn. Also having to teach close combat before this fight just to have a move to always not get trolled.
Alright, let's see.
Another one of those coin flips. 50-50 it outspeeds you, and super unfortunate. That's the worst fight you can get.
Yep.
But it shows off the strat that we made to not get super trolled by getting tormented. Now you can just acro and win. That used to be like a 20-second time loss to get hit by that. So, nice that it's barely any time loss now. This is like a second.
Alright, we're gonna do this menu early.
Yeah, smart. Get the proteins on.
Yeah, and I'll teach close combat while I'm in there. Don't need
Yep.
wing attack anymore.
Yeah, that's the last fight that you need wing attack for. So having close combat here makes a lot of sense. Not that you're going to use it for this fight, you will use it for the next fight.
You tell there's one extra button I have to press. For those proteins.
Yeah, it's always weird when you do those, like, slightly different menus. When you do them in, like, different spots than you're used to.
No rain at least.
Yeah. Also the etiquette clip where he's like, at least it's not lagging. Oh god.
That was, yeah, it was the first time I did a save and reset during a run to reduce lag. And I was like, wow, this is not nearly as laggy as usual. And then as I was saying that, the game froze for a solid 3 seconds. Like, it just straight up froze. It wasn't lagging, it froze for 3 seconds.
I've had that happen to me when I get rain on this.
Yeah, same.
I get those freezes, they're not nearly as long, but I'll get freezes that are like maybe a half a second to a second every now and then when I enter a gym.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get some weird freezes.
How many proteins did you buy, by the way? Do you remember?
12.
It was 12? Okay.
Yeah. All right, we are going to acro this entire fight and hope for the best.
Now, if
Yes,
you're willing to
that's a good
aggro this entire fight and hope for the best, you want the baller strat for, you can aggro the Quackalavel. It's a 93% range.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
To save what, like a second maybe?
It's like 2 seconds, yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just the baller check. You want to go for it? You know your exact IV? You were 29 plus, right?
It was 30 to 31.
Oh, it was 70. Okay. Yeah, 30 to 31.
Yeah, it was 70 to 10.
So it's technically a 96% range, because if you're 30 IV, it's a 15 out of 16, but it's guaranteed if you're 31.
I might as well just go for it.
You have a bit of excitement to the stream.
The 96% chance to win. So yeah, the Wigglytuff isn't an issue, but Dash Bun? I don't know how to say the Pokemon's name, but wow, we got cute charmed.
It's just time loss. It doesn't do anything.
So this guy loves to baby go eyes me when I do the strat. Yep. Every time.
This is now a damage range. It is favorable.
No.
Oh, wow.
Say it.
See, there's the jinx. There's the jinx. That's, by the way, that's the same range, I think, as the Quackalavel. I'm pretty sure it's the same range. So that's the 1 in 16 miss. So now you'll definitely hit the Quackalavel one.
Oh, man.
That's really funny. Yeah, I think 30 IV at 82 is 15 out of 16. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that is. All right, now this is a incredibly unfavorable range.
Yeah. This is, like, impossible to two-shot.
I have gotten it, like, once, but that was when I bought, like, way too many proteins, because I just had a lot of money. Yo, what's interesting is this isn't even that much slower than not yellowing this fight. It's just... You're kind of, like, changing, they're spreading out the time loss. Yeah, there's the confuse.
Okay, don't troll me, please.
Hey, gonna go for the hit through?
Come on.
1 in 3. Okay, that was
Oh, we
reasonable.
did it!
Troll fate, but it was reasonable enough. But yeah, the alternative is you need to set up an X attack on that fate, but like everything on the fate has charm. So you need to set up a guard spec to set up the X attack, and it's just like really annoying to get the fate to like be set up properly. So it's usually better to just risk it. I think that was like roughly how much time it would have taken to do the fight safely.
I think I lost 1 turn to missing that range. But
Yeah.
it would have been fine otherwise.
But then you also have to consider that using a guard spec and using an X attack is like slower than an average turn. So it breaks even if you get the bad fight effectively. So it like almost always saves time. And then if you get lucky, it saves like 1 to 2 turns.
Mm-hmm. The confuse definitely added some time loss, but it's all good. At least we survived. That's
Yeah.
All right, so that is all 18 badges. Now we're officially in the end game.
So Shen says, acro the quackable. All right. I'm doing it.
I'm gonna double check just to make sure I'm not making you throw and I'm running one more.
Okay.
You're 82, right? I forgot what XP route you did.
I should be. I should be at least 82 in the Clavel fight after killing all the things.
Okay. Yeah, I think you hit 82 during the fight. If you're 81, it's unfavorable. Or not unfavorable, but it's like 80%.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's a 15 out of 16 range, depending on your ID.
I'll take it. I will take it.
Big YOLO strats, love to hear it.
Love to see it.
It's not like Quackable can kill me, right?
Technically, no.
Not in one turn.
No,
but they
not in
can
one turn.
they can aqua step into outspeed and to kill me.
Yeah, assuming it goes for double aqua step. It's also a range to kill you if it does that. It's based on your stats. Because the only reason you always die is because of close combat.
Yeah, it should go for Ice Spinner. At least that's what it's gone for. Like, I had to heal paralysis.
Not for me.
Oh, really?
My literal last 5 runs have all died to Effect Spore, Sleep, and the Aqua Step. I'm 0 for 5.
I got Effect Spore for the first time on my PB. I've been doing
that sucks.
these Flamigo runs for almost a full month now, and I got Effect Spore once.
I never got it a single time with Hawlucha, which is like wild, and I've gotten it all 5 of my Flamigo runs that have made it this far.
Jeez.
One of them was Poison,
lucky.
and that's the one that finished, and then 4 of them have been Effect 4 into Sleep, into Dead, to the Quackwaffle. Yeah, this is, by the way, we've mentioned scary fights. This is probably one of the scariest fights in the game. And it's like, it's not even scary because it should be. Every single Pokemon on this fight dies in 1 hit. Every single Pokemon. There's definitely nothing that can go wrong if you outspeed and one-shot every Pokemon on the team, right? Like, how could something go wrong?
Yeah. We'll just let it play out.
All right. Yeah. You gotta love the 5 FPS walk.
Yeah.
Go.
Oh yeah, the NPCs. I really hope someone walks through the Quackwaffle. I've had that happen a couple of times. It's so funny. Sometimes people just walk through the fight for some reason. Alright, there's
We're
82.
now.
Okay. I also didn't count any of the EVs on this fight, so I don't know if anything gives attack, but that would just give you better odds. Actually, it probably doesn't. I don't think it'd be enough to give you an extra, like, stat point.
Right. There's only like 1 per Pokemon that actually gives it, right?
Well, it's something give you like
1
3,
EV.
maybe you get the boost. I don't think Houndoom gives you like 3 attack or anything.
No, definitely not.
Quackwaffle does.
All right, 10%. 10%.
Well, 30% to see the thing. Okay.
Oh,
Ah, okay. Could be worse.
no.
Alright, 1 and 3 to
So-
hit through now. You do have the Forestore still.
Yeah,
You still have that, so you can take the hit and then use it.
that's probably what I'll try.
I think it's worth trying it. Unfortunately, you will see the animation no matter what. Hopefully we get a spinner. It is slightly favored, I think, to use Aqua Step, but because you're slower than it right now, I think it might go for Ice Spinner here. I think it typically goes for Aqua Step if it's faster, or if it wants to become faster. Yeah, okay, so perfect. That's like not gonna do anything. Okay.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, and you got the range. Okay. Nice.
I believed.
Yeah. You said we're good before I saw the range. I was worried that you're gonna jinx it. It's like, oh, we hit through. Oh, we lived.
Yeah. I was like, oh yeah, we're good. We got the hit off.
Yeah, nothing could possibly have gone wrong there. All right, so a scary Clive, but that was rather fine. Barely lost time to having to watch the ice spinner animation, so that will happen 1 out of 3 runs though that you get effects board by the Amoonguss. It's so bad. Like that Pokemon is like a demon for these runs. You play for so long, and then this Clive fight is like that terrifying. Also, I've never tried losing this fight. Like, I just assume you can't.
I don't know.
Someone's tried it.
Yeah.
You
it's
have
actually
to win
worth,
all these last fights.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's worth mentioning that fight there is actually one of the reasons, one of the other reasons why Fuecoco is the best starter for this run.
For
so
sure.
the Clive fight here, and when we fight Nemona later, we're gonna basically fight the 2 starters that we didn't pick. Because we have Fuecoco, the bulkiest of the 3 starters, which is Skeledirge, won't appear in any of the fights, which is awesome. But more importantly, on Clavel, if you he kind of has like a Gen 1 style team where the Amoonguss, the Houndoom, and there's a Gyarados that he can have will be traded out for whichever starter he has instead. And so the Gyarados that would replace the Quaquaval has Intimidate, and so that would just be another point against Tangled Feet if we had to deal with that, but luckily we don't.
I will say, I would love to be able to not have the Amoonguss on that fight.
Oh, absolutely.
If we could give Meowscarada. But then the issue would be there'd be a Meowscarada earlier, and we'd have to deal with that speed range, and there'd be like all kinds of other problems.
Yeah,
that Amoonguss is a giant pain. Luckily, it didn't matter here. Able to hit through the paralysis, but sometimes it can be terrifying. Speaking of terrifying, good luck on the interview.
Oh my god, this is the most stressful part of the run.
It really is. You miss a question here, you lose like 2 to 3 minutes, and you have to go through the whole interview again. It's like very sketchy. Hardest question based off your version when you're playing.
Yeah.
We picked the Psychic Gym for this just because it's faster entering. It's like up A, up A, up A. For the 3 questions about the gym leader. That makes that like really easy to input. It's also crucial to know the backup for when you turbo through the first question. You pick Bug by accident. You have to quickly answer those questions. Alright, and once you're through the starter question, you can just mash the A button. So, did not choke that. Very nice. Crucial not to mash the B button, because then you would say that you don't like Pokemon, getting you kicked out of the interview as well.
Wait, you can actually B button press that? Wow.
I think you can. I'm not positive. I think I remember someone saying they B pressed it once.
That's brutal.
Yeah, we'll say the interview is like so stressful, and the music doesn't help. It's like very stressful, like music too. High stress environment. Yeah, that gets you access to E4, and E4 is like not that scary in this game, I want to say, but like it is a little bit scary. It is like a very cool E4 though. I really like the teams here. And also the fact that a 4-year-old is like the scariest fight in the game. Or like one of them.
Who let her on the Elite Four squad anyways?
Her team is sick, like...
It really is.
I understand why she's on it.
There's no age limit, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a good enough trainer, they just let you in.
Yeah, with the exception of the third Elite Four member, all of the lead Pokemon are pretty scary too. Like if you do setup, like this Whiscash has Blizzard and Earth Power. Like obviously not for Flamigo, Earth Power, but Muddy Water I think too.
It has Future Sight, which is super annoying too, because it makes it hard to set up. Because if that hits you later, it can be really bad.
Yeah, the Copperajah on the next fight has like Play Rough and Heavy Slam. And Superpower, I want to say. Like, everything is really brutal. And then randomly the third one is like, I can Sunny Day.
Yeah. No, it is a problem if you're like super slow because it has chlorophyll and then it gets annoying, but we always outspeed with the vitamins that we buy. Nice. Not procking Sturdy on Dawn Fan. Technically, that's enough HP to live the next fight. You choose to not heal.
Yeah, I usually don't heal Larry. Mostly because he almost always Sunny Days.
Oh, I meant for Poppy.
Oh, right, for Poppy. Yeah, I guess if the Bronzong didn't die.
Yeah, you should still be fine.
Yeah, you protein to get the guaranteed on Bronzong though.
Alright, Clodsire.
Yeah, this is the only time that you can really lose on this fight, and it's kind of silly. The only thing this Clodsire really has that can hit you is Protect. So hopefully we didn't see it. I've noticed if you dodge the Stone Edge, you typically get double Protect here, which is like really annoying. It's unfortunate. Will we see the double? No double. Yeah, my PB dodges Stone Edge. I got really excited. Then it double protected and went for the triple. It's like, what are you doing? Like, what is happening?
That's brutal. Rika is unimpressed.
Yeah. I also love the character design in this game. Like, all the characters are really good. Alright, time for Poppy. This fight is, There's a lot going on this fight. Especially because of how many different strategies you can do. And this is typically the fight that, like, you choose different strategies for. So in particular, on this strategy, Chris got enough attack to get a guaranteed KO on the Bronzong. Bronzong can live on certain attack stats, so it's pretty crucial that you get the one-shot on that. Has a guaranteed one-shot with close combat on the Corviknight. The only issue would be not getting the range on Bronzong, but should be plenty of HP to survive even if you miss that range. So this fight goes from being like kind of sketchy to guaranteed based off of like some of the strats that you choose to do. This is definitely the safest iteration. Copperajah always goes down. This Corviknight will always go down to close combat. And then remember how like hours ago we mentioned that there's 2 double kicks in the run? It's finally time for the double kick fans in chat. It's finally time for the second double kick of the run. We're gonna lose 8 whole seconds kicking something 2 times. It is all been for this Magnezone that would potentially one-shot us from full HP with discharge, but instead we KO it with 2 double kicks and have no issues.
kind of mean putting 2 sturdies in the Elite Four.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least the Dauntan can't do anything to us because we're flying type.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is the second and last double kick of the run. But it does get the Sanar moveset the whole time. Yeah, low kick to take out the Bronzong. Luckily that KO, that can be a range, but would have been fine. Had enough stats to survive that. Yeah, we would much prefer keeping wing attack compared to double kick, but we really need double kick just for this fight. And then this thing goes down to a low kick. Yeah, this fight you may have noticed we used 3 different moves on. This is part of the reason why it's really hard to fit sword stance on the moveset. Because if you teach close combat early, you wouldn't really have space for the sword stance, but you would want sword stance primarily for the later game. It just became a bigger deal to try and keep sword stance, so we skipped using it now. Alright, time for the next gym leader. I mean, E4 member.
It's me, Larry.
Yeah, so this is the foreshadowing I was mentioning earlier when we were talking about how all the gym leaders, except for one, will terrestrialize a Pokemon that's not their type into their type. But Larry will take his Staraptor and terrestrialize into normal, which is what all the Elite Four members do. So like the Tinkaton in the last fight is Steel, the Clodsire is Ground. So it's pretty cool. It's not something that is easy to pick up on.
Mm-hmm. I will say this is also the scariest fight in the game just because Larry has the threat on the team. Has also located the correct starter.
Yeah.
This fight, I will say, is actually kind of a pain. It's one of the few fights we have to actually set up on. This Oricorio is like impossible to one-shot. If you're 252 EVs with perfect attack at neutral, which means like not getting the drop from Scrappy, it's a 50% range. Like assuming like best possible conditions. So it's just like never viable to go for the one shot on this Oricorio. We didn't really mention it, but like one of the reasons why Flamigo is so good is just the coverage between fighting and flying is kind of incredible. It fails to hit like only 5 or 6 type combinations for neutral. There's quite a bit of like ghost that you wouldn't be able to hit for neutral, but that doesn't really matter because there's only a few ghost types in the game. But yeah, it turns out the only Pokemon we can't hit for neutral damage are the Watrel from like 2 hours ago on the Iono fight that just goes down to any move. And then this Oricorio. These are the only 2 Pokemon that we can't hit for neutral. So we have to use a not very effective move, but at +1 it always goes down. Ends up working out there.
Yeah, it would have been nice if being scrappy would make it possible, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, if you can hit like, I think it's like 85 on this fight with like perfect stats and everything with Scrappy, you could go setupless. I think you have to close combat the Oricorio.
Yeah, exactly.
It does more, but it's like one of those niche strats that's just not worth writing down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was more talking for the close combat skip route where you would have to have incredible attack and then you could go for it if you're Scrappy, but like usually it's a 1 in 3 range. It's just not worth it. Though it doesn't really do that much if you do take a hit from it, but it's better to just give a turn to the Sunny Day Tropius because it's even less of anything. Come on, Larry, speak up. Save us some time.
I'm gonna heal before the next fight, just for safety.
Yeah, reasonable. Yeah, this fight, it's
And I got
like...
the effect spore, so
Yeah.
poison points coming.
Yeah, this is one of those fights that's like also not threatening, but also incredibly threatening 1/3 of the time. It's another contact ability with poison point. You do still have the full restore, which is nice. You didn't have to use it on wherever that fight was, the Quack level. So you do have the full restore if you are worried.
I was confused. I already had Flamigo selected there. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, depending on when you do the menu sometimes. Because, like, if you teach close combat in the E4, your cursor's not in the right spot, and it's really annoying. Alright, so here we go. This is the Noivern. It's going to go for Air Slash most of the time. It might go for Super Fang, depending on your Spadef. You actually prefer Super Fang here. Hopefully we see that.
Both moves can miss as well.
Yep. Nice. It does go for Super Fang, so that helps with the safety of the fight. So now, if Poison Point activates, it doesn't matter, because you will not die the poison by the time the fight's over. If you get Air Slash there, and it does enough damage to where you die to poison by the end of the fight, you kind of have to just heal the poison mid-fight, and it can be kind of hard too. Nice, and just no poison point activation at all, so you don't have to think of anything here.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's a free ride.
Yeah, it's one of those things, there's really no way around it. Every move Flamigo's going to use is contact. And it's a really sad way to lose like 20 seconds.
Yeah. Let's see if we get the optimization here. Will Chris go for it? Ooh, just goes for Acro, losing 1 second compared to double low kicking the final two.
Would have been in guarantee.
Yeah.
On Back's Caliber. Okay.
Yeah, low kick's super guaranteed. It's the low kick is a 1 in 8 to KO without any setup with your stats.
I see.
Like it's either 6% or 12%. I didn't actually look. Yeah, it's more the Haxorus, because it's only 60 power low kick on Haxorus, but the +2 it always dies.
Yeah.
Maybe next time. It's too easy to just hold the button, you know?
Yeah, I feel ya. It also depends on how comfortable you are with like quickly switching move order, because like if you mess up the input, you just die. Or actually, no, you couldn't. Every single one of your moves would KO the Haxorus, but your run would die because you're watching double kick animation.
Right.
So true.
The Haxorus would die, but we'd be watching a cutscene.
All right, so that is Elite Four down. Just the champion left here. You do get a free heal here, which is kind of nice.
Yep.
I think I figured out why you get a free heal. It's because when you get healed, it heals off your terrestrialization as well. And so if you terrestrialize during the Elite Four, you wouldn't be able to do it on champion. So they give you a free heal so that way you can do it.
That's really neat. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Yeah, back on like the day one routes, it was pretty funny, like only having the one terrestrialization for the E4 and having to figure out like where we wanted to use it. Because we still wanted to use Terra for the like very end game fights.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite champions. In terms of the strategy that we get to use. It is press the correct move and you win. There's a 0 setup. This fight would actually be really slow to set up on. Specifically if you're setting up on the first Pokemon. The first Pokemon has one of the meanest abilities that Pokemon has ever put on a Pokemon, especially a lead Pokemon for speedrunning. It has this ability called Opportunist, which will mirror stat changes that you use. So like if you use an X defense, its defense will go up too. And so you absolutely do not want to set up on this thing, but luckily Flamigo is just so powerful that we can one-shot everything here.
Yeah, the team's also kind of just weak to Flamigo. There's like no resist to any of our moves here. The only bulky Pokemon is weak to fighting. Everything just kind of drops.
It's actually kind of funny. The only Pokemon that would live, she terastallizes into a type that makes her not live.
Well, even then, I think it always dies to close combat. Or, no, it's a range.
It'd be a range,
combat. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, she also just has her team in the wrong order. Like, I don't understand why the Glamora wasn't the lead and the King Gambit wasn't the A, so it would have been so much cooler.
I know.
But no, they send this thing out, like, second when it's not threatening. Give us Terra Dark King Gambit with Sucker Punch or whatever. That'd be terrifying. You also might notice we're like really trying to not click close combat. It's very similar to double kick. It's like an 8-second long animation. So you really want to avoid using close combat.
Yeah, and it also, part of the reason it's such a long animation is because it has the stat drops afterward. So here we're going to use close combat against the Glamora, but because Glamora is the final Pokemon in the fight, we don't have those stat drops. So it's still slower than acrobatics, but it becomes about like a 4-second animation instead of a 8-second one.
Yeah, it's actually really convenient that most of the things we close combat in the run are the last Pokemon. Because we have the Mavistiff, we have this thing, and then there's the Glamora in Area 0. That's just the last, because there's only one Pokemon on that fight. You only have to see stat drops, I think, 2 times with close combat. Also, shout out to Toxic Debris activating when the fight's over. It's really annoying.
I know.
Like, come on, fight's over. Why? And that's the story of how we took a flamingo through a Pokemon game.
Except there's still more to go.
Yeah, a little bit. One of the hardest menus is coming up in the moment. You have to mash through the rival text for like 3 minutes and then hit down.
I always miss this.
Yeah, I mean, you can also just hold A and it eventually works, but you just lose a little bit of time.
Yeah, that's my PB actually. I remembered that I needed to do that, and when I looked back, I was like looking at something else, and I was like, oh wait, I have to menu, and I looked back, and Nimona was walking away, and I was like, oh, okay, I missed it.
Yeah, so right here, she's going to ask you, like, where should we fight for our epic final fight, and it gives you 3 options, and you need to pick the middle one. So right here, coming up in like 2 seconds. It's coming up right after that. Right there, Mexican.
There it is.
I was like purposely not turboing that just because I didn't want to.
Yeah, but if you pick the top one, the next she'll be like, nah, I don't want to fight there. Where should we fight? And then they'll be in a different order. It's you just mash A the second time. But
yeah. Which is funny because and there was a really popular clip on Twitter when the game came out of the other questions she asks you there are like, did you become champion? You can be like, no. And she'll be like, yes, you did. And then you can say no again. And then she'll be like, yeah, come on, yeah, you did. And she does the same thing when it's like, yeah, you're truly my rival this time. And you say no. And she's like, yes, we're rivals.
Also, big moment. Hasty Mint finally used.
Yep. This fight and the final fight have 2 of the highest speed Pokemon in the game. And so we just use the Hasty Mint. For the most part, we're done needing like our really high attack. So we can trade the plus attack for plus speed.
Yeah, so basically now, the fastest Pokemon in the game, the top 4, not counting the wild Fluttermane, but there's a Fluttermane with 199 speed on the final fight. This Meowscarada has 183. The Jolteon we're doing on the next fight has, I think it's 178. And then the Noivern in the E4 has like 160 something.
164, I want to say.
Yeah, 164. So like the threshold we need for the E4 is 164, but we need 184 here. So it's like this huge increase that we need. So you can save the Hasty Mint for after. It just so happens that like the order we do things in is optimal, and it lets us switch to Hasty not before E4, which is really convenient. Because you do want Adamant for the E4.
The one bad thing about the order is the Quaquaval. Like, you just have to have higher attack to get to the Quaquaval earlier. But with some of the other ranges we have, like the Bronzong, for example, being a little bit worse, then you don't really have to worry about it too much. But yeah, the order of there are 5 things you have to do once you're done with all the badges. You have to fight Clavel, then you have to go fight Cassiopeia. I'm not going to ruin who it is. To finish off Starfall Street. You have to do the Elite Four in Champion, and then you have to fight Nimona. And then the last thing you have to do is you have to fight Arven. And so we do them in this specific order. We do Clavel first, which allows us to go immediately to the Elite Four, like by jumping over that ledge and triggering the loading screen. Do the Elite Four, then fight Nimona. After this fight, we're going to spawn in our dorm, which allows us to go straight to the schoolyard to finish off Starfall Street. Otherwise, we have to go through like an extra loading zone. And then by doing Arven last, we skip a little phone call that happens because if you do Arven, if you do something else last, Arven will give you a phone call that says like, hey, I got everyone together, let's go do this thing. And so like the order here actually does matter. You can kind of do it in whatever order you want in terms of like stats, but just for optimization purposes. Also, nice critical hit on the one fight that critical hits lose a lot of time.
This time, yeah.
It's like this and like Nimona too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good crits you can get. You did have one good crit on the Dondozo.
Yes.
We did have one beneficial crit this run, which is actually pretty rare. Like, there's not that much stuff that you save time critting in this game. Very few things survive the bird assault.
Yep.
Yeah. Another funny story. Another funny story is this is the one Nimona fight we have to win. It's also the one Nimona fight that you don't gain experience or EVs on.
Yeah.
Which traditionally in Pokemon games, like the final fight in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, for example, doesn't give you experience and you're allowed to lose it. This one is the only one you actually have to win. And she dabs on you.
After losing. Kind of weird.
Yeah.
I will say it's also kind of strange that you don't get any EVs or experience for the Team Star leaders as well.
I know. Those EVs would help.
Yeah, they would. You get a ton of attack for fighting. I had a big EV chart and I was using it when I was routing early. I didn't realize that Team Star didn't give you EVs. And I kept getting like outsped or like not KOing stuff. I'm like, what is happening? And it's like, oh, I'm missing like 30 EVs that I could have had in attack. Or like speed. Because you get a ton of it for the Reverooms. Oh, so that is the first of the 3 main stories completed. So we just need to complete the Starfall Street and the Path of Legends.
Still find it funny. We do the final Titan at like 2 hours into the run, or maybe like 2.5, and then we don't actually finish the Path of Legends until almost 5 hours.
Yeah, it's funny if we just did the Arven fight. Like, you could have a kind of reasonable Path of Legends time during an any % run.
Yeah.
Maybe like an hour and a half or something, which is like a reasonable time.
Oh, wrong way. There we go. Not getting ahead of myself.
Also, another thing that people ask all the time, the way that we make it turn into nighttime, because what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to wait for nightfall and meet her in the schoolyard. The game will just auto-advance it to night if it's not nighttime. So you can just go to the schoolyard. A lot of people would say that they like waited for nighttime in their casual files. I'm like, oh no, I'm so sorry.
Yeah. I'm really happy you don't have to wait till nighttime.
I know.
Like, thank God.
Man, imagine routing around those 30-minute day-night cycles.
Yeah. It would actually not be that bad for us to do that, though, just because, like, there's a lot of variance with when we could get here. Because we'd have E4,
Yeah.
we could just do this and then do the gyms after, maybe. It would be annoying, though.
I'm gonna play this one safe. Technically, you could just skip this guard spec, but there's a really high chance you will get minus attack.
You still sweep at +1, so you could just X attack and then guard spec if you get baby dolled.
Right.
That's what I usually do, at least. It saves a turn in theory. It's funny you want to get psychic here, because if you get psychic, it puts you into range of most things. Like, it would have gotten baby dolled anyway, so you wouldn't have saved time. Yeah, this is optimal
would've
because
been
now you're
equal.
guaranteed psychic. This is optimal.
Yeah.
So because of this psychic, you're in thunder range to the Jolteon. So now thunder's a guaranteed one-shot on us, which is optimal because that means it won't go for baby doll eyes.
Yeah, with the guard spec fight, there is one way this fight can go wrong. And even then, it's not dangerous. It just wastes a turn.
Wait, I'm actually curious. I don't know how something can go wrong with guard spec fight.
So the guard spec wears off after 3 of them, and if the final 3 all baby doll eyes you, you don't one-shot the Sylveon. But
Right.
that means the Sylveon baby doll eyes you, which means it didn't hit you with a fairy move, so like you're fine.
Yeah, yeah.
I got the is it the Flareon and then the Leafeon? I've gotten baby doll eyes from both of them, but then the Sylveon didn't do it. So I got close once.
I've just never done the fight with baby doll turn 1, or guard spec turn 1. I always just X attack.
Yeah.
It's nice if you're +2, you can low kick a lot of these.
Somebody in chat was wondering if the route overall was the same for both games, besides the lag.
Very similar, yeah.
Yeah, the main difference is you'll see actually in the next, like from now to the end of the run for the most part.
Yeah, so up until this point, Violet would be 20 seconds ahead because it one-shots Iron Treads with low kick. Otherwise, the games are literally identical, other than that one exact fight. The other difference that makes very little difference is Scarlet has 3 more attack EVs, which can maybe help with some ranges, but probably doesn't. The biggest stuff is in the next section, but also there's the lag, so Violet ends up just being a bit slower. I guess also if you're playing on Violet, for the very final fight in the game, in Scarlet, the IVs are set, so every Pokemon has 25 IV, except for the Roaring Moon, it'll have 30. So the Flutter Mane on that fight will have 199 speed. So it's very easy to calculate getting exactly 200 speed for the Flutter Mane. That's what was done by buying the exact, I think it was 6 Carbo, Chris, that you bought?
Yep.
So buy 6 Carbo, you hit 200 speed, you outspeed. In Violet, it's random stats for every Pokemon. I don't know why. So it could be literally anything from it's 178 speed all the way up to 204. So because like you'd have to play it safe, obviously, you would need to just buy enough carbo to hit 205 speed. So Violet has to waste more money getting higher speed, which means you have less attack for endgame in Violet. Or you can YOLO and hope that maybe it rolls 10 IV speed and I don't have to buy any carbo and we just outspeed naturally.
On average, you'd be able to go in at lower speed, but...
Yeah, if you want to play for 6 hours and then flip a coin, you can totally do that. Yeah. I did that once in like because I wouldn't have PB'd if I couldn't buy like max protein. So I just took the risk and I did outspeed. Yeah, it's actually very silly though that it's random in Violet, but it is interesting. It reminds me of the good old Call-O with the random shadow Pokemon stats and you have to just adapt.
Yeah.
The other problem on that fight, though, is the Iron Hands, because it's so bulky if it rolls high bulk and it has Fake Out, which is annoying.
Yeah, and then the only other thing, Scarlet versus Violet, which this one makes no sense whatsoever, is for the entire last section of the game, you are without your ride Pokemon. You have to run around, which is fine, because, you know, just run around. We have a bunch of ways that we can make it faster. A lot of movement things that you'll see. It turns out there's this one section where the fastest way to get there is you want to jump off a cliff, and then when you get off the cliff, you're behind this giant structure, and you need to get to the front side of the structure to trigger a cutscene. In Violet, there's a loading zone on the back side of the structure that's not there in Scarlet. We have no idea why, but you can save like 20 seconds of movement in Violet versus Scarlet just because the loading zone is closer.
It's only 7 seconds. It's not that big a deal.
Well, it's only 7 seconds over what we do now.
Oh, true, yeah.
But like before, when we had to go all the way around, it was like 20 seconds.
Yeah, we've been smarter since then, so it's now only down to 7 seconds saved because we got smarter at Area 0.
Why is Area 0 different? We don't know.
It's like these games, I can't comprehend the version differences. They make no sense. They are very funny, though.
Yeah, this we've been saying a lot of stuff that may sound like this game was, you know, not that fun to route or anything. This has actually been one of the most fun Pokemon releases for speedrunning since at least since Let's Go for me.
Yeah.
This game has been phenomenal for speedrunning. It's been super fun.
Yeah, it's been really fun routing and working together with everyone, coming up with a bunch of strats. I'll have some days where like I'll start a run and then halfway through the run it'll be like, oh, you know what? It'd be a little bit better to get that XP candy. And then I'll spend like 7 hours routing the whole game again to save like 12 seconds. And it's like, all right, well, tomorrow we have this new strat. And then like Pulse will find something overnight. And it's like, oh, I have to reroute the whole section again.
I had a span of like 6 or 7 streams where I couldn't use the same splits I used the day before because I reordered stuff.
So yeah, I remember that was when I had to reroute with the like early water gym or something. And I remember someone sent me a clip where you're like, I hate everything because you're like in the middle of a run or something.
Yep.
It was so funny.
Well, it's funny too because like it's really tough to make notes for this game just because of the way the movement works, where you're picking up all these rare candies. It's like you don't want to write down, pick up the rare candy. You want to have like a picture or something and maybe a map. But if the movement's changing every day, you don't want to like spend the time to make a map to just be outdated in 6 hours.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people would learn the route from watching other people do runs. And I had a Korean runner by the name of Joylin who would come in every day and be like, all right, what changed?
That's really funny. Also, shout out to the
and-
lighthouse fly. Literally an impossible challenge.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is really funny that trying to make notes for this game is like just such a struggle.
Yeah, my current notes are named Pokemon Scarlet any % notes Flamigo version 8.
Version 8.
Nice.
Which
It's kind of like
Is it
what was it? BDSP, where it was like the Monday route, the Tuesday route. that was good times.
someone actually came into Discord the other day, was like, is the current route the Wednesday route? It's like, yes, actually it is.
That's so funny.
Yeah, the history of this game was actually, I mean, it's only been a month and a half, but it was super interesting because like Flamigo wasn't even the thought of really as being the main Pokemon for at least the first 2 to 3 weeks of the game being out.
Yeah.
We were the two routes that kind of like three routes that really took things to another level were Quaquaval into Lucario. So there was a static Lucario you could catch, but it was level 75, so you had to catch it like super late. There was also a Meowscarada into Lucario route. And then Shen and Pulse were mostly doing a Hawlucha route. And then another runner by the name of Halkery, who's actually going to be doing Legends Arceus at AGDQ.
And yesterday.
Halkery was doing...
Or no,
and
that
yesterday,
was
yeah.
T-Pat. He did commentary, but was there.
But yeah, Hulk was doing a Zangoose route. And so like all three of these routes, or 3 to 4 of these routes, were like super competitive and like bouncing back and forth between each other. And then Headbob came out with the Flamigo route. And then I think you had one last hurrah with Hawlucha, Shen.
Yeah,
And
I
then-
took out the Flamigo once with the Hawlucha.
Yeah. And then Flamigo just sort of stormed since then.
I will say Hawlucha can definitely still compete with Flamigo. I think an
Yeah.
optimal Hawlucha time is like a 5:25, somewhere in that range. But I think Flamigo is capable of like maybe a 5:22.
Yeah, and like the Quaquaval Lucario route, I stopped doing when it was like with the new timing, it would be a 5:45. And it could definitely be improved because like there are things like extra candies we found since then.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would probably be stalled out, probably like the low 5:30s, I'd say.
Yeah, I think my fastest with Hawlucha was a 5:36 with current timing. I think Pulse is pretty similar. But we both know that Hawlucha could be a lot faster. We just haven't done attempts because Flamigo is slightly better. So it's worth just putting the effort into the Flamigo runs.
Just not having to deal with obedience check just
Yeah.
is the difference, in my opinion.
It's only 2 turns, so it's like it's not that bad, but it is really painful when you get like 10 turns of disobedience. Like, come on, just one time. Also, this is another one of the Scrappy battles. You can save a decent amount of time here if you have Scrappy, but unfortunately it does not. This is also the final fight for the Path of Legends speedrun. Yeah, it was really funny with this fight with Hawlucha. It was faster to X attack this fight and have the fight be 6 turns long than it was to not X attack this fight because we had to use 4 close combats, I think.
Oh no.
Because we had to close combat Greedon, Garganacel, Cloyster, and whatever the last thing is, the Mabastiff.
Mabastiff.
Yeah, so it's 4 close combats. Or we could do X attack, low kick, X6. And just the animation time, it was faster to literally waste a turn X attacking just to save on that much animation. It was like a really funny fight to have to route. But Flamigo just sweeps because Flamigo is strong.
Yeah, even without plus attack nature.
Unfortunately, without Scrappy, you do have to close combat once here, just on this Mabo. Alright, good luck finding 5 more sandwiches, Arvin, after this close combat.
Wow.
Hopefully the shiny dens are kind to you. I always found this like so weird that like we like revive this map as if it's like this big touching story and he's like fighting with it. It's like, just retire the Pokemon, please. I didn't want to KO it, but I did my like casual playthrough.
Oh, why did the sun just zoom across the sky?
That's what the shooting star was that I saw earlier.
Oh,
was it was during the wallet cutscene when you get the wallet for Kofu. The sun like shot across the sky. That's what it was.
That's so weird. Yeah, I've like never seen that before. Also, the reason why we need to do Arvin last is normally once we finish all 3 paths, you get a phone call from Arvin that says like, hey, I see that you've been busy and you got friends that can do the things I needed you to find people for. Hey, let's go to Area 0 now. But if you fight Arvin last, he'll just mention it in the conversation like, oh, you've already like met the people who we need. Cool, let's go. And then you can just go straight to Area 0.
Yeah, and just to answer a question from chat, we don't go by in-game timer. In-game timer would sort of equalize us with the FPS drops and everything. But the downside to an in-game timer, there's 2 main downsides. The first is that the in-game time in this game is down to minutes, not down to seconds. So you'd have a lot of ties. That's actually how Pokemon used to be timed. And you'd see ties all the time. And the second main reason is because we wouldn't be allowed to do any save and resets. So it's less beginner friendly, and also like we saved and reset during this run to reduce lag. You wouldn't be able to do that.
You'd have to do slower strats in order to optimize in-game time, and that's a bit silly. Also, shots of the like, I think it was like a 9-way tie for single segment glitched for Pokemon Blue at 50 minutes.
At 50 minutes, yep.
Wouldn't she like purposely lag the bases to get lower in-game time? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, it would be so bad.
Well, lag would be optimal because you would want your game to
Yeah.
lag because you'd have more time to like react.
Yep.
That's so
To the laggier the game is, the better.
This is 100% off topic, but one of my favorite bits of information is Pokemon Yellow was such like a port of Pokemon Red and Blue. So when you send out Pikachu in battle, Pikachu has like the humanoid cry of like Pika. In-game time is paused during that cry.
Yep.
So no one ever did it because you would have a hard time running away from things. But like you could leave your Pikachu in the front of your party when you're going through like Mount Moon, and every encounter would actually take less in-game time because the in-game time was paused during the cry.
Yeah, I think the math on it was like if you got 11 encounters or more, it was faster to swap Pikachu to the lead of the party to go through Mount Moon. Because like you would save back the time it takes to do the extra menu. That's not the only issue with Yellow. I mean, there's also the lag whenever colors change.
Yeah,
so you can save
DMG
3
would literally
minutes.
save 3 minutes.
Yeah, by just playing on the old Game Boy, you just save minutes.
What?
Because of reasons. Yeah, no one's done it, but well, I mean, it's banned, I think. But like, if you play on the old Game Boy, the one that's like the huge gray one that doesn't have color, you'd save 3 minutes over playing on Game Boy Color, which is what like all the capture systems use, because you use like GBI for like GameCube to capture usually.
Yeah, the Game Boy player or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you use Game Boy Player, you're losing 3 minutes, but you can capture the game.
Yeah.
When are the
If you want a
Pokemon Yellow
webcam,
handheld
you're-
runs?
I mean, we did. There was a GDQ where somebody brought one of the big Game
Yep, I remember
Boys,
this.
and Xarion was doing world record attempts on like Periscope. We were like holding up a phone. It was really funny. Yeah, that was good times. That was a very, very funny like attempt session. finally time to enter the lag zone.
Yeah, so this is area 0, final area of the game. This is where we're not going to have our ride Pokemon, so we have to run everywhere. And this is an area where you can absolutely lose like a minute to lag if you're not careful with the direction that you're facing your camera. In general, you want less things to be on camera, just so the game runs a bit better. So like if you're pointing your camera sort of haphazardly at the middle of the area, you will notice frame drops.
It's actually really funny. We were talking about like the version differences as well. This is another spot where Scarlet saves a ton of time over Violet just on the lag. I always like to compare my, like when I'm doing the run, I have like a couple runs open so I can make sure I'm not lagging. So I know to do a save and quit if I get like the weird lag. And I compared this on Violet to Scarlet, and it's like literally 30 seconds slower just walking through area 0. It's actually kind of wild. I wonder if it's like a version exclusive that spawns here that's like laggier or something.
I don't know.
This is also, I think, one of the like coolest areas as far as like casual play versus speedrun. Like we do some really, really cool strats here. Like this is not going to look like a casual playthrough. It's really neat.
The first little bit will kind of look great, but
true, yeah. Once we get a little bit farther, you're right. Okay, so off we go.
Immediately camera down.
Yeah, camera down, camera left, all kinds of strats here. Also, the Pokédex is going to get updated for a little bit longer. We're actually almost through the Pokédex updates. It usually ends during this stretch of movement, so it finally catches up.
Oh, there's some money.
Yeah, so that's Rika. And then this is Poppy. So Poppy, we don't get that much dex info for. I think it's 4, and then we get Poppy's money. Because we already have Flamigo, so you only get 4 Pokédex.
So weird.
So there's the money. All right, Larry's turn. Or no, Larry's the one with Flamigo, so this is the one with only 4.
Yes, this is the one with only 4.
I think. We maybe pass it. Is this Larry? Let's find out.
Oh. Suspense is killing me.
Oh, that wasn't Larry. I thought that one was. One of them you only get 4, and then you know the next one's like second last. Oh, there it is. There's the 4th. That was Larry. So we're getting closer. Let's see what strat we get here. There's all kinds of strats you can do to get down here.
We're doing the rock?
Oh, we're doing the rock.
Do the rock strat. Oh no, I messed it up.
Unlucky.
Oh, get the slide. Oh. Lame.
This is still going to be like 1 second faster, I think, than doing it the normal way. Like it's still
I've actually
fine.
never attempted that rock one. I always just do the slide.
The rock one's like scary because if you go a little bit, like if you mess it up by like a bit, you can get sent back to the waterfall.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's happened to me before.
Yeah, so the general theme of this area, what we're trying to do is we're trying to go down into the crater, and there are a bunch of these research stations we have to go to. And so for the first 3 research stations, there's going to be a Pokemon out front that we have to defeat. This one we've seen Glamora before, but after this, they're going to get weird looking. I apologize if you haven't seen them yet. And in general, all of these research stations we're going to are lower, physically lower than we are currently at. And so the obvious idea.
Come on.
What?
Yeah, that's possible.
Wow.
Yeah, if you have the
31
hasty,
attack IV.
Yeah, with hasty that happens. It's like a little bit worse than the low kick range on Bronzong.
Okay.
So like if Bronzong's at 12 out of 16, this is like an 8 out of 16. So that was probably like a 14 out of 16 or something. Yeah, very unfortunate that lives because that loses a lot of time.
Yeah.
One strat you can do for that fight is you wing attack the Lycanroc.
Yep.
You attack your partner because the partner always KOs, and you don't have to watch toxic debris twice. So if you have like really bad attack, it's actually more optimal to just attack the Lycanroc. A very silly but very correct strategy.
Yeah, so all these research stations are like lower, so you're going lower and lower into the crater. So the obvious idea would be to just jump off the cliff, land in the right area, and go to where you need to go. The problem is this game very much wants you to do things in the order that they like told you to do it. And so if you drop down to a point that's lower than the research station that you're trying to go to, you get warped back up to the research station that you just left. So you can't just throw yourself off the cliff and do what you want. That being said, there will be some well-placed cliff dives that we'll be doing. Just not quite yet.
Yeah, I will say you can break out of that like trigger system, and you can get to the future, whatever you want to call it, like research stations. But the buttons just aren't active. It's really stupid. You can use some glitches to get through the like big cutscene trigger that like normally warps you way back. But then even if you pull that off, none of the other like triggers are there, so you have to walk backwards.
We're just trying something here. This is a really laggy section.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and angle your camera like to the right. A good idea. Hey, look, it's Halucha.
Catch him.
Probably we could go here first before the Team Star sections.
Weird.
So there's research station number 2.
Nearly there. Things get fun after this research station. This is where we get to do some cool strats. This is also where the scream tail is. This is the first of the annoying fights. This one always survives, basically.
Yeah.
You pray for the crits.
The worst part is this will sometimes survive, and all these fights you have like a partner with you. So it'll usually survive, and then the Umbreon is your partner can either Baby Doll Eyes, which does nothing, or Dark Pulse and not kill.
Yeah.
Which always feels bad.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that we need the hasty nature for the rival, because you really do still want to be adamant for this section. But depending on like what route you're doing, you kind of just need to be hasty for the rival fight. It also sucks that crit isn't even guaranteed to kill this. Like our range. Especially when you're hasty. Like it's a range when you're adamant as well.
Yeah, so there's Baby Doll Eyes, so pretty much no one turn.
Yeah. Wow, that is the crit I
That
think.
would have been close.
Rest.
And there's the rest.
Oh my god.
I've never seen that big of a roll. That was wild.
This is
That's
typical
getting
Chris
rest, though.
look right now.
Double baby
I'll be
doll.
100% honest with everyone. I didn't know this had rest.
Yeah, I've seen it
I'd
before.
never seen it before.
Yeah, this is one of the other reasons why like Violet would be the better game if it didn't lag. Like this fight's really bad sometimes.
You get the Delibird here?
Yeah, which can outspeed you, but it's kind of the same as the
Fluttermane later.
the Fluttermane later. Yeah, it's just like very slightly more likely to outspeed. Yeah, our annoying fight is the Iron Hands that's in the very bottom, which is higher level than the Scream Tail is.
All right. After this little cutscene, time for some fun.
Yeah, so the way that the what should we call it, like the send back load, like the way it works is it's like a flat plane that's below the research station that you need to be going to. So it kind of just checks to see if you've like fallen down below the research station you're trying to get to. So we could run all the way from research station 2 to research station 3, but it's actually faster to travel back to research station 1, which saves us a lot of like horizontal movement, and then we let gravity handle the vertical movement. So it ends up being a little bit faster to do that. This is a really cool strat that we'll get to see here. We're gonna do quite a few of these throughout this section.
Yeah, because like if you think of the crater as like a clock, you've got area research station 1 is at like 12 o'clock. Research station 2 is at maybe like 5 o'clock, and then research station 3 is like maybe 11 o'clock. And so actually it's probably flipped. It's more like 1 o'clock, but whatever. Instead of going all the way around the circle to get to the third research station, we go back up, and then research station 1 is like almost on top of research station 3. And so I'll let it speak for itself.
I will say this like drop down can be kind of annoying. Ah, nice, doing the correct strategy.
I saw this for the first time the other day. I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, I've seen people going like the other way and it's a bit slower. You can do like a really cool slide here if you hit the right angle. Yeah. Get the nice little slide down onto this thing. And then slide onto this.
Slide.
Yep.
That's perfect.
Beautiful movement. Yeah, that was exactly how you want to do that section.
And another small thing, you might be wondering why we're doing like a slide off the ledge every time. If you don't do a slide, your character will like try to prevent you from falling off the edge, and then you can run off. But we sort of skip that extra animation. And here's Research Station 3. Right there. So much faster than going all the way around.
Yeah, I think it saves like 20 seconds or something to do it like that. I think in theory that these Great Tusks could live, but it's like incredibly unlikely. I think it was like 0 attack hasty or something. Only the second one could live, not the first.
Still surprised about that Glamora. I had no idea that was even possible.
Yeah, that's why the other benefits of just being more protein. Like the more protein, the less likely that stuff like that happens. The real strategy is buying more carbo so you're faster than the Meowscarada and you don't have to be hasty in this section yet.
Well,
if you could
real strategy is sell the Hasty Mint for 5k extra and carbos all the way up. Which I have thresholds for.
Yeah, I think you would need like 16 here, right? I didn't look at the stat.
Let me find my sheet. I've been looking, like I said, primarily at the like 83 early for fighting base, which makes you 87 for the Flutter main.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild.
So let me find numbers. If you have a combined like 35 IVs, you can do it.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I've just been doing early proteins and then doing the double mint. Yeah, there's so many routes you can do for endgame. It's funny that like we all do the same like first 2.5 hours. Like it's very set in stone, I feel like, with like kind of what we're doing. There's like a little bit of variance you can do. But then there's like so many strats you can do for endgame and like depending on how much risk you want to take and whatnot, that it's like very runner dependent, like what you want to go for. I guess some of us force catching like early Halucha so that we get like the early XP and the ability to do like early Ghost Gym.
I refuse.
Well, after we learned the penalty is for badges. I'm afraid to do early stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely sketchy. But I mean, it's still like 80 or something %. It's basically the same as Scyther if you force early Hawlucha.
Yeah, it's right about the same. It's if you backstrike the Hawlucha, it's about the same as a non-backstrike Scyther.
Something like that, yeah.
All right, so from Research Station 3 to 4, we will do another one of those skips, but there's a cutscene in the middle of the movement that if you go past the cutscene, the game will force you back up to the research station. So we have to trigger the cutscene and then backtrack like all the way, so that way we can do a little drop down.
Yeah, if you notice these like little text boxes in like the bottom middle, those actually are part of the problem with doing some of the skips. I don't know exactly why it's the case, but when those text boxes are popping up, you can't menu, like you can't pull up your menu, you can't pull up your map, you can't like zoom the camera to like lag reduce. Something else that you can't do is you can't drop down when those text boxes are out because it forces you to get the like send back loading zone. But we could literally just AFK at this waterfall right here until the text boxes go away, and then we could just drop down and it would put us at the research station. But the problem with that is it just takes such a long time for these text boxes to go away that it's faster to walk all the way back up and drop down from up there.
Yeah, it's actually this was actually these, not these specific skips, but skips in general here were found like day 2 of the game being out. But the first one that was found was actually an impossible one. It was a runner, 4th gen gamer, got lost and ended up jumping off of like one of the cliffs and landed, in a section where, it respawned him at the new research station. And so it was like, oh, cool. He was lost for long enough that the text boxes disappeared. And for the longest time, we didn't know why it worked sometimes and not other times. But we ended up figuring it out. And these new skips are very consistent.
Yeah, it's nice that like a group of us just spend a lot of time messing around here to get like a consistent set of things, and this works really well. Like what we've been doing recently.
Yeah, the worst part is because of the weirdness with like warping back if it's in the middle of text and the cutscene triggers and everything, like you can't test this on a completed save file.
Yeah.
With our new movement, like you can practice on a completed file, but you couldn't actually like come up with a new skip.
Very clean.
And so we kind of had to like rely on somebody having a save file that was able to do testing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how like just a lot of it was like kind of writing out on paper and seeing like where on the clock you are for each of these drop downs and being like, oh, okay, it's probably faster to go this way to get here and then drop down, or it's probably better to just do this part normally and stuff like that. So this is the 4th and final button, and we have one more big drop down. So for Violet, the strat would be you would walk outside and then drop down just outside this research station and then hit the loading zone for the final cutscene through a wall. For Scarlet, the loading zone does not, like, it's not nearly as big, so it doesn't go through the wall. So we have to do this whole entirely different strat to get to this loading zone. So you go back up to Research Station 2. So this is about 7 seconds slower than what Violet would be able to do. But again, Violet lags more, so we play on Scarlet. So you head up, you walk out here. And then you drop all the way down here. And then after you do this drop down, not this one, but the next one, you want to like hold back so that you fall straight into the loading zone. That was a really good slide. And right here, you're gonna like slide off and then like immediately start holding back because you want to fall straight into this load. Let's see if he gets it.
Yeah, you want to kind of like go under the underhang, or the overhang rather.
A really
looks like it should be
hold
good.
back. Yeah, that's great. That's gonna land right where you want to be.
If you land on top of the crystal, it's not bad. It's just you get an extra one of those animations, and then you have to jump off again.
Yeah, those really clean areas here in movement. So that's what basically you want to watch every run.
That was perfect, yeah.
Alright, and just 4 fights separate us from the finale. Or I guess 5. One of them is kind of a cutscene.
So I've had this Flutter main outspeed me before.
Yeah, it's a lot more common than you'd think. It's about a 4 out of 25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, pretty much any plus nature. Because
Yeah.
these random Pokemon are random in their stats and natures, so
Must have been plus
Can
speed
happen.
then.
yeah. Not common though.
Yeah, I think it's like plus speed and it needs like 7 IV if it's plus speed. So it's a little bit less likely. It also 30, was it 20? It's like 28 IV or higher can also outspeed you, I think. Like just 28 or higher speed naturally.
I see.
It also, I guess, depends on your level and whatnot. But typically you're 200 speed at this point.
Let the Pokemon free.
Yeah, in theory, I think there was a combination of stats that this Great Tusk can survive acrobatics. It was like 1 in a couple hundred. Needs to roll plus defense with like 20 bulks or something. So this Tusk can live in acro. I have not
Wow.
seen it yet, but it is possible.
I hope I never see it.
Or we could see it right now.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Glamora surviving.
Well, Glamora is like a 4 out of 16 or something. Like somewhat
Okay, that
likely.
one's more likely.
Yeah, this is like kind of absurd if it lives, but it's definitely possible. No more than like a 1%. Ah, boring.
Boring.
Yeah, I think it has to roll plus defense and it has to roll like pretty solid bulk to be able to live. Yeah, I just love how silly these Pokemon look.
I like the Flutter main.
Yeah.
This
I just-
guy's cool too.
I don't know. They're weird.
I love
don't
how weird they
mind
are, though.
I don't mind the design so much as I am weirded out by like the specific Pokemon they decided to remake. Like,
Yeah.
why Jigglypuff over Wigglytuff? You know, some weird ones like that. Especially like the Scarlet ones in general, they remade weaker Pokemon than the Violet ones. The Violet ones have like 2 pseudo legendaries, all fully evolved, and the Scarlet ones are like 1 pseudo and 2 not fully evolved Pokemon. It's like just a weird conglomeration of Pokemon.
I heard Flutter main's really good.
Fluttermane's broken.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is like one of the best Pokemon we've seen. It has like maybe the best typing in the game.
Ghost Fairy's really good, yeah.
Maybe like Fairy Steel would be better, but Ghost Fairy is definitely like a top 3 typing. Like Ghost, Normal, Fairy Steel, Fairy Ghost are probably like top 3.
Yeah, Tinkaton is very steel. Really good
Yeah.
Pokemon.
For sure. Luckily did not get outsped by the Fluttermane, so hit the chance.
Yeah, we got lucky that time.
Well, didn't
But
get unlucky.
Yeah. I mean, we got rest on Jigglypuff, which is just sad. Oh, we're going.
All right. I saw another question in chat that's worth answering. So somebody asked about setting the game to 720p while in docked, and you can do that, but there's no performance improvements. Basically, when you change the output resolution in the Switch settings, the game still renders at whatever the game was going to render at, and the Switch downscales. So that wouldn't really have an impact on performance.
Yeah, that was like a rumor for day like 1 through 5. Like, we just kind of were like, oh, let's just play on 720p and see if it feels better. And then it maybe felt better, maybe didn't. Because we also started saving and quitting then. So I think what was happening was we thought it was lagging less, but really the save and quits were what was helping.
Actually, another funny thing about saving and quitting for just some of the history of the game. So when we first were doing runs, we didn't have any of these skips here in Area Zero. Or we had like the last one. There was a different version of it, but it was something like that. And it was actually faster to save and quit right at the start of Area Zero, so you could reduce lag throughout all of Area Zero. But now we skip so much of the movement that it's no longer worth doing that save and reset.
The other side of it is the save and quit from the poison base, or like fighting base, wherever you go first, usually like helps with the lag reduction anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like not as big a deal to do the save and quit.
Wonder if it's like a memory leak from Pokemon loading and despawning all the time.
I think it has something to do with like the towns, is what I've heard. Like some of the major cities.
So weird. Yeah, I hope a patch comes out and fixes all that.
I can't wait till we get sub 5 with the lag patch.
That'd be sick.
I normally don't have too much hope and stuff like that, because like typically Game Freak will patch games to like fix game-breaking things or fix things that'll give you an unfair advantage in multiplayer. So like Pokemon duping or like soft locks. Like XY is famous because it had a soft lock if you saved in like Lumiose City or something. And they don't typically fix other things, but they have actually actively said that they are working on it. So that gives me a little bit of hope that we'll get a patch at some point.
Shouts to the Lethian fight in Sun and Moon. 4 Mississippis. Yeah, they did fix a lot of the problems with this game, which was nice. Like the E4 music not loading and the dupe glitch that was going on.
Yeah. I got a few Master Balls out of that.
The same. Yeah, I got like 5. Keep them forever. Alright, here we go. By the way, this is the coldest, like, Pokemon throw ever. It's so sick.
I love this whole ending.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Especially if you go into this fight with no spoilers, like you don't know what any of these Pokemon actually are.
Unless you caught them like going toward the fight.
Yeah.
Because I caught a couple of them, so I at least knew what they were.
Yeah, the RNG seed in comp battles is another good example of something that needed to be fixed.
Oh yeah, turn 1, any move that was 90% accuracy or lower would always miss. And then turn 3, or turn 2, any move would hit. So people are running Choice Scarf Rock Slide into Choice Scarf Horn Drill. And getting a free KO every turn.
It was so dumb.
Yeah, there's some very silly strats. All right, this fight is it's not that scary, but there's some stuff that can happen. Turn 1, get this thing off our screen. We are not dealing with this thing.
Is so scary.
It's so scary. And then luckily the thing that comes out second isn't that scary. It's a Screamtail. We need to set up an X attack so that we can sweep the fight. But this thing does have Play Rough and it can drop our attack. But it's not that big a deal if we get the attack drop, but it does make the fight a little bit more complicated if you do get it. So here's the X attack. And we're hoping for Play Rough miss because it saves like 15 seconds or like 10 seconds. Unlucky.
We don't need
And no drop. Okay, so this is now just a pretty free ending.
Yeah.
Wait, Play Rough can drop your attack?
Yeah, it can.
Yes.
10%.
What? Oh, I've never seen it happen.
Yeah, so if that drops your attack, you have to close combat the what's
Sandy
it called?
Shocks.
The Sandy Shocks, and then because you have less defense, you have to be careful of the Sucker Punch range on the bonnet. So it's like, it gets very awkwardly complicated if you get the attack drop, but now it's totally free because low kick just KOs Sandy Shocks. You don't have to think at all.
Yeah, a perfect fight. So basically, Seda has these like interjections she'll do, like these little cutscenes for certain moments. So the first time she takes super effective damage, the first time that she deals damage, when she deals super effective damage, and if you get a critical hit. You typically will see 3 of them. If you crit, obviously that's very RNG based and not one you usually see, but you can end up seeing. Getting hit by Play Rough satisfies 2 of those requirements, so getting hit and getting hit for super effective. That's why a Play Rough miss actually saves a decent amount of time, because you skip the super effective text box, and if you don't get Sucker Punch, you skip the damage text box too.
2 crits.
There was a crit.
Yeah, so many crits this fight.
So many crits this run. You had the crit on Nimona too.
Yeah, 1 good one, 2 terrible ones.
Yeah.
I think it would be funny to do like a all dialogues run or something where you have to like crit and super effective on Nimona and like get all the stuff here. It'd be pretty funny. Alright, and that is the last real fight of the run. Well, I mean, there's still one thing that can go wrong, but it shouldn't happen.
Selecting the wrong move, maybe?
Well, that or like getting crit.
Oh, yeah. I never thought of it. Can you lose this fight? Is the question.
Well, I didn't know if we were memeing or not. Do we want to troll for the next like 3 minutes? It's up to you. Just
I was just curious if it's even possible to lose this fight.
No, you always live
I'm
on
assuming.
1 HP. It's actually scripted, but we can say it's not.
Chat, everyone forget the conversation we just had for like the last 20 seconds.
There's gonna be a couple new people joining, and we're all gonna like have fun that they haven't found out yet. Like they're just now opening the stream. They're coming here for the next run.
You're all in on it, chat.
You're all in on it. This is all of us in on one thing. Some people are like muted or like deafened during that. Some people like went to the bathroom really quick. All of them are no longer in on it. All right.
Should create a Twitch moment for this.
That'd be pretty funny.
Everyone with the moment, you're in on it.
All right, which strat are you doing? Are you doing the fast one?
Yeah, I think.
Ooh,
Whatever's in the notes.
Oh, I don't know
what's
what one
one
I
of
put in the notes. Let me see if I did the right one.
It's with a Terra Blast.
Okay, that's the right one then.
No. You can do it even faster.
Wait,
Trust?
Really?
Yeah.
No. I know what you're gonna say. No.
I did it on my PB. It works.
Okay, what is yours?
you flamethrower, and then close combat. Or collision course. So you X attack, flamethrower, and then just spam collision course.
Is that better than X attack, collision course, Terra Blast, collision course, collision course?
Yeah, the animation for flamethrower is faster, and it's less inputs. Because flamethrower is slot 1. Yeah.
Fair enough. If you want to do the etiquette check, go for it.
I will say, it worked the one time I did it, and Amber said it worked for them. When you do the first flamethrower, you're not gonna believe me that it works with the amount of damage it does. So don't worry, just commit.
So it's X attack, flame, collision course X4. I'm putting it in the notes. I'm not thinking about it. I'm editing the notes as we speak. X attack,
See it happening.
flamethrower, collision course X4, and I'm gonna put send an angry DM to etiquette if this fails. All right, it's in the notes now.
All right, let's do it.
Enjoy.
Like I said, you're gonna do flamethrower. You're gonna be like, this isn't gonna work.
It's gonna burn, and we're gonna
trust.
save a turn. It's gonna be so sick. Somehow gonna burn.
Oh, we'll get burned.
No, we have the ability where we can't be burned. I forget what it's called. Plot armor. Is that what it is? Whatever the ability's called. All right, here we go.
Turn 1 flamethrower, you say? Oh,
I mean, it is sun boosted, so it's stronger than Terra Blast.
okay.
Because we've been doing Terra Blast.
I'm just excited to see how much damage this does. It's
You're gonna get us killed.
No, I know how much this is gonna do because I've seen the Terra Blast damage. Terra Blast is an 18 shot.
All right.
Ooh, trading flames.
watch this.
It's gonna do like at 40th, right?
Okay, collision course.
It's necessary.
I see why we went with the other shot where we use Terra Blast now.
No, this does work. It's just it doesn't look like it should.
Yeah.
It's just scary. I see.
Oh wait, I ran the calcs. This is a 4 out of 16 to kill you. I just ran the calc.
What?
Oh wait, the Giga Impact?
Yeah, the Giga Impact. You need to heal. You need to heal. Oh god.
Oh no!
Wait, no.
Yeah, it's 4 out of 16. Max roll is like a 205.
Oh my god! All right.
That's so
fine.
lucky.
It's fine.
That's so scary. All right, at least there's
We're
a
gonna
recharge
clutch this
turn.
one out.
Yeah, it's a recharge turn, so you'll be fine. I
don't
guess you
think
can
this
just
is
hit
gonna
again.
work.
Oh, attack boost.
Let's go.
That helps.
All right, free turn. Let's go.
All right. Unfortunately, we didn't get a speed boost. If we got a speed boost, we'd outspeed next turn.
Oh, that may not kill. You might need more attack too.
Oh man.
I am severely worried right now. This doesn't kill. It's Etiquette's fault.
It's true.
Yo, is that an Omni boost? Omni
boost.
That's the attack boost we needed and the speed boost. What
Wow,
are the odds
no
of that?
way. If this doesn't kill, it's gonna be very funny.
I know, right?
I have to fix the notes immediately.
You did it!
Hey, let's
victory.
go.
Wow, that was so lucky.
This is the
Not at all
3-minute
scripted.
warning to mute the VOD. You have about 3 minutes, just letting you know. We'll give you a
basically
second
once,
warning.
once we go through time,
Yeah, you don't have to
which
mute
will
until
be
time.
in a bit.
I just want to
Got
make
me
sure they're
worried
here.
a little bit there.
Make sure that everybody's paying attention.
Yeah.
All
We
right,
didn't wander off during the past 5 hours.
If it wasn't obvious, by the way, that fight is scripted. You cannot lose.
Yeah, we're telling the people who showed up late now.
Yep.
No, it's scripted in the sense that you can never lose, but it's not scripted in the sense that fight's always 5 turns. Like,
Yes.
if you do things, if you don't X attack, for example, you'll actually lose a turn.
Yeah, and the flamethrower there is you need to use it's 6 total turns, and the flamethrower is just a faster animation than collision course. If you do like all collision courses and then a flamethrower at the end, you won't kill. Like the order actually does matter too. So,
Yeah, because you get the attack boosts for the last like 3 turns. So that's when you start doing a lot of damage with collision course.
exactly.
By the way, the Miraidon fight saves 12 seconds on animation. You're using Power Gem instead of Collision Course. So once again, Violet would be sick. But too bad.
All right. Oh, I just glanced over at the timer. This is a pretty good run.
I wasn't looking. What are we at?
It was
let's go.
on PB pace, and then we got like effect spore, and we got
Yeah, that'll
all
happen.
sorts of stuff. Rest.
Scyther
got
Breakout. The rest was pretty
Yeah,
bad.
Scyther breakout. Glamora lived. Like
Sub 530 sick though.
yeah, it's a good. Run.
Time is on the fade out after this little conversation.
Just before the 45-second cutscene of darkness.
And then we should mute at that point.
Yeah, then you can mute.
All right.
Time.
GG. That was great.
A solid run. Let's go.
Thank you. Thanks for joining me on commentary. Really appreciate it. I didn't
Thanks for having us.
make any crucial mistakes. Thank God.
Yeah, it looked pretty clean overall.
Also, just so chat knows, the game did not crash. This is literally a 45-second load screen.
Yeah. Ed Sheeran took a lot of power to get into the credits.
Yeah.
Well, it's not credits
initializing
yet,
Ed
is it?
Sheeran.
This is the pre-credits.
I just realized that we'll get to listen to the Ed Sheeran, but the stream can't.
All right, yeah, you want to mute now?
Yeah. All right, GG.
But yeah, GG. That's Pokemon Scarlet. Any percent. It was fun.
Yeah, definitely. Always a fun run to
Those are
watch.
Really good showcase, yeah. If anyone is interested in running this game, you can go to the game on speedrun.com and go to the Discord link there. You can join the Switch Pokemon Speedrunning Discord, and you can find all sorts of resources. Like we touched on, like the routes are kind of constantly changing, but they're slowing down quite a bit compared to what it used to be. So you can definitely jump in and watch a couple runs and learn the game.
There's also, don't be intimidated by the 5.5 minute runtime of this.
Yeah.
There's categories that are like less than an hour long that are highly competitive and very easy to get into. This is a really good speed run if you want to learn a Pokemon game.
Yeah, thank you three so much for being on. I mean, you've all said it. It was a great run. Very entertaining, amazing commentary. So thank you all so much. Unless any of you have anything else you'd like to close out with, we can head to a break and go to the next game.
Yeah,
You can
thanks
follow
for,
Chris by hitting the
having us.
button. hit the button on Chris's little shout out thing that's gonna pop up in 2 seconds. Highly recommend.
Do it. But yeah, thanks for having me again on the Hot Fix. Always lots of fun. And thanks Etiquette and Shin for the commentary. It was awesome. Great run.
I will say keep watching. We've got like 4 more runs tonight, right? I think 4 more.
Yeah, there's 4 more runs tonight. Coming up next, we have Chant, which is followed by Cult of the Lamb is first. No, Stray's first, and then Cult of the Lamb, and then a Muck Runner.